Ho, 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 hoes! Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas.
We're gonna see if we can do this. In the holiday spirit, we are going to release 12 Days of Balls.
12 Days of Balls.
Yeah, you guessed it. For those who have listened to the show, we have a segment called Getting to Know Your Balls, and I want to get to know more balls. Basically, bring people on we've had, maybe people we haven't, close friends of the show, friends of mine, just in the holiday spirit, talk, say hello, and we'll do this over the next 12 days. One episode every day, 12 days of Christmas, but in pinball party fashion, 12 days of balls. Wish us luck. We're going to need it more than ever. At the very end, I'll release this as one giant one. That's what she said. But Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, all that. Let's just get right into it.
On the first day of balls, pinball gave to me the shield and Jack Manne.
Merry Christmas to one of my favorite pinball people of all time, Mr. Zach Meny. Thanks for joining, man.
It's such a lie. A Christmas lie is what that is, Jason.
Well, they can't see my fingers crossed. You can.
Thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah. So we're doing this 12 Days of Balls, and we were just talking before I started. I don't know where I'm going to put you in your lineup, but I'm saying we're starting with you.
I just pictured 12 testicles in one sack at that point. I don't know why.
That's what we want people to picture. So yeah, everyone out there, welcome to 12 Days of Balls, and our very first guest, Mr. Zach Meny. If you would, sit by your campfire, get your cookies and your milk, and picture a large scrotum with 10 full testicles inside of it. Zach is the first one. So thanks for coming.
There it is.
Pun-filled episodes.
There it is.
So what we're going to do is just, I don't know, man. Talk, hang out, whatever. Christmas, release 12 of these. Probably fuck up along the way because it's 12 days, 12 podcasts, 12 guests, 12 songs. I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't know why
because
you're
you like
doing
to be
it.
challenged and you're good at what you do. So thank you for doing it. From everybody in the pinball community, even the little shitheads out there, and the lovely people. Thank you from us to you. And happy holidays. Are you a big Christmas person?
Yes.
Are you festive?
I am.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was going to wear a hat for you. It's in the other room, but I didn't wear a hat for you. I apologize, a Santa hat. But it is, you were almost worthy, but it is in the other room. But I mean, honestly, same to you. You're one of the most talented people in this industry. I gravitated towards the straight down the middle videos. I remember when you were on the Pinball Party podcast when it was before TPN, and then you asked me to be on TPN. It was a blast being on TPN. Your quality is the shit. You continue to do it. You're an awesome voice of the community. You're a very special sponsor of the show with FlipNOut Pinball. Have you heard of them? FlipNOut. Yes, there you go.
Absolutely.
When I buy my pinball shit, I buy from FlipNOut. From topper, sharp blades, reels, I've got it figured out. FlipNOut, figured out. When I think of pinball, I think FlipNOut. FlipNOut, figured out. When I buy from FlipNOut.
Yeah. So there we go. This episode is also sponsored by FlipNOut Pinball. And you know,
Yeah, my Christmas came early, you creating that. And then the video. Oh, my gosh.
That was fun.
Nicole even says thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. I didn't even think of it until we just did this. We also get 12 sponsored FlipNOut episodes over the next 12 days. So hopefully these sales go through the roof.
People love it. They'll love it.
Yeah. Well, I do like FlipNOut Pinball, and I buy my shit from there. But I buy. Anyway, this isn't a shill show. I mean, it always is.
Yeah.
I mean, be careful. Yeah. 12 Days of Balls, Zach Meny. Let's start out. I have some questions for those who have listened to the past to Getting to Know Your Balls. This is kind of just a glorified segment of that with absolutely aimless, mind you. So please don't expect this to be well choreographed. It's going to be fucking messy as shit, but that's how we do it.
It's kind of like getting to know your jingle balls.
Oh.
Something like that.
Okay. Man, now you got me. Now I got to I got to re-record it.
No.
And I got to add.
I think it's
maybe.
too hokey. Go ahead.
Getting to know your jingle balls. Okay. First question. Do you believe in aliens?
What? Like, that's hard hitting stuff. What are you, fucking Joe Rogan? Like, what is it?
No.
Do I believe in aliens? I would first have to have you define what you mean by alien. But for the most part, yes, I do.
Yeah, I guess I mean beyond alien pinball machine.
Yes, some other life form in the galaxy that is not Earth. Yes.
Okay. To answer your question, no, I'm not Joe Rogan. I have more hair, skinnier, shorter. Actually, no, he's short. We're both short.
You're on less drugs. Yeah.
Less drugs. Less drugs. Do you believe in ghosts?
Oh my God.
Here we go.
No.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Man. Yeah.
Now, do I believe in like multiverse type of things that sometimes may skew quantum physics wise into our possibly, but ghost? No, I don't. Right. No, unless I've seen it, and I haven't seen it. So, if any ghosts are out there listening to this podcast, feel free. Don't scare the shit out of me, but like, feel free to give me a nice like, hey, I freaking told you so.
Apologies, ghosts. Yeah, and same for me. Like ghosts, if scare or come out like do the during the day, not at night.
During the day, yeah. Like, I want myself like a day ghost,
right? Yeah,
not really into the waking up at midnight taking a piss. Holy crap!
Yeah,
kind of ghost.
Yeah. I want like at 2 p.m. I'm like, oh, what am I doing? Just walking across. Oh, it's a ghost. That's not really scary.
Grandpa's severed head. Yeah, no, I'm not looking for any of that. No. Happy holidays.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, we just want to start out with, very Christmas things.
Soft here. Okay.
Yeah. What is your favorite pinball thing to happen this year? It could be a game, could be an announcement, could be a beating, could be
okay. I have many, but I would say.
Do you have Zach Meny? Sorry.
Well, I would say that my favorite pinball thing, selfishly, probably would be. I'm not going to be hokey here, like all your other guests are probably going to be. I'm going to be selfish. It was anytime I was able to create. In pinball generally, that's number one. More specifically, would be being able to create content for manufacturers for consumption of the populace whenever something is released. So like a featurette or a video trailer, sizzle reel. So something like that pushes the limits that I have and the resources and knowledge I have. So it's a great challenge for me, and it's content that makes people happy. And it's something that I can be proud of and also cringe watching at the same time, given the time constraints around these things. So,
wait, did you say and cringe watching at the same time? Your own?
God, it's the worst watching any of the featurettes I've done, award shows I've done. Any of that stuff is so hard for me to watch because I don't allocate enough time to do it adequately. So it is we just did the Looney Tunes featurette and trailer, and I don't think they would mind me saying, but because of constraints with Warner Brothers and turnaround time on approvals and stuff, I had like 4 or 5 days to edit an entire sizzle reel, and that's just that.
The 18-minute one, or the 2-minute?
Just the sizzle, the 2-minute trailer.
Okay.
Thing. So and that sometimes takes more than just a featurette piece. So it's hard to watch back, but people like it, and it presents the information in a concise format, and it's pretty. So
it's pretty. Fun.
I love doing that stuff.
Man, Looney Tunes. I would like to talk about Looney Tunes for a long time, but let's move on. Maybe we'll come back up. Sure. It's too much pinball talk. So what is your favorite, I'm using quotes, maybe real monster? Sasquatch, Loch Ness Monster, Yeti, Chupacabra. Do you have one that you just like... Yeah. Either A, think like, oh, that's totally real, or B, as a kid,
I am legit worried about people who take that shit too far and think that they're like vampires. Like there's some bitches out there that will
like real people
that are like holding their nose and drinking blood because they're like, I swear I'm a vampire. Like, yeah, because they think it's cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's super cool. It's pretty okay. You're saying like
like Edward, being afraid of garlic, like Sparkles, yeah. There's people out there like that. So that people freak me out in general. How far they get on things. So I would say vampires. If we're surface level stuff, I would just say Bigfoot, just because I think that legit could happen. Probably.
The big, yeah, just
There's people out there biting people and drinking blood, man. Like, I don't know if they get off on it. I don't know what it is, but it's a thing.
Yeah. Okay. Would
me.
you mind sharing or airing, in the spirit of Festivus, Seinfeld fans, airing a pinball grievance for the year? You talked about something favorite that you had. Is there, we don't have to ruin your...
Oh my gosh, man, you're talking to me.
It's a loaded question. Think about it before you answer. The conversation we had before. Yeah. Maybe. Let's get back to that one. Don't answer it yet, but we're going to answer it.
So a grievance being, just so I can think about it, a grievance being something that pissed me off this year in pinball.
Yes.
Oh,
okay, yeah.
Wow.
So
let's table that.
We'll come back to that in a minute, so you don't destroy your everything. What's your favorite curse word? And please pronounce it.
Okay. It's easily fuck.
Okay, thank you.
It's easily fuck.
Tell me
Why
about.
Wouldn't it be? I mean,
I think this. Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
It's almost become mainstream now. In a way that other curse words have not been able to jump as quickly. Cursing market trends, but I think over the last 10 years, fuck has really grown a lot in normal language and speech.
It's
Nothing
becoming
emphasizes something like fuck. I think it's the phonetics of like the f and the k. It's harsh.
Yeah, and it's got the thick and the foot. Like it's a very. It's a very prestigious word, but I fear it may lose its potency over time. Like the word ass is like, what is that?
But like goofy ones too, like wiener and dick. But like the one I use, I go with. Yeah, I love being cutesy in something and keeping it clean. And then if you really want to get that listener or the consumer, you fuck it.
Yeah, you fuck them. You fuck the listener. Yeah, I fuck them.
FCC now is just reaching out to you. You've met your limits.
I say it. Yeah, I'm ruining the word as well on this podcast. So like, it's a bummer. All right, tell me about. You did earlier, but let's try to gloat a little more. Tell me something about yourself you're proud of. It can't be about the spooky videos. Okay, you already did that.
Something that I'm proud of is that I'm really self-aware. It's one of the most beautiful qualities I have, and I know in a human being is self-awareness and humility, and I try to uphold both of them. It's typically, and might be going back to the grievance, it is the lack of self-awareness that some people have in the world, much less pinball. But I'm a psychologist by training, and I don't know if that has helped me learn self-awareness and humility more than it would otherwise. But self-awareness and humility are like huge to me, and I am proud that I'm always over checking myself, and I'm anxious. I'm looking at everything I say or do or how it's experienced from others, and I'm always taking inventory on everything. So I know how I present to public during certain times, whether it's being an entertainment source or whether it's being me being real. So I'm very conscientious about that and proud that I can turn around and be like, I can see myself being presenting this way to someone that's consuming my content. I know it's weird, but yeah, self-awareness. I'm proud of that.
It shows, and isn't it sometimes just mentally exhausting to do all of that and take so much care of what you said? Because I can relate, but then those that don't, it's just
it kills me.
Yeah.
It really kills me, and it makes me cynical at times, and I got to pull my ass out of that little stage of cynicism. And losing faith in it's the holiday season. I can't lose faith in human beings. I love that humans always surprise me with the most beautiful things ever, and it's usually when I'm least expecting it. And it's wonderful. It's the greatest thing in life. So,
from my experience, I can see that too. From you, I've seen you be very grateful or. Like, yeah, not to bring this down, like all people, but no, you also, when even things that I've shown you or done, or you're like, you lift people up, you're very congratulatory, you're very, you're just self-aware.
Yeah.
All right, so how much you bench?
Oh, shit.
Next question.
I work out, so I don't work out, so I don't know.
All right, so let's say 1,000.
Okay, so I would say a pinball machine.
Nice.
I don't know. Does that be too much? So
would that be too much? For someone that doesn't work out, that's probably too much.
Okay. Well, what is a normal bench thing? I don't
It's
know.
not. It wasn't supposed to be that much of a question.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. It depends how bro you are, because most of them just lie.
I'm not bro. I'm very, very not bro. I present to a lot of people in this industry as bro-like, with being loud or being colorful. But I am very not. I'm introverted. I play an extrovert, but I'm very introverted, so I'm not bro at all. Unless you need me to be, and then I'll be a bro. But
I think the answer is how much do you bench is enough. I think that would be the correct answer. Yeah,
that's nice.
Okay, so now I know we just got away from this little negative thing, but we're at the pinnacle of here. We got 2 more questions.
You have me on. You know what you're getting, people.
I need you to air a grievance, a pinball grievance. It can be. No, I'll eat up. Are you good? I can eat up dead air until you got
20
it.
seconds. Let me have 20 seconds to think.
Let me ramble while you got 20 seconds. Yep. Here's what I'm going to talk about. While you air a pinball grievance, and update on Mabel for everyone else out there. She's doing great. Yeah, she's doing great. Still waiting on stuff, but she's pretty. She's very pretty. She's in the other room laying down. She just had food. She's one of the most food motivated dogs ever. You can train her to do anything. Speak in Canadian. I was going to say speak Canadian, which is just a woof a. Yeah. You good? Because eating up dead air. Unless I could grab the guitar.
No, I'm gonna air a grievance. It's not my best interest to do so. It is the holiday season, so I'll try to be kind. Man, I wanted to think of something cutesy and witty for my grievance, like everybody else is gonna do. I'm just not in that space right now. I would say my grievance would be individuals. Oh God, it's so easy to shit on podcasters and media people.
Shit on me, do
it's
me.
So well, no, I'm saying it's easy to do that. If you go on Pinside or something, it's like,
oh yeah,
consumers versus creators, and it's just like crap on the creators because they're singing and dancing for free kind of thing, and they don't work that hard, so whatever. But my holiday grievance would be the lack of awareness that people have, and they, whether it's conscious or subconsciously, they value the form of entertainment that they are consuming in media here in pinball more so than the well-being of others. And what I mean by that is sometimes it's not convenient to have integrity, because when you're just enjoying this as a hobby, as I do as well, you just like, yeah, I like listening to that, or I like watching that just because it's fun, right? I don't want it to get too serious. It's my hobby. I get that. I understand that. But if there is knowledge that stuff out in our industry and our community is actually hurting people, it's tough to see those people being like, yeah, but anyway, but I'm still just consuming the entertainment. Like, fuck it, I really don't care. Like that lack of awareness, like it's dirty and disgusting. And it sucks to see people being like, well, I know that he robbed somebody and threatened and to harass someone. But then again, he speaks the truth. Okay. Well,
yeah.
Maybe that's still not okay though. I don't know. So yeah, that's my grievances. Come on, people, just be normal.
It's the holiday. Yeah. Be good to one another.
Yeah.
Come on. Give presents.
Just be decent.
Send us presents. Send me presents.
Don't do real shitty things and think that an apology is going to fix it 40 times in a fucking year. Yeah, I would love to go around, smack somebody in the face and be like, oh, sorry. And that'd be okay for me to smack somebody a week from now if I wanted to. That's not how life works. And that's not how this hobby should work. Well, having said that, go play some pinball.
Let's play some pinball. I haven't had a segue there, but here's the segue that I don't have. What do you want for Christmas this year?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What do I want I want my little den. That's what I want. I want Dennis Creasel hanging out with me, sitting in a rocking chair with Greg Bone on my other side in a rocking chair, and us cracking walnuts, talking stories, and maybe me reading them a story on a blankie or something. I don't know. I just, honestly, what I want for Christmas is just good people in my life and hanging out with my family and my friends and the people that I respect. I just want everything for them. And if it means me going out of my way to provide that for them, then I will do everything I can to do so, because that's my life, is providing for the people I love. So that's that's what I want.
Yeah, very commendable and accurate answer. When's the last time you had a walnut, though? I mean, legit. The last time you had to crack a walnut.
Isn't that a holiday nut? There's it's chestnut.
Well, no, I'm not.
Chestnuts roasting. Or is it a walnut? It's a nut of some type. My son's allergic to some tree nuts, so I wouldn't want to like rub it on his face. But yeah.
Wow, this is getting a lot of innuendo. I'm not nut racist. I'm just like an actual walnut, taking the time to a nuttist. Yeah, I'm not a nuttist.
What does the nutcracker call for? Does that call for a chestnut or a walnut or a
walnut? You got to crack that fucker. That's big.
So nutcracker is nutcracker. Is that just one type of nut that goes into the nutcracker?
Oh no! I mean, my grandmother would have a smorgasbord of various nuts that none are worth the crack, the effort. Do
cashews have a shell, or do they just come like that? I've never seen a cashew in a shell.
I'm not a nuttist, as we already talked about.
Pistachios are overrated.
No, are you serious?
You know, I think cashews are overrated. Waxy, oily, nasty old things. You know what nut I like the most? A salted peanut. I'm a taproot guy.
Sure.
Get rid of these fancy green nuts. I don't need oily sweet nut. Just give me a salted peanut.
I mean, I get it. Like a nice, sack of nuts, salty, great. Just run of the mill. But really, cashews, pistachios, nah, huh?
No pecans, pecan. No.
Oh.
I don't need any of it. Don't put it in my cookies. No.
I mean, I do regret having you on.
Beer.
Based on those, I regret having you on as a first guest. No offense.
None taken.
Yeah, good. Well, hey, man, thanks. Thanks for being the first guest. Good morning. Happy holidays. Thanks for being the first of 12 testicles in a large scrotum sack on Getting to Know Your Balls. Merry Christmas to you, your family. Good to see you again. It was a blast on TPN. I hope we stay in contact.
Thanks for everything you did.
Yeah. Let's keep doing this. Let's stay in touch. And happy holidays.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. See ya.
Ho, ho, ho.
On the second day of fall, pinball gave to me one half of Meth and the shoeman Zach Meny.
Well, speaking of pain in the dick, thanks for joining the show on such short notice. Jeff Teolis, welcome to the Pinball Party. 12 Days of Balls.
Why did you invite me? You've already got Meth. Like, that's way, way better than anything I could do or Marty.
You're not wrong. Well, I mean, but you're kind of his dad, so I owe you something.
Okay. It's good to talk to you, Jason. I love your show.
Yeah, hey, same. Your show, Final Round, for those uninitiated, I remember, I think it was the amount of times you've said the word cunt that really was like, all right, I'm on board. Sign me up. This is my shit. But it was totally, I think you've mentioned it on your show in the past, and I have. It is no lie exactly how Pinball Party started. I usually listen to Final Round walking the dog with Mabel. And there started to become this lack of like, yo, what the fuck? I need some more Final Round in my ears. And I emailed you, and I was like, a couple like jovial things back and forth of like, hey, talk about this. And then I was like, yo, you should record more, or I'm going to just have to, and I don't want to. And then I just did. And
so what I'm understanding is if we recorded more Final Rounds, Pinball Party Podcast wouldn't exist.
Correct.
If that's the case, I apologize to everyone.
Yeah, and samesies. Like,
I'm kidding.
I'm not. Well, yeah, so then that's where Meth came from. If anyone doesn't know, and a lot of people are a big fan of Meth because he's such a piece of shit, it was a combination of Jeff and Marty from Final Round, J and M, Meth. That's you two. So how do you feel about being a, I guess, illegitimate father to a robot?
Well, I'm used to it. Let's be honest. Every time I drive by a school, I honk the horn and wave just in case. You just never know, right?
Yeah, you don't know. You're right.
No, I do know because I'm a ginger and I'm lucky to have a wonderful wife and Anne. And I know my limitations. I know I know what's out there, but it's very cute, the Meth thing, and a lot of fun and everything you've done with the electric bat people. And it's entertaining, You've got my vote for Twippy Best New Podcast. Oh, too soon.
Shit. Well, you have my vote for most pinball talk of any episode ever from your last episode on Final Round with Marty.
God, did that feel good?
I thought from like reading it, like, oh, this might be a joke, and then but you had me for like the first 15 minutes, like, oh, they'll get to it, but you didn't.
The funniest part about that is Marty and I said this is the podcast where we will not talk about pinball at all, but we kept teasing it and teasing it. And so if you listen carefully, Marty's like killing himself every time I say, we're going to get to that, which is something we never did. And why did we do it? Is it a real fuck you? Or is it a real just, hey, if you've ever listened to Final Round, all we're trying to do is make each other laugh and have fun, and two good chums that live on total opposite sides of the world. You just happen to be listening to it. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. You just happen to turn it on. Oh, I love it. Yeah. For those out there, go listen to Final Round. And don't you do other, like you and Marty both have like other podcasts on the side that you're like cheating on each other with or whatever?
So for 8 years, I'm in my 8th year now of Pinball Profile. And that's just a real, always about positivity. We don't get into any negative stuff, no drama or anything like that. Just all different walks of life of people in pinball. And really short, kind of 10, 15 to maybe 45-minute max interviews. And really not news of the week or anything like that. Just who are these people? Why are they in pinball? What's the common bond? What's something interesting outside of pinball? And I enjoy doing that a lot. So they, the wonderful Marty and Ryan C., years ago, created my favorite podcast ever. It's called Head to Head Pinball. And these two Aussies were just busting each other's balls. It just made me laugh out loud. I remember the first couple times I heard this, I'm like, oh, shit, that's the podcast I wish I did. But not to take anything away from Pinball Profile. I love doing that. But to be able to crack jokes like that and just be so damn funny. And honest to God, the name of that show, the name of Final Round should be called Zero Shits Given. We just, we're doing it for ourselves. You just happen to be listening. And so I loved that show. And then when the TPN and Zach Meny and Greg Bone and I think Jason Fowler at the time and all these other wonderful people put together the Pinball Network, they asked if I want to do one on competition pinball. And I thought, oh, I don't really want to do it by myself. The funny thing is, one of the people they actually asked me to do it with was Josh Sharp.
Oh.
And I just didn't think Josh would do it. And I kind of really wanted to keep either Ryan and or Marty on air. Ryan was doing his own kind of thing at that point. So I'm like, this is perfect for Marty and I. Marty and I, we chat every week anyway. And slowly we kind of got away from competition pinball. We get into it, but COVID happened. So there was no competition. So,
yeah.
I mean, if you listen to some of those early on episodes, you can hear me really not having a mental breakdown, but just not doing well with COVID and just giving less and less of a shit of what's going on. And I mean, there's one episode where we're absolutely hammered. We've got a bunch of people on. It was the year Pinburg was canceled, and we had a bunch of people on for a mock Pinburg trivia thing. And basically, it was just everybody that was on the show was pissed. It was awesome.
Yeah. Well, you're in the wrong place because this show, we take things serious. All right. We don't,
right.
foolery. All right.
Sorry.
No, sorry. Yeah.
I'll smarten up.
It's as close as church as you can get in the pinball, world. So,
well, this is bullshit, Jason. You told me, hey, I'm doing 12 days of Festivus and 12 days of airing grievances, and it's not that. There hasn't been one grievance yet.
It's 12 days of balls. We'll get to that. So it's officially called 12 days of balls, and again, very serious. This is no time for jokes. We're gonna have some questions. Let's get into the questions. Again, serious, please. We'll start out soft with something pinball related, which is pretty stupid. What's your favorite pinball thing of the year? It could be game, it could be a rule change, it could be a tournament, it could be, it could be me, it could be, when someone says, what's your favorite pinball thing of 2023? What strikes you hot?
The first thing I think of when I think of 2023 is just how many games came out. It's crazy. At TPF to see 7 new games. In Chicago at Expo to see 4 new games. Spooky just announced 2 more games. We're probably, I don't know when this airs, we might hear something from Stern very soon for another game. And just, Haggis with Centaur coming out. And just, it was such a great year for manufacturers, and I hope they all survive and do well, and I hope there's that much need for pinball. I think the business models will dictate their survival, and I think for the most part they've all got it under wraps. So that was the biggest thing in 2023. Just wow. I mean, we've had some kind of soft years over the last couple, and I think COVID was a big thing, and manufacturing, the ability to get parts, but this year was just an explosion. I'd be shocked if we have something like this again in 2024, but it felt good.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And that is enough about pinball. I mean, so let's move on. Number
Good.
2, very 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 important. Do you believe in aliens?
Do I believe in aliens? Sure. Yeah, I'm not passionate by any means and anything like that, but to think we're the only ones in the universe, that doesn't make sense.
Similar but different. Do you believe in ghosts?
I don't know. Probably not if I'm leaning towards one thing. When I was a kid, for sure.
Yeah.
And boogeymen and things in the closet and under the bed. Fuck yeah, those were all real. But as I got a little older and started to sleep with the lights off, around 35, it was they went less and less away. Now, that being said, I'm an absolute chicken shit when it comes to watching any kind of horror movie.
Oh, same.
I will tell everybody, you have to watch The Exorcist. It's the scariest movie ever. Yet I won't watch it. I mean, if I do, I have a pillow in front of my face. I'm not even trying to be funny. Even the sounds scare the shit out of me, and I just can't see it. But it's a masterpiece.
Yeah. Do you have you mentioned kind of the as a kid monsters and boogeymen and all that. Do you have a favorite, and I'm quoting here, maybe real monster like a Sasquatch or Loch Ness or Chupacabra or any of those things that may or may not? Do you have a favorite that you are like, oh, that's my jam. That's the
Well, as you may or may not see at the upcoming Indisc next week, I've always been partial to Bigfoot. Bigfoot for sure. I think it's all bullshit, of course, but I like the myth of it. And I I had a special shirt made for Indisc. I have a massive T-shirt collection. It's the one thing that keeps me unique. I think. I'll get back to Bigfoot. But growing up, really, really poor, and you were judged by what you were wearing, and it better have been part of the uniform, whether it was whatever the top, whether it was Ralph Lauren, whether it was Nike, whatever the hell it was. And it really bothered me. Like, I have to fit in that way. Whereas, once I became older and certainly can have the affordability to do this kind of thing, I was adamant I will never wear anything that I think anyone else wears. So I go out of my way to make or find really bizarre T-shirts. So I had one made from my good buddies at Ulick's store. They made me a Steve Austin and Bigfoot shirt from the $6 Million Man. So I think, that's good for Indisc.
Wait, where did you grow up? In Canada?
Yep, I grew up in London, Ontario, Canada. So it's exactly halfway in between Detroit and Toronto.
Okay. My only Canadian experience is flying in for like fishing trips,
North Ontario, probably.
Yeah, going up through International Falls and then flying out Crooked
You're
Lake.
in Wisconsin. Why do you have to come to Canada? You've got a gabillion lakes there, and you're so close to Minnesota. And
Oh, it was not my choice. It was like, dad and friends and that. Like, hey, do you want to do this? You don't really have a choice. Yeah, no, cool. Do it anyway. Here's a week.
Yeah.
Fuck, God
like
damn
winter fishing with frozen ice? Oh,
No.
I've never done that.
No, you kill me. No, summer stuff, Crooked Lake. I actually, won, unbeknownst to me, a contest for the biggest northern pike of 2001. I don't know. I wasn't in I caught a big fish. What the fuck? And then I got $150 in the mail from Canada. It was like, hey, you got a big fish, eh? And, like, what? I didn't sign up for this. I don't know. And my dad was all happy. I'm like, I don't give a shit. It's fucking fish. Okay. Sasquatch, Probably jealous of the big foot, the big dick, all that. You know, we surmise that. Tell me, what is your favorite curse word, and please enunciate it.
I'm not stealing this from Ricky Gervais, but he is a god to me, and we have one thing in common. And the word is cunt. And now, would I call a woman this? Absolutely not. But what I love about that word is that it gets people's backs up so much. Yeah. When really, technically, you should be just offended if I called you a dick or an asshole. They're all the same thing. They're all reference a body part, but it's just in Canada, in England, and in Australia, it's actually a term of endearment. Like, you're my good buddy. Yeah, Jason's a good cunt. You know, and it what it does is it takes away from any kind of vitriol meaning or anything like that. Like, it doesn't insult anybody. It's not like a horrible racist word or anything like that. And there are a bunch of those that are disgusting or derogatory to someone's religion, sexuality, any of those type of things. I have no time of day for those kind of things.
Right.
But the C-bomb is just it's used in fun. In fact, we probably do drop a few on final round. I used to beep them out, and now I'm like, you know what?
Yeah,
I think people get that it's not done as any type of a vicious remark.
It's an endearing word. I agree.
It is. It's great. Does my wife like it? Probably not. But
my wife respects it. Like, it's, you know, it's not like I'm going to replace sweetheart with cunt, but she gets like you said, if you call a woman a cunt or a bitch, that's not a good idea. If you call a friend or a guy that, it's like, oh, you know, appreciate it.
So that being said, words are just words to me. They don't have deep meaning.
Right.
That being said, and the Pinball Party podcast gets this exclusive that nobody gives a shit about, but my nickname for my wife and hers for me is Stupid.
Wait.
Hey, Stupid, can you go get the dog? Hey, Stupid, all the time, and we do it in front of our parents and stuff, and the parents are like, "Oh my God, they're in a fight." No, we do it as a joke, just stupid. We call each other stupid all the time, and I love my wife more than, you know, as much as I love my kids and anything else in the world, and I would like to think vice versa. Yeah, but stupid is just this. So think about how much words really mean to me. So dropping a C-bomb, calling somebody stupid, it's not vicious at all. It may sound that to those others, but
we don't want them around anyway. Tell me something about yourself that you're proud of, please. I shouldn't demand that you tell me. I'm asking on behalf of the community too.
What am I proud of?
Yeah.
Geez,
that's a tough one.
I know. Okay. I do a lot of pinball, and a lot of people will see me at events and they say, "Do you not work?" Well, I'm proud of the work I do. And I've been in radio this is my 30th year of professional broadcasting. So I guess I'd say I'm proud of that. You know, it's not the easiest industry to stick around in. And, you know, I see, you know, the back nine ahead of me, which is great. But it's been fun, and, you know, we've survived everything, you know, TV is going to kill radio. Digital is going to kill radio. The internet, Spotify, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm, as somebody who sells for a living, that's not the case. And I love my job, and I'm proud of being in radio for 30 years. There you go. It's very selfish. I should say I'm proud of my kids and everything like that. But
sure. Well, yeah. All right. So
that's hokey.
We got three more. The last one I'm going to ask you now, but don't answer it yet, because when I asked Zach, Mr. Meny, he was like, he had to think about it for a second. So the one I'm going to ask you in a second is for you to air a pinball grievance, a complaint about pinball, something that's
I've already got it.
Oh shit! Let's just skip to that right now. In the holiday spirit of Festivus from the Seinfeld fans, airing of grievances is one of the most important parts. So please air a pinball grievance.
How the fuck did you call Zach before me?
Ooh.
Why? Because he's the bigwig of the Pinball Network, and he's Mr. FlipNOut Pinball, and he's
when I buy my pinball shit, I buy from FlipNOut.
the greatest distributor in the North America. Oh,
That's
I am
good.
hurt deeply, Jason. Hurt deeply. I kid. I love Zach. But
let's move
that's
on.
my grievance.
Okay. Yeah. How much you bench?
How much do I bench?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember benching. It's been a long, long time.
Okay, so Jeff says
Long time.
1,030 pounds. That's pretty impressive.
I can barely lift anything. My left arm. So think about. I have pinball machines that are on rubbers at my house, so they don't move much. But I don't do death saves or anything like that. But
Wait, on
sometimes
rubbers?
you want to on newer Stearns. You certainly can give one big move with the debounce, and you get the double danger, and you're fine. Well, when they're on rubbers, it's really hard to move them. And I moved really hard left to right. And I did something in my left arm that I don't know if I could pick up a bag of groceries right now. How sad is that? It sucks getting old, Jason.
Shoulders, man.
It was it's my elbow. I don't know what I did. Yeah.
Okay. No one can see what I'm
No,
you can see
that's
what
my
I'm
right
doing.
hand. That's my right hand.
Oh,
I'm
right.
good.
Yep. Okay.
Cut that down to a science.
Very efficient. Last question. What do you want for Christmas this year?
The same thing I want every single year. Nothing. Anne just asked me, just a few days ago.
Anne
"Hey,
is stupid, right? That's what we're talking about. Stupid.
My lovely wife. She isn't stupid. She's affectionately known as stupid to me.
Okay.
And I'd bust anybody in the mouth if they ever called her stupid. So only
Another
I get to
grievance.
call Anne stupid, and she calls me stupid. But anyway, no, nothing. I have such a blessed life. I can't think of. I need nothing. I want nothing. Health, if I'm being selfish, but that's more for my family. Nothing. There's nothing.
Since that was too good of an answer, I'm going to ask one more that I probably should have asked earlier because I'm still filling this out. You're guest number 2 or 3. I think you're 2. And I'm doing this all last minute. And since we're right on the precipice of 2024, what are you looking forward to most in pinball in 2024?
2 things. I've been waiting for a long time for Mr. Elwin's next game. So if Jaws is in fact that, I'm looking forward to that. First of all, it's a theme I love. And I just love playing Elwin's games. I love that these companies, and not just Stern, but everybody has hired really good players and competitive players for not only design, but also for rules. And I think pinball has gotten a lot better, especially in the home market. They're very valuable and you can play for a long time. They're very deep, but Elwin he's the maestro. He really has figured it out. But the other big thing too, and I don't know if you saw the teaser videos, I did and got a little excited. There's a wonderful company that was known as Papa, and they had a teaser video coming soon in 2024. Does that mean Pinburg? Does that mean Papa? Does it mean one or the other or both? That I'm looking forward to finding out, because those are really what got me not only into competitive pinball, but got me to do Pinball Profile, my podcasting, because I would go to these events and I would see, holy cow, there's at the time Lyman Sheets, there's Bowen Cairns, there's Keith Elwin. These are all these legends in pinball that I get to play with and play against. Like, no matter how good I am at any other sport, whether it was baseball, golf, or anything else like that, I'd never get to play against the best in the world. But competition pinball, you get to do that, and you get to talk to these people, and that's what really fascinated me about pinball. As much as the games are fun, it was really the competition and the seeing people, whether it's once, twice, several times a year, from all different walks of life, and they all come together for these competitions. There's nothing more exciting in pinball for me than that side of competition pinball.
Well, in the vein of doing stuff with people in a realm that are very impressive, I thank you very much for joining. I look forward to the final round all the time. You are natural talent at this stuff, both from just like your intuitiveness, the humor. I mean, you got a fucking silky smooth voice. You know what you're doing. And I don't know. I truly enjoy listening to everything you do and a little back and forth via email and all that. And, it was awesome to have an excuse to finally get you on. I know this was kind of last minute, so thank you very much. I'm going to continue.
Marty would be on too. It's just we're in a weird daytime. Like, it's Right now it's 3 a.m. his time. So
When he's
you can
drunk, right?
imagine he's got to be hammered for sure.
Yeah.
So,
Good.
but busting his nuts, working hard for Haggis. So I know he loves the show just as much as I do. We get such a giggle out of it. So Jason, you keep doing this. I know there was a little bit of a lull there, but I hope you have fun doing it. It's fun for us on the other end listening to it. So keep it up.
All right. You too. Happy holidays. Thanks for joining. We'll see you later.
See you, Jason.
On the third day of balls, pinball gave to me. Joel from Triple Drain, one half of Math, and the shoeman Zach Meny.
Merry Christmas, Joel. Thanks for joining. I think this is the third day of balls.
Sure. Yeah. I bet the first two were so great.
Yes. You may or may not have listened to them. We'll just say you did. And you loved them.
As of right now, I sure haven't. But
Yeah.
but future me will love them. Yes.
Oh, I guarantee it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we're doing 12 days of balls, and I'm just getting guests on that I've either had before, I like, or whatever. You fall into multiple categories. Someone in pinball I like, someone I've had on the podcast before, one of my favorite pinball media column personalities, if that's weird or not. You're one of my faves, man. Thanks for coming on.
I really appreciate that. No, I got the text from you. You said you want to do. It's like I don't even have to read it. I'm like, whatever, man. I'm in. Whatever you need. I know it'll be a fun time. Yeah, I'm there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, any big plans we'll see if you're day 3. So any big plans in 9 days, wink, wink?
Oh, 9 days. Wink, wink. Sure. Yeah. No, I mean, we got family, a lot of family Christmas. Luckily, family's in town. Like relatively close. So I don't know how you talk past tense, but we would have already had my family's Christmas, and then we have my wife's family Christmas, and then our own. It'll be great. And when you have little kids, a 3 and a 5-year-old, they're just like, this is the best time of year for them, and they're just loving life. So it's pretty great.
And in this family get together that you previously had, how many golf carts were involved? Roughly.
None. Just because I have a golf cart doesn't mean it gets driven all year round. Things get cold in Indiana. Yeah,
it's true. Well, I, if you don't mind, that's how I like to picture your life. So let me have that, please.
you can
so
have it.
Let's say I edited it and Joel said four golf carts. That's interesting. Wow, that's a lot of golf carts.
Yeah, none of my family actually drives a car anymore. It's just golf cart all the time. And that's just how we roll.
Man, isn't life wonderful? Yeah.
Oh, it's the best. Yeah.
Well, since we've gotten to know your balls in the past, we as in the audience and myself, this was a long time ago. I don't remember. You're on the Pinball Party, I think, when I was still on TPN back in the 80s or whatever that was. So we're gonna ask you some more questions in Pinball Party fashion. Rarely is this to do with pinball, but surprisingly, this first one is. So let's get to it. Third day of balls with Joel Engelberth. Go check out Just Another. Do you even do Just Another?
Realistically now, I was doing too many things, and so to focus, I do Triple Drain with Tom and Travis. Have a great time there, and then I do the FlipNOut stream, and then on the FlipNOut YouTube channel, and then I also sometimes do one-on-one interviews. And we just post that on YouTube. It's just way easier for people to find interviews after the fact on YouTube than we found on SoundCloud or whatever. So if I'm going to do a one-on-one interview with somebody in the industry, I'd prefer to just keep it on YouTube. That way people can find it, months and months or years later. And so basically just flipping out on YouTube and Triple Drain on the Pinball Network.
And speaking of Tom, Travis, I wanted to have all three of you on. I was telling Joel before we went on air here. I just thought, fuck, that's going to be hard to get all three people on at once. But honestly, in spirit, you're here. So Joel is speaking on behalf of both Tom and Travis. One of my favorite.
Well, podcasts. Travis's audio would cut out in about 30 seconds. So
so it's
basically the same. Yeah.
And Tom isn't really going to talk. So.
Oh, that you said 30 minutes, you're shooting for her. You would have pushed 2 hours easy with Tom.
Oh, yeah, that's true. All right. So end of the year, what has been your favorite pinball thing this year? Whether it's a game, a tournament,
my favorite pinball thing, honestly, is probably my brother now streaming with me. I
can see that.
Yeah, that was a complete surprise. He moved down here last year from far away, and he's never been a pinball person. But at the time, he had accepted a new job, but his family hadn't moved down, so he was actually living with my parents for a few months. And just as an offering of like, hey, I know you don't want to hang out with our folks every night, so like, hey, you should come stream with us or stream with me. And he's really having him a part of that has been really a ton of fun. So not only do I think it adds something to the stream, but obviously hanging out with him is really cool, or having like a dedicated scheduled event, with your brother once a week is a ton of fun. And then Pinball Expo in Chicago Pinball Expo, having people, my brother Jared came for a day and have people he came on Saturday, and to like have people come up to him and we're like excited to see him. And like,
I bet that felt good.
It was really cool. It was really cool to see, like, he just thinks it's so strange, just a person streaming in their basement. Like, why would anybody watch this? But then to actually be a part of it, see the fun of streaming and see the fun and the amazing people in the pinball community, and then to actually physically interact with them at Expo. And it was a blast. So I would say, probably overall just having my brother involved.
Man, I'm jelly. One, I don't have a brother, but if I did, I might want to play pinball. I have a sister. She doesn't live close enough to play pinball, but I can see it, man. Like, I mean, seeing you two, it's cool. Not to be corny, but like kind of the brotherly love, it shows, and I think it's awesome. All right. This is a very similar question, but do you believe in aliens?
Do I believe in aliens? Geez, apparently we're supposed to now with some of the government stuff that's going on. Like, there was a few days where I started diving into that, and I'm like, what is going on? And there, I just get to some of those questions where I'm like, is this really what I want to get locked into right now or think about? So I think my answer is still, I'll pull a Travis Murray and I'll just sit on the fence and I'll go, I have no idea. I have no idea. I do believe the galaxy is really freaking big. So statistically, there's got to be. But yeah, this government stuff coming out, it's like, oh yeah, no, we've done that. It's like, oh, okay, well, apparently it's real. So
right.
I don't know.
I'm waiting for one of these balls of Christmas. Someone's like, oh yeah, and then they tell me like, oh yeah, I got anally probed and all that.
No,
I
definitely saw one.
Whoa.
Yeah. What's weird to me is, now a lot of these tougher questions, it's like, how do I explain this to my kids? So honestly, I don't want my 5-year-old to be like, Daddy, is there aliens? Because I don't know the right answer for that. Because if I say yes, I don't want her to freak out about it. But if I say no, I don't, it's all of a sudden some of these tougher life questions are like, how do I filter it down to a 5-year-old? And
Santa is an alien.
Yes,
Easter Bunny, we've
had a lot of Santa questions recently. A lot of them.
How old is your
5.5 and 3.5? So
okay.
Like, why is he living in the North Pole? Like, why doesn't he live somewhere nice? I'm like,
don't bring up logic. Stop it.
I don't know.
Yeah. It's where the aliens are. Okay. Do you believe in ghosts?
I don't know. Maybe it's not I'm not worried. Like, do I expect to ever run into one in my life? No. But am I going to tell somebody who swears they have that they're wrong? No.
Yeah.
So,
which is also kind of what I'm looking for. Someone to say yes. And my mother in the middle of the night haunts me until then I freak out. And
got it. I've never experienced. No, I've yet to run into that.
If you do, shoot me a text.
I will.
Make sure
you'll be the first person I'll tell.
I can't wait. Yeah. 70 years old. Like, who the fuck is this? Why is this person just...
Jason, it happened. It happened. You were right.
Pinball doesn't exist. We got computers in our head. And what? Okay. What is your favorite, I'm quoting here, maybe real monster to think about or talk about? Sasquatch, Loch Ness Monster, Yeti. Do any of these tickle your fancy?
Probably it would be like Bigfoot, and it's solely because my nephew is obsessed with Bigfoot. Like, he loves Bigfoot. He loves the idea of Bigfoot and Yetis and Sasquatch, or what is the Chupacabra or something like
Chupacabra.
Whatever that. He's 7, and he's all into it. So the idea that I also love the idea that there are grown men that are like that go to the woods and listen for it, and they're like, I swear I've seen him, and I think it's hilarious. Yeah. So if there's any chance there's any truth to that, that would be absurd and crazy. But it's also, I think it's the one monster that I think would be the funniest. I don't know why. Just
Yeah.
this ape gorilla man. There's no way, but
Until it
whatever.
mauls you and just like eats. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun. Oh, look at, you're just like, oh, look at that funny thing. Oh shit,
Hey, it
it's
was
killing
real.
me.
I need to tell my nephew. No,
Yeah.
okay.
No,
Dead.
I'm
Ghost.
dead.
I'll tell him
Oh.
as a ghost. I'll tell him as a ghost.
Joe Bob the ghost.
I'll haunt
then
him.
Your nephew will text me like, yeah, I saw this in my uncle's will. Like, who are you? And I'm like, oh, weird kid.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm tentatively excited to ask you specifically. Out of all 12 people that are tentatively scheduling is fucking crazy, by the way. Of will this happen? You're actually the favorite person I'm going to ask this question to. What is and please pronounce your favorite curse word?
Oh no. What is my favorite curse word? I do not curse much at all.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just in my household growing up. I remember I said, I was doing math homework one night. I think it was 5th or 6th grade. And I said out loud, I said, man, this sucks. And my mom was so pissed. She was so pissed. I would probably say either bitchin', because my dad will say that. My dad doesn't curse much, but when he gets really fired up and he complains, that's his word when somebody's complaining. And he's like, they're just bitching about this. And it's just like when he gets so fired up, I just think it's funny. Yeah. Or the other thing, and maybe some people don't think it's a curse word, but my father-in-law who passed, one of his favorite things, and it's the way he said it, he'd go, what the hell? And he'd say it like that. And it was just it became like a joke in the family.
Like a 2-syllable
like,
hell?
Yeah,
hail.
What the hell? And it's just how he said it. And it just like, we'd hear him say it in the other room, whatever he's doing. And it's almost just became a joke and we'd like mutter it. But then good quality, like shit. That's always good.
I like a shit with a good accent on a swear word is fun.
Shit.
Yeah, shit.
But
yeah.
I don't know. Those are I feel like I'm I stubbed my toe. It's just, it's
what happens when you stub your toe? You're like, oh shit.
That's it. Yep. Yeah. Oh, what the hell?
Oh heck.
Heck. Yeah. No, I don't know. It just doesn't. It's just never been a habit of mine. Yeah.
No, that's awesome, man. All right. Tell me something, or please. I got to rephrase this. It's like I'm demanding. Would you please tell me something about yourself that you're proud of? It's a tough one for us humble Midwesterns.
This is awful, but it's
Oh,
I like being positive, and it's just to be to know that I have been in. My brother the other night made a joke, and he's like, somebody on stream said something about like Joel being in a bar brawl, and my brother's like, Joel, have you ever been in a brawl? In general, like a brawl, and I'm like, I'm a larger dude, and I'm somewhat intimidating until you meet me, but I just don't. I would much rather de-escalate the situation and not a back down thing. It's more of just like, let's come to terms here, or like let's de-escalate. And I don't know. I like that. I like that. I don't know, would rather, when I see, whether it's in pinball, friends, family, whatever it is, to feel like I have the potential ability to step in and de-escalate and show respect and communicate that. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if that's a proud thing, but I don't know why I resort to that, but I'm glad I can, because it's, there's just way too much anger, and, there's just way too much anger in the world, and you need some people that can calm things down a little bit.
I guess I should have been texting you a couple months ago, and I was just talking about on the podcast. I was angry for a couple months.
I'm all for people being passionate. If you're passionate about something and you get all worked up and you really get fired up about something, that's fine, but just don't take it out on other people. That's really
yes, I agree.
Yeah,
1,000%. All right. Well, we need more like you. For sure. Well, I'm saying that. I know you laugh, but it's true. The way you said it, like, de-escalating, like a confrontation or fight. It's not a, as you said, like I'll say it in a different way. It's not like you being a pussy. It's like the first thing you learn, I think, in really good martial arts schools, I grew up in martial arts for like 10 years and I taught it for a while of like, they drill into you basically like the best way to fight is to never fight. The best defense. Like, just don't. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that's what's tough with like online trolling, right? Is you read comments, whether it's on a YouTube video you make or a podcast you release or on Pinside, you know, somebody comment like saying, I mean, you get any content creator is going to get negative feedback. And the challenge there is how do you engage, or is it worth engaging? And if it is, how do you engage in a way where you voice your opinion without them potentially feeling attacked by it? Because if they feel attacked, they're just going to ignore it.
Yeah.
And it's only going to make things worse. And just trying to find that balance is really freaking hard to do that via the keyboard when nobody can see you or hear your tone. And it just it just comes down to so many people get so offended and mad and angry so quickly on the internet that sometimes not engaging is the smartest move. But if you're going to, how do you say it in a respectful way, you know, so you don't look like you're backing down or hiding, but yet not making the situation worse? And I'm not perfect at it, but I try.
But at the same time, like the internet does negative things that I've seen you get it experience. I've experienced some pretty nasty emails or responses to Pinball Party stuff of like, part of me also feels bad for how, you know, the people that will say negative things about me, either just directly via email, like, oh, your show sucks because of ABC or whatever. Mm-hmm. Like we're so disconnected now. The world is flat, or as they say, sociologically, is that the word? Sociologically? Sure. You know what I mean? That it's so easy to be angry and we're just not socially connected. So I kind of feel bad. Like it's not like these people at their heart, they just want to be loved and have friends too. The people that are mad at you. And it's like, man, so to your point, like if I ever engage or respond back, of course, initially I want to be like, well, fuck you and all this. You have no idea. in so many words, or maybe words. But at the end of the day, I don't want to make these people feel bad, but yeah.
Well, the last thing you want as a content creator, I mean, some content creators, they do want this, but as us, our content, like, we're just trying to share fun. We're just trying to I love pinball is a blast. Every pinball machine I get to play, I find something about it to enjoy. And that's what I'm trying to share is like, if this is a theme that you love, here's something about the game you may love. That doesn't mean I absolutely love this game or love every game. Everybody takes it as shilling. But even on Triple Drain, Triple Drain honestly is just me, Travis, and Tom having a fun conversation together that we happen to be recording. So if we're going to put time in...
Sometimes not Travis recording, I should say.
Oh, true. It's more Tom and I. But for us to share that with the world, we're hoping the laughter or the joy that we shared in that conversation is shared with the listener. And if the last thing we want is a negative feedback, like somebody that gets fired up by that, because it's like, hey, my goal here was not to piss you off. And I'm sorry you are mad.
Yeah.
And, we're not going to change our whole podcast, or, we're not... Some people think they're too long. Some people think they're too short. Some people think you should shut up about tournament talk. Other people want way more tournament talk. It's like, you can't please everybody. And I would just love it if people realize this is fun for us and we're just trying to share that with you. And unfortunately, if it's not fun for you, I'm really sorry. That's not the goal.
Yeah. How much you bench?
I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. I cannot tell you the last time I went into a weight room and benched something.
Let's put you down for 400 pounds then. That's impressive.
Easy. Yep. Yeah. I weigh about 240 and I can do push-ups. So
at least 240 then.
At least 240 would be my guess. Yep.
Okay. You're doing great. What do you want for Christmas this year?
What do I want for Christmas this year? The thing I'm most excited about is I'm getting this Spider-Man Lego. It's like a picture that you hang on the wall. It's pretty big. It's also pretty expensive. I think it's well over $100. My mom typically buys my brother and I each a Lego every year because she's like, you're adults, you can buy yourself whatever you want. But this is something I know you won't buy yourself. So the reason I'm excited about that is my son, 3.5, loves Spider-Man. So this is like a double whammy. I get a Lego that I get to put together for a few hours, and then the fact that I can hang it in his room and he's gonna love it. That's twofer.
Awesome.
That's a twofer.
That is a twofer.
So that's a twofer. So I'm pretty pumped about that. The other thing this is not your question, but I have my brother in Secret Santa. and that's on Saturday. So it will have already happened by the time this is out. My brother is obsessed with Magic the Gathering, obsessed with it. And
I can hang.
he is obsessed with it. And so I actually went to a card shop with him, and he was geeking out. He plays these older style cards, and I paid enough attention
Like
that
vintage or modern?
I got him a card from the series of what got him back into Magic. This was years and years and years ago. So it's an older card signed by the artist.
Can you tell me which one? Or if he listens, will he listen?
It's a Plains card. Would Jared listen? Yeah, but it'll have already happened. So it's
okay. You sure? When are you giving this to him?
Saturday. So 2 days.
Oh, we'll be cutting it close.
It's fine.
Okay.
I doubt he'll jump on it immediately.
All right. What'd you get him?
But no, so it'll so it's signed by the artist, and then I also know his favorite card is Aether Vial.
Yep.
And so there was this person on Etsy where they do these like metal engraved cards.
Oh,
like they're the size of a card, and I got him like this metal engraved Aether Vial card. So it's just one of those like. It's like I crushed it. Like I understand for us pinball people, if people try to buy us stuff for Christmas, we're so into the hobby that if it's something easily or readily available, we either already own it or we probably don't want it.
Yep.
So to get something very niche and very specific to a hobby you're super passionate about is a challenge, and I feel like I nailed it. So I'm like pumped to give them those in Secret Santa.
It sounds like, I think you did the right thing. As someone who played a lot of Magic growing up and Star Wars cards, that's some cool shit.
Yeah.
All right, I have two questions, but one, it's another great Joel question. If you have to think about it, but here's the question. In the spirit of Festivus, this is initially going to be, as you saw in the text, it's going to be a big, long Festivus thing, and then a part of the Festivus is airing a grievance.
Get the poll. Get
the poll and feats of strength. Honestly, here's my idea. When I first started texting you my thoughts with the feats of strength, that was the part that kind of ruined this because I only thought of it for a couple people. With Zach, I was like, all right, for the whole chunk that you're on, feats of strength, it'll be like Jason, have to shill FlipNOut the whole time.
When I buy my pinball shit, I buy from FlipNOut. From toppers or plates, I've got it figured out.
And Zach has to only talk about other distributors and like shill like Coin Take another way. And then for you, I was going to be like, I can't swear once. But you have to swear as much as you can to see who's stronger. Yeah, shit. Hail. Anyway, but it switched to something different. So in the spirit of Festivus, I would like you to air a pinball grievance. Either if you need a second to think about it, I'll ask you a different question first. It could be a complaint about a game, a rule, something stupid in pinball, whatever it may be. Do you have one at top of your mind?
My only grievance is obviously this last 2 weeks, everything going on with the Twippies. I see both sides of it. I get it. It's frustrating, when you see stuff. I'm part of TPN. You used to be part of TPN. If people really knew what TPN's all about, it's genuinely just a group of creators that have a Discord and have fun together. Like there's no everybody just assumes there's something happening in the background,
right.
Like that, like Zach is pushing all of us to like, hey guys, I got too many Venoms in stock. Like I need you guys to shill Venoms. And if they buy them, if I see an increase in Venoms, I'm going to give you X amount of money. Like
doesn't happen.
There's no money. And there's nothing, there's no priority. The reality is when either Jason or I submit a podcast, the only reason we're submitting a podcast is because there's only two people that actually have the abilities to upload it. And Zach happens to be one of them. He doesn't even listen to it before he uploads it. He just uploads it. There's no filtering. There's no editing. There's no critiquing like, hey, don't say anything bad about Godfather. It's just, it's really, I like being a part of TPN because it's a fun group of people. Honestly, I don't have to pay to do podcasting because they pay the server fees and all that stuff. And that's it. There's nothing else there. So I don't know. That would be my biggest grievance is there are people online that speak about the good old boys club or negativity or just assume people in media in general are getting kickbacks from like Stern or JJP. Like, no. I would love to get a kickback from any of them, but we don't Nobody does any of that. And it's just, we do this because it's fun. And you
here's
don't
our
have to assume it's more than that.
Our official request, Joel and Jason, give us kickbacks, please. That'd be great.
Yeah. I mean, I understand. Barrels of Fun, super awesome company. And the fact that Zach was able to, he's a distributor, and he was able to get a game from them that I was able to bring home from Chicago Pinball Expo. We have some awesome streams out there. Like, I know we've done well for Barrels of Fun, good publicity, good marketing. You know, the kickback I got from that is they sent me a t-shirt. And I'm super appreciative. Like, I'm happy to have the t-shirt because I'm not doing it for any other reason. I'm doing it because it's a brand new game that I'm excited to play. Had a great time with it on stream with my brother, and happy to help him out. Like, we found a few bugs that they fixed and like that's why I do pinball. I don't do it for, you don't have to assume I do it for, it's not for financial gain. You and I both know how much time and energy this takes. And
I'm insane for doing this 12 days thing. I don't know why I'm doing this.
So there's my grievance. Yep.
A Joel grievance.
Shit. And Ray Day just sucks.
Dude.
Yep.
True. Okay. Last question. What are you looking forward to most in 2024 in the world of pinball?
Well, honestly, I'd probably say Elwyn's next game. That's the only game when I'm looking at the radar.
Straight.
When I'm looking at the radar of what's coming out, a lot of these themes that have come out recently had been rumored and talked about for a while. I don't really know. I don't really know any other themes that are coming out. I was super impressed with Barrels of Fun with their first game, but I doubt that their next game would be out next year. If not, I'm excited. I was really impressed with Labyrinth. I'm excited to see what's coming out next. But Elwyn's next game, there's no way it's not good.
No.
So that'll be fun. That'll be really fun to play. But yeah, besides that, I don't know. I mean, there's been a lot of rumors that at some point in time, Spike 3 has to come out.
Yeah.
And that's something that it's sad that like the operating system is something I'm excited about, but I'm more just like, what does that mean? What does that mean for future Stern games in potential, whether it's a cabinet, an audio, a video, whatever? Like, what's the potential of all games moving forward that I'm excited about? So probably those things.
Yeah. Jaws. Maybe Jaws, I should say.
Maybe
and,
Jaws.
Maybe Jaws and Spike 3. All right, Joel. We are doing this during work hours, as we should be doing. I got a meeting in a little bit. I really appreciate you joining on such short notice. Happy holidays to you and your family. I always appreciate listening to what you're doing, watching what you're making. Keep doing what you're doing, getting all those kickbacks from flipping out with pinball and all that stuff. And I'll enjoy my kickbacks that I get in my fucking mansion. Anyways, thanks again. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Hey, keep doing what you're doing, man. I appreciate it. It's a lot of fun.
All right. Talk to you later, man.
See you, bud. Bye.
On the fourth day of balls, pinball gave to me John's Pinball Podcast, Joe from Triple Drain, one half of Math and the shoeman, Zach Meny.
All right. Well, hey, Don, welcome to the Pinball Party Podcast, 12 Days of Balls.
I'm so excited to be here. I can't wait to meet Meth.
Hey Don, lick my 12 days of balls.
You don't want to. Be careful what you wish for. That dude is a prick.
Eat shit.
I think he's like me. He's just misunderstood is the thing.
Yeah, he's misunderstood. Yeah, but the difference is you seem, at least from what I can see from afar, a nice guy. Meph's a piece of shit. So that's a big difference. Yeah.
My ruse is working though. That's good feedback for me. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, yeah, dude, you are just taking off in the pinball media world, and you seem to be so enthusiastic, and I don't know how you do it. I can't. I go like a week of like, oh yeah, and then I'm like, ugh. How do you do it, man?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, everybody has their cycle, right? But I don't record when I'm in a bad mood, so I guess that helps, But
Good
some
call.
news drop, something's going on, some kind of speculation, and I'm like, dude, I want to talk to everybody about this, so I just fire it up. Like, so this, I'm blessed. This doesn't feel like work for me. This is fun for me, so I'll keep going. I did a live stream last night. I just did one this morning. Now we're doing.
I just interrupted it.
Going. Yeah.
Yeah. These getting to know you, well, these 12 days of balls, I should say, are a little shorter than normal. Some other time, let's get together more and learn. I want to learn a little bit more about you in depth some other time.
Yeah.
But Merry Christmas to you and your family. I guess I don't know. You have a family, you have a wife, right? Do you have kids?
Yeah. Wife and kid, 12-year-old. Yeah. It's going to be great. Yeah, there's always this lead up to Christmas, and we're like, oh, is it here yet? Is it here yet? Everything's great. Everything's white and frosty. Christmas happens, and it's like, hey, guess what the real gift was? 2 more months of this cold nonsense with absolutely nothing to look forward to.
Well, yesterday it was like 40 degrees Fahrenheit.
I was in a t-shirt. It was great.
Yeah, I didn't have pants on. I was outside, taking a swim in the lake. That's Wisconsin for you. Whereabouts are you in Wisconsin?
Right in the dead center. Like, I'm adjacent to Stevens Point, West Virginia, Wisconsin. It's about 90 minutes upriver from Madison. Just right there in the middle. 90 minutes from District 82, 90 minutes from IO Arcade in Madison, 3 to MSP, 3 to O'Hare.
Yeah, so I have family in Wausau, and my parents went to college in Stevens Point U. So I'm familiar. I went to college actually in Wausau for like a year.
All right.
Yeah, just at Marathon County for like music theory, and then I was like, nah, don't want that. All right, let's get onto that some other time. This is the time to get to know your Christmas balls, if you will. So let's get right into it.
I got them decked out and dipped in glitter, so let's go.
I can see it. Everyone, if anyone wants to know, he has no pants on, balls dipped in glitter. It's disgusting, but I appreciate it. It fits the theme of this show. So, do you believe in aliens?
Absolutely, positively. Are you kidding? Of course. With an infinite amount of possibilities and an infinite amount of expanding expanse out there, of course there's something, whether it's fungus on a rock or some rock aliens chasing the Foo Fighters. Totally.
Do you believe in ghosts?
No, I believe in the band Ghost. I've seen them materialize in front of me a few times. I believe in Sweden. I believe in music. So in that sense, yes. In the sense, are there, metaphysical spirits around? No. But are there things that people can't explain? Yes. Do those things probably exist only within the minds of the observer? Probably. So, right. Depending on your definition of ghost. Yeah.
I think any sort of, for me, it's like anything that'll freak me the fuck out at night, which, what is that thing? Is it Wisconsin or Michigan? Maybe you'll know because you're a local. Yeah. There's like this, like the floating 2 lights thing. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but I come from the land of Mothman in West Virginia, so there's local legends of these supernatural creatures. They take different forms, I guess, depending on your cheese intake level.
Meth may be, we don't know. Yeah, he came out of nowhere. Well, he didn't. He came out of Jeff and Marty. But so you're from West Virginia?
Well, I'm from a small coastal city in California called Los Angeles. But then I, as a part of a social experiment, I moved to West Virginia in my 20s because houses there were free. And then I fell backwards into various professions and then ended up pursuing higher education as a hobby. And then ended up, moving all over the place. I've lived in the middle of Pennsylvania and Hershey. I lived in North Idaho. And right now I'm parked in the middle of Wisconsin. And it's awesome. I'm adjacent to Wisconsin Dells, man. I like roller coasters and theme parks. So this is not a bad place to be.
No, it's not. And then you mentioned earlier, like geographically, we're close, especially for pinball. You couldn't ask for a better spot.
This is it, man.
And we're not like... And like I see the machines. Yeah, I see the machines behind you in Wisconsin. Like you could leave a pinball machine in my front yard, no one's going to take it.
Right.
Chicago, they might shoot you in the head for it, but different.
California, somebody would move into it and claim squatters' rights, and you'd never be able to evict them from your coin box.
And they would. They'd piss on it. They'd shit on it, and they would be theirs. What is your favorite? Man, I challenge yourself if you can answer this because you seem to. You're all over the place with pinball this year in a good way. It's not insulting. What is your favorite pinball thing this year? Can you narrow it down to one thing?
Oh gosh, was it? It's the people and the friends that we made along the way. But next to that, it was Chicago Expo, and then probably Pinball Olympics. Holy garbage! That was amazing. Went to that? I went to that. Yeah, I was told I should go, and I said, "Heck it, let's waste part of a Saturday and check this thing out." And I'm still processing what exactly occurred while I was there. But it was, as somebody with a penchant for the absurd, it was right in my wheelhouse, man.
What is, speaking of absurd, possibly, do you have a favorite, quote, real monster? Loch Ness Monster, Sasquatch, Yeti, Chupacabra, meth,
Yeah. I mean, off the cuff, I would just go with Mothman because, from living in West Virginia as I did for as long as I did, long enough to pick up an Appalachian accent that I can use when it suits me.
Not bad.
Yeah, hop on the 4-wheeler. I'm going to tell you what I did. We're going to go up to Tudor's, get some biscuits. My mama's got the sugars. She's going to take a nap. I'm going to run the sweeper and wake her up later.
Man, that kind of fits in Wisconsin, though, too. You just, the hick life that we live.
Yeah. Yin's want a bag? Oh, that's Pennsylvania. Man, I'm a mix of everything that I've been drugged through around the country.
You're the melting pot.
Yeah, but supernatural creatures, let's go with Mothman, man.
Okay. Do you have, and please enunciate your favorite curse word?
Shit. Yeah, I actually get more traffic out of that than any of the other ones, Foxtrot Uniform Charlie Kilo, of course, is useful as a verb, adjective, and just about everything else. But yeah, it's like, what the shit? It rolls off so great.
And shit like really cuts through,
Yeah, and you can have, the same word, it can mean something great and mean something terrible and disgusting all at the same time.
Yeah.
Like that over there, that's shit. This right here, this is my shit. Completely different. Yeah.
And where would you put Venom Pro? Which shit would you use for Venom Pro?
That's underneath some drippy corn shit. Yeah. Venom Pro doesn't do it
bummer.
for me.
Because the theme, I was excited for it. I think you were probably too when it first came out. Again, things get announced like, hell yeah, this could be great. And I was like, yeah, and I ordered it, and then I canceled my order before it came out because I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Like
now I went through with my Venom Premium order, and I'm glad I did. I was mad at that game when I first got it, but it really grew on me, and it's really fun to play. I put as many games on Venom Premium in 3 months as I put on Foo Fighters all year.
Oh shit!
I beat Null 4 times. I unlocked all the characters. I'm playing with Hulk. I'm doing the Hulk smash. Spider Cheeks flips out, and you can hit his little dangly bits. And all of those things that I love about Venom Premium are not on the Pro. You get a horseshoe, which is horse shit. And the only 2 interesting things in the Pro are the longest captive ball in pinball, at least since Centaur, and the middle ramp from Mandalorian. And then a horseshoe, like Doppelganger comes up and it's just an insert light. What am I supposed to do with this? Change your character, change the rules? What are you doing, Stern?
Yeah, not great. Good attempt. They have it locally. I've played it twice. Each time I've played, the first time I played it all the way through. Second time, the second ball, I'm like, well, I don't need to keep doing this. I'm just going to walk away.
Yeah.
I noticed all the powder coating back there. Do you get it done locally, or do you send out for it?
I do now. I started sending it out for multiple hundreds of dollars because I didn't know any better. And then I've since sourced the powder myself. I've sourced a powder coater in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Okay. And I do the coin doors, the shooter housing. I do the speaker panel, and I can do the whole thing for under $200.
Yes, and that's partly why I was going to ask, just in case you didn't have one. Yeah, we have one local in Eau Claire. And all those people on Pinside paying people like $500, $400.
That's how it started. Yeah.
Don't. Yeah, and it's
really
$500.
Attractive. Send me the stuff. I will do it.
Same.
I'll do it for $400.
Yes. Don and Jason from Pinball Party and Don's podcast, we will both charge you $200 to barely do any work. But yeah, you can, if you just talk to someone locally, under $200, and it's easy.
Yeah.
Locally, they do it for like $150. And all you need to do, if it's Stern people, like just bring it there. They can like basically blast it to get it ready for the powder coat. No big deal. If it's Bally Williams something, you can't bring them chrome. You have to bring something raw, which you can get on like Pinball Life and all that.
I get the lollipop rails from Pinball Life, the angled ones, and then just bring in the bare metal. Or I got a guy I've sourced in Barcelona that can laser cut anything you want. So you like LE armor, you can get it.
Do you have a pinball plating guy? I don't. Yeah.
Like for chrome, you mean?
Yeah, or for like Lord of the Rings brass plate. That's the only kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, moving on to the questions. How much you bench?
240.
Shit, man. Nice.
Yeah. When I train up a bit, I can throw up 225 all day. But yeah, max 240, 245 is like the most I've got.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah. I'm 5'7", 140 pounds. So for me, like when I'm doing like 3x8s, I'm benching like 140. I'm trying to get to 200 in my small size, but I never push strength. I'm always doing volumes. So I'll do I'll try to do strength, and then I get like, oh, I didn't do enough volume because I don't know any weightlifters or like gym rats out there. Like you get very hard on yourself when you do certain things, and I can't convince myself to sometimes do lower volume for strength. And I'm trying that now, so I want to get up there. And even
in high school, while everybody else was successful with or trying to be successful with women, I went to the gym during lunch, and so it was just all day, all lunch. That's what I did. And then I started doing weightlifting competitions in high school, started getting medals with it. And so, you get your routine, and then you get your buddies together because you need spotters. And then we would try to max out each day and just try to push forward another 5 pounds. And so I got up to 230 in high school as my max, which was dope. And then
Yeah.
at 40 something years old, I went and beat that. So that was great.
That's awesome. I'm jealous, and I wish I would have done that in high school. What I did in high school was smoke a lot of pot and cigarettes and skip class and playing punk bands. But, hindsight's 2020. I don't regret a second of it. But now that I'm doing
I think I would have swapped places if I could. I didn't have a choice, so there I was in the gym.
Oh, dude, at least you got that.
Then I got a skateboard, a set of drums, and some blue hair, and it picked up from there towards the end.
Dude,
So there was an upward trend through high school.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a question on here. You can either answer it now or wait a couple. It's air a pinball grievance. If you got one, right. So when I asked,
possibly think about.
When I asked Zach Meny this, he was like, "Oh shit, that's a loaded gun." So he needed a couple seconds. So if you want to think about it, we can go back to it in a little bit, or if you got one off the top of your head,
let's go with. Just because I don't want to rehash, Zach's brilliant performance there. Let's go with demanding $16,000 to $17,000 for the GTF Signature Edition. I'm grieving over that.
Yeah,
refillable pint glass. That got me, man. Slick marketing. They're spending money for good costumes, for good concepts. And then somewhere along the line, it's going sideways into here's a lunchbox and here's a refillable pint glass. That floored me when I heard that. 16 grand for the refillable.
On that same note, how do you feel about the Jurassic Park Super LE, the Elvira new lipstick? I don't even remember what it's called. Stern doing them, basically kicking the previous LE buyers in the balls, at least from secondhand market, as you and I both do quite frequently.
Yeah,
I that would be my grievance. Is I like it. Of course, they have to make money. I think the Blood Red edition looks awesome, and the Jurassic, it looks awesome. It just feels as the only thing. This hobby is expensive enough that really hurts the secondary value. But that's my opinion. What do you think of the whole?
So let's say you there's two groups of people, right? Those that had the Black Knight topper for resale and those that wanted it. And then they just announced that they're rerunning them for $1,500 and they were going listing for $3,000. So if you were holding on to one of those $3,000 ones and then they announced that, you think that sucks. If you were looking to buy one of the $3,000 ones and they announced it, you're like, this rules, right? So it's kind of equal across there. There's always this, I have this thing worth money. Should I list it now or should I try to hold it and get more later or whatever? So that's the risk that you take. The people that got the Jurassic Park LE initially, they've had it for years and have been able to enjoy it. So I guess you're saying if you would have just denied yourself that enjoyment for that many years, you could have got this other new edition. And I think that kind of goes for anything. If I didn't buy an Elvira 40th anniversary edition for $25,000 when they came out, I could have got one for $18,000, last year. So I could have waited and got it cheaper. And now, they came out with a $12.99 black and white edition that looks phenomenal.
God, so good.
It's so good. You got to see it in person, man. The pictures don't do it. It's the sparkle on the red is amazing. They're not going and rerunning. Well, they did with Jurassic Park. Well, it wasn't the same one. They changed it a little bit. I don't think it was worth the price. I mean, with the brown powder coat and some cabinet graphics that, with some doing, you can get something similar to that anyway. I don't know.
Yes.
But,
again, $200.
We didn't have to buy it. They put it out there. No. They all sold. So, yeah.
What is on that note? What is your biggest loss on the secondary market? Like something you bought, like, oh shit, shouldn't have done that. Like an LE, or like you pimped the shit out of something and then sold it too much. I know that your recent Foo Fighters was probably not the biggest, but
it might actually be Foo Fighters. I sold that for $8.
No shit.
Bought it for the 9600 or something, whatever it came out with. Paid Michigan Pinball Refinery $500 to ship everything back and forth and get the lollipop rails and stuff. Paid some guy $400 for a Led Zeppelin expression light kit and put in there.
Yeah.
But I had this game when it came out. I got it quick from Mad Pinball. I had expression lights in it, so I didn't have to wait on that. I put the glow rubbers in there, and I put pin stadiums in there that I sold already separately. So I had killer Foo Fighters experience from day one in my house, and so maybe that cost me $3,000. But then I probably could have got another $500 or $600, but I would have had to wait. I just wanted it to go. It sold to a local guy in town. Him and his kid are overjoyed that they're getting this game. I got to live stream it. So that was probably my biggest loss now that I've had. But it's kind of a cost of doing business.
We should, now that we kind of have each other's contact info, if, selling games, all that kind of stuff, I'll keep you abreast of like, this thing or, anyone, that kind of stuff. Doesn't happen often, but sometimes, it's better to do. I'm with you. Like, I rather price something rock bottom and just get it out of here, work with people I know instead of, the game of like just getting low balls or dealing with pricks or
and I got a fair price for where the market is right now. And that's kind of what I wanted to get. I didn't want to get what I put into it. I wanted to, whenever I sold it, I wanted to get a good price for the market. If the market was up, fantastic. If it's down, at least I still got a good price for the market where it is.
Yes. Your point of view is too positive. We got to move on. I can't have that.
Sure.
What do you what do you want for
control over the things I have control over, right? The things that are out of my reach. I mean, I could stress about them or drink a Diet Coke and go throw some balls at some dinosaurs or something.
God, yeah. Either in pinball or in real life, I'd throw balls at dinosaurs. What do you want for Christmas this year?
Ooh, let's see.
You have your 2 front teeth, so I don't think you need those.
Probably a pizza oven, like a legit stone pizza oven, 500 degrees. Throw some Neapolitan pies in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
Probably I should say pizza in Gaza, but also pizza.
No, I would say pizza. I was gonna make some pizza today. I think that's convinced me. All right, 2024. I'm going to ask you what you're looking forward to most in 2024, and please answer it. But before you answer that, let's just briefly talk about Looney Tunes, because you've seen it in person, and I'm just creaming over that from afar.
Played the heck out of it. Yeah.
How is it?
Oh, man. No hyperbole. Like the flow is real with this game. And I was really like, am I standing at spooky right now with the way this thing's flipping? The flippers are strong. The ramps are all reachable. I can't wait for other people to play it to see if I'm just completely like in my own head with it. But
sure.
This layout is great. Upper right flipper into the inner loop, into, a subway that goes to a VUC to the outer loop orbit that goes right back to the same flipper. So it's repeatable.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun, man. It's fun. They got the lock from Shadow to throw the ball through the door.
Yeah.
Taz is right there. And the whole, when you start a mode, they haven't done any streams of this yet, but the cartoon starts playing like what seems like in its entirety the whole time you're playing whatever mode
I
that
like
is.
that.
So my wife was standing behind me and like duck season, rabbit season came on. She's like, don't drain. I want to watch this cartoon.
And so you have Scooby behind you.
Yeah.
And in a vacuum, I know you just played Looney Tunes once. I've played Scooby. I've dealt with some of the problems with it. I think it looks fantastic. I think it actually flows pretty well. It's a little floaty in the upper playfield and whatever. I'm at heart rooting for Spooky as a company because, Wisconsin and all that.
Sure.
And I just want them to just smash it out of the park with this one. Looney Tunes versus Scooby-Doo. What's your gut reaction?
Looney Tunes feels a lot more solid. Just, from structure, from getting your hands on it. It didn't feel as look. It's like Scooby's loaded with it's got the servos on the apron, little things that I'm like, that's cool, but it may require more maintenance than a location would be rather you're ready to deal with. And I think their approach to this new layout is to look at what's worked for them in the past, look at what's been problematic in the past, and try to get rid of the problem things so they don't occur. The servos that do exist on the new layout, I've asked them this, they've gone for the more robust ones that they haven't had problems with Halloween Ultraman. Those tiny little ones that are for model aircraft that are built to fail and be replaced are kind of left out. So it just feels like it's a more solid, like the engineering is leveled up. And every little tiny little bits, each thing leveled up with them for these new games is how they feel when I was playing them. And I've put a dozen games on each one. I'm just hopping back and forth, giggling to myself. What we don't know is what's going to happen to these games, 6 months down the road of heavy play. We'll find that out with time. But from the jump, I was happy with these, man. I can't wait to get them. Okay.
So what are you looking forward to most in 2024 in the world of pinball?
So I was thinking about this in the shower today, lathered up, and everybody is looking forward to Jaws. Probably that's going to be, released in Inner Home starting in January. But I'm liking this other rumor of them doing a new ground up Metallica game with expression lights, Black Album. I'm looking forward to see if that rumor is true. I would love that to be true.
It's like you have contacts, you hear things, you say things, you don't want to say too much. Yeah, the rumor seems, me too. I would say that possibility.
And even if that rumor doesn't come out, there's going to be 2 more games from Stern this year. I can't wait to see what those are. I can't wait to see what the December release next year from Spooky is going to be. I can't wait to see if American Pinball's hanging around this year, or if they hit a home run with food truck. And I'm looking forward to going to Expo and TPF. Let's go with TPF for now.
Sure.
We're going to have a lot more information once we get there. We'll all be together again.
TPF and a little sprinkle of maybe Metallic on the side. Maybe wink, wink. Yeah. All right, man. I got to get to a meeting soon. Everyone out there, go check out Don's Pinball Podcast. You know how to get podcasts. Go check out his Facebook. You're always doing streams, just killing it. You're somehow like, I think you have a teleporter or transporter. You just show up in pinball places, and you're doing awesome stuff for the community. You're showing stuff early.
Yeah, check out the Facebook page, Don's Pinball Podcast. Give me a follow so you don't miss the live streams. I'm giving away a Godzilla banner to a Patreon member today. There's still time to get in on that for $5. Nice. Email me at donspinballpodcast@gmail.com. I got stickers. I got holiday t-shirts. I really want to have just the best or most diverse gear in the game. Even if the podcast is terrible, you're going to like my stuff.
It's not terrible. Yeah, go get his stuff. Your art's awesome too as well. All right, dude, thanks for letting me get to know your holiday balls. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Thanks for joining, and we'll talk to you later.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
On the 5th day of balls, pinball gave to me Cale and Rachel Best. Dodge Pinball Podcast show got triple drain, one half of math, and the shoe bad Zach Meny.
Don't you want this like pointing at your mouth? It was a point at your neck.
I like it. Oh wow!
That's how you use microphones.
Welcome to the show. Yeah, what they're talking about is what you think. It's disturbing, and we like it that way. Welcome to the show, guys.
I talk out of my neck.
Hey, what's up?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Cale, no Merry Christmas on that end?
Absolutely. Merry Christmas.
Didn't know if you were one of those.
We had a hell of a party last night.
Happy Hanukkah.
Yeah? What kind of party last night?
It was
our friend Jard threw his holiday bash, the Jarcade holiday special, and it was his first time running a pinball tournament. So he actually he submitted it to the IFPA. He set up the tournament and match play. He had the microphone and did the announcements. He brought out an incredible spread of holiday themed snacks and giveaways. And there was like
50 people, somewhere in the 50 people range, which is great because it's also league night at another arcade. So still 50 people showed up.
Wow.
Well, and there was 50 people in the tournament. He had a lot of other friends that I think were maybe too shy to play in a tournament. So there was another like 20 or so people there for that. But then on top of that, we had the old lady biker gang show up.
Yep.
Just randomly.
Good.
I'm not sure. It might have been the Scottsdale Lady Motorcycle Club. I don't know. But there was a lot of women older than me and chaps running around the arcade.
Right.
And do
Very
they come
excited.
sober or like on PCP? I'm guessing. What are they on?
They were in a great mood.
Yeah, PCP.
They were having a great...
Oh yeah.
Not only that, so we also there was a band playing on the stage, and they did like some Led Zeppelin cover songs, got really funky with it.
It was good.
And then the funniest part is a very good live band opened the show.
Yes.
And it wasn't just like an opening act. They played for an hour and a half or a couple hours. And they were headlined by a guy with a keyboard and a laptop.
You think I was having laptop problems?
With, and he, I would say karaoke, but it wasn't karaoke because he lip synced.
No.
Rage Against the Machine, but.
It wasn't quite a lip sync because he was making noise.
Right. Well, he had a microphone that was live, right, going through the PA, and then he had it, but there was a short in the 1/8-inch jack on his laptop, so the music would go out every once in a while. I have video of it; it's great. So his girlfriend was sitting on stage laughing the whole time, trying to put enough pressure on the microphone jack
pinching
Oh,
the
yeah.
connection. She was wearing Heelys.
Yeah, she
Aw.
was wearing Heelys and a swatch.
Yeah.
So man, it was all incredible. And the staff from a local casino
Yeah.
showed up and did their own pinball tournament after our pinball tournament. And then everybody stayed until 2 a.m. and we shut the place down. It was amazing.
It was wild times.
From what you described, either all that is completely made up because it sounds like a fairy tale, or it happened and that's also just fucked up. Old ladies on PCP, a guy covering Rage Against the Machine with a keyboard by himself, lip syncing with a microphone that didn't. I've been there. I should say we did a show once called Decadent Cabaret where they have bands do like a cover set only. Like you can't play originals. They've changed it these days, but that's how it was. So we chose to do Green Day. We were just going to cover the album Dookie straight through, and second song, my amp blew in the middle of it. So like that sounds great.
You get a DI box, right?
Yeah, well, we replaced it. Next amp blew the next amp. Next song, like cool. Thanks everyone. See ya. And it wasn't like clapping. It was just like that sad, like, yeah. But anyway, we're not here for sad. We're here for Christmas. We're here for balls. We're here for 12 Days of Balls. I believe you guys are 5, but don't hold me to that. But thanks for joining. We're a lot of people who listen to the show know you too, and if you don't, that's shame on you as the listener. You can find these two on the Electric Bat Cast these days, and also at the Electric Bat Arcade in Tempe, Arizona. Yeah, and you listen to them talk about stuff that they talk about, which is wonderful. There you go. What the fuck am I talking about?
It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's all wonderful.
Merry Christmas.
You've been on too much that it's just too casual. We could just sit here and hang out, but we have to be entertaining. And let me ask you some questions. You both live pinball. You eat, breathe, and sex it. What is your thoughts on aliens? Do you believe in them, Rachel?
The beings or the game?
The beings. Are they real?
Oh, we're going like Art Bell on this. Okay. I hold out hope. I wouldn't claim to know yes or no.
Cale?
Same. I wish they were real. But I mean, there's just not enough hard evidence. There are great stories, and I keep up with all of it. I love doing a deep dive into alien talk. I listen to old episodes of Art Bell every night, and I love the alien episodes. But I think what most people are seeing, and you'll have I don't know if we're getting too far into this, but if you follow who's the guy from Blink-182 that's deep into it,
Tom DeLonge, to the stars or whatever.
He's got all kind of good content and stuff.
Yeah.
So lots of military people have seen crazy stuff, and it seems to be what's really cool. There seems to be an uptick in alien stories recently. It kind of reminds me of like high school days. But I really think most all of what people are seeing is experimental craft. I remember when I was a kid, and even on and Art Bell used to talk about it a lot, the black triangles out in the desert. And it seems like that was them testing stealth technology, stealth.
Sure.
If you've seen, if you've been to a sporting event or anything and seen the stealth fighters or bombers fly over you, you're still like, even though you know what it is, you're like, whoa. If you were by yourself in the middle of the desert, you would think that was some alien shit. I think all of it's just technology that they're not telling us about, whether it's our own or another country.
I was in high school for Phoenix Lights, and I was inside when it happened and was pissed that I missed it.
Oh, okay. Rachel, do you believe in ghosts?
Like,
like dead.
Like the little guys See, all of
Cales.
these questions are like very, very specific, and I have a much more like nebulous view on all of that stuff. Like, I think it's all, kind of real-esque if you believe in it, but if you don't believe, like, I just don't think anybody knows anything.
Yeah.
The entirety of my belief is nobody knows shit, so you might as well be open to everything.
I very much fall in that camp. The ladies in the PCP definitely believe in both.
They saw some ghosts, yeah.
God, and then let's get them on as well.
To
Cale,
be fair,
go-
we didn't say they were on PCP.
Mhm.
There's any number of substances that could have.
They did have assless
Assless.
leather
Assloaf.
chaps on, though,
chaps.
with tassels. That was
Oh,
great.
It was, man.
Well, in the-
just another night at the bat.
Do they make ass chaps?
Mm,
You only hear about the non-ass chaps.
I think assless means you're not wearing pants underneath.
Oh,
so,
thank you.
So they did have on pants. You can't go into the bar just like bare backing. That's not the right word. Bare.
Well, in the canon of Pinball Party, they were on PCP, assless chaps. They had no pants underneath. It was a show, with the guy in the Rage Against the Machine and everything. Cale, ghosts.
Man, I wish I've seen some weird stuff that makes me believe, but still no hard evidence anywhere.
Can
but
you
I
share a weird thing?
So, man, I had some really good ones. I remember one time, and back in the late '90s, early 2000s, I toured with a regional southern rock band out of South Carolina, and our manager booked us at this old hotel on the water in North Carolina. It was ancient. None of it had been updated. I mean, this was, like really. They had the hot and cold water coming out of different faucets, in the hotel rooms, and old rickety like Civil War era beds. It was really nutty and also cool at the same time. So we played downstairs in this hotel. We performed. It was great, and of course they gave us a hotel room to stay in, and we're all up there, and my bass player wakes me up. It's like, what? He's like, dude, the bathroom. And when I opened my eyes, the lights were on in the bathroom, and the water was running in the sink, and then it stopped.
No.
And then and then so I was like, "Oh, dude, that's pretty crazy." He was like, "I saw it all happen. The light came on, and then the water started running," and I was like, "That is trippy." I went back to sleep, but he stayed up and up and investigated it.
Wow.
Yeah, but that was the only thing. I think that was the most notable thing I've experienced.
You're the first one who's had a thing.
Yeah.
I don't think I could go to sleep if I saw that. I'd be like, well, fuck me, I guess. This is now I live awake permanently.
Well, that's what I was hoping for. That's from the stories. You fall asleep and then they fuck you.
Yeah.
And,
Right? It's the aliens.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either or.
We have weird stuff show up on our security cameras sometimes.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Okay.
I mean, like things will move around on the security cameras.
God
yeah, we've caught in the studio, Rachel's painting studio. Is that what you call it? A painting studio?
Yeah.
An artist studio?
Yeah.
It's not attached to the house, and we'll see orbs.
Natch.
I mean, that's like dust reflections, but there's some stuff that I say maybe it is, right? But there was one that was really, really bizarre. It was just things like moving around. But again, I'm sure there's, who knows? It's kind of more fun to not know.
Yeah.
What is your favorite curse word, Rachel? And please enunciate it clearly for the audience. If you have a favorite.
Do you have one?
What would I say the most?
Mm. You're not cussy.
Not cussy.
Oh,
Yeah. Probably something along the lines of like that stupid motherfucker. If I'm
Okay. Sure.
I mean, it's not like a creative. I'm not talking about like,
No.
but
Mm.
if
No.
that's
That's
the one
perfect.
that
Cale, you got a favorite
Oh,
curse word?
I mean, I'm so vanilla. It's just fuck.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Tell me about something you're proud of, please. I keep fucking this up. I keep demanding it. Would you please mind, or would you mind sharing with me something you're proud of, Rachel, about yourself?
I'm pretty good at making the arts. I am a good. I would say that I am a good painter.
Yeah, I would too. RachelBestArt.com? What is it?
RachelBest.com. Yeah.
Rachel Best.
Like that's something that I worked hard at. I have worked hard at for, kind of really my whole life, and it paid off.
Yeah.
I'm good at it.
You are. Cale, how about you?
This has to be about myself, something
Yes.
I'm proud of.
I
that
know.
I
It's
do.
yeah.
Well, I think it's just making connections. Making a connection with Rachel to create this group of wonderful friends and people that love this hobby and sport, and makes them make that makes them all come back. This very entertaining connection that is the electric bat and which is a huge part of the pinball community here in the valley. um and I love that I try to make it grow every single day, make a new friend every day to bring into this cool group. And I feel like I'm a cult leader.
I feel like you are too.
Yeah, same.
Yesterday we were at a cheese shop, a very small cheese shop, just buying some little gifts for people for Christmas. And so we're in there. I presume owner was there, and a guy walks in wearing a Barcade shirt, like Barcade in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So immediately, Cale's best friends with this dude. He's going to be coming over to the bat. And then the owner of the cheese shop, within 15 minutes, they're having their holiday party at the arcade. Like, it's like we've all known each other forever. And that's nothing that I would have ever been able to like pull off. And it's not like he's trying. It's just sort of like, hey, here's some people that I might have something in common with, or they seem cool or whatever. Let's strike up an immediate best friendship.
Yeah.
And
it
just happens like everywhere we go. And I've known a lot of people in my life, and there's never been anyone like Cale who like everybody knows him immediately. They're friends.
Yeah. And I just thought this was normal. I've been doing this my whole life. I didn't know until recently. Rachel was like, no, what you're doing is very difficult for some people.
Yes.
And, it has to be taught. Telemarketers, salespeople, the importance of networking.
Mhm.
And, it just seems to come natural to me. And,
yeah, you don't do it in you don't mean it in a salesy, like greasy sort of way.
No, you're genuine.
You're legitimately interested in everybody you meet.
I don't want to make money. That's not what I'm looking to do. I just want everybody to get together,
Have a good time.
and focus on this really cool thing we call pinball. And not just everybody calls it pinball.
Yeah, most.
Actually, overseas they call it flipper or something.
Oh yeah, flippin' spiels or something.
Flip flaps. But,
No, do they? Flippenspiel. When I buy my Flippenspiel, should I buy from Flippenspiel?
You
Yeah.
have to do that version.
Yeah, you got to do the German Der Flippers or something.
God, I might. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Now it's in my head. I
I
might.
didn't know we were going to be quizzed.
Yeah, sorry.
That's the best part about this.
Yeah, well, I didn't know anything about Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, all right. So get out your pen. 2 times 5, the derivative of 6. You writing this down?
Oh, she can actually do this
yeah.
stuff.
Oh, shit.
When you say
Damn it.
the derivative of 6,
See,
that's not really-
don't. Yeah, no, I know. Don't judge me on this. I was good at math and algebra up until calculus. I was like very good, and then suddenly just.
Well,
Fuck
calculus is
this.
weird. It's a whole other.
Yeah, I didn't wrap my
Is it
my
even
shit
real?
around
Yes.
Okay.
there. Rachel, how much do you bench?
I was thinking about this the other day. I used to be a gymnast.
No.
Well, when I was a gymnast and I weighed like 90 pounds, I mean, because I was younger and smaller, not. Anyway, I could always bench significantly more than my weight because you have to be very strong.
Yeah.
And now I'm not. I was at the gym the other day, and I was like, man, when I was 13, I was so much stronger than when I'm 44.
Wow. You were probably stronger at 13 than I am at 41, though, too.
I mean, I was a little powerhouse back then. I also used to swim butterfly. So, I mean, I used to have a lot of whole body strength. I was strong, and I'm just, you get old and don't do those things anymore, and it's hard. Yeah, I was a competitive swimmer, diver, gymnast, all those things.
Butterfly stroke ain't no joke.
No, that is not a joke. I was pretty beefy looking at the time.
So we'll say 400. I would
roughly 400. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Rachel has said 400 pounds. Cale, how much you bench?
You're talking raw bench with no bench shirt or elbow support.
Straps, right. Everything. I mean, chalk on the hands. You got a spotter. One rep max.
Machine or like
raw on a raw bench. I don't bench a lot. I don't really lift weights. Like probably like 225, but like functional strength on the mat, I can hold down a 300-pound dude.
Kill a guy. Yeah. What do you think kill a guy's strength is on the bench? 300.
I don't even. It depends on who the guy.
Big strong guy.
What is what now?
It's like kilowatt, I guess. It's a measurement. It's a unit of
at what point can you easily kill a man when you're benching? Let's move on. I'm going to ask you guys to air a pinball grievance soon. A couple people have needed a moment because like, either they got too much or they just, I have nothing wrong with the world. Everything's perfect. Mm-hmm. So we're going to ask you that in a second. Think about a pinball grievance you must air.
Okay. I can talk about that right now.
In the spirit of Festivus, here we go. Air a pinball grievance, please.
Just people that think that they know everything on the internet. That's I ran into it this morning.
Yeah.
Some guy was like, had some thread, which, I was tired and I mistakenly made a comment on the internet. But some guy was whining about Bond 60th and what a waste of money it is.
Sorry, where were you?
This was on a Facebook thing.
Facebook, okay.
Yeah, it wasn't Pinside. I mean, I know better than to get involved in that negativity. So I just replied, hey, I really like playing it and it's consistently one of our top earners. And then he wrote back like, well, just get back to me in 40 years and let me know if it's paid off. Spoiler, it won't be.
Yeah,
listen here, kiddo. Like you have no idea. Like just stop. Just be happy about stuff.
Yeah. Well, Cale, you got a grievance? Since we're on the grievance train.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's that for me too. Just people really thinking they are an expert at something. But I don't think it's just the internet. I think that's just those people. They just they just aren't able to get away with it in real life. So
because when they run into us in person,
it's easy for
them.
I
will call them out.
I mean, we just need to kill the internet, except for if we need it to do podcasts.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, like, and all this drama with Canada and the kineticist Colin. And like I haven't paid attention to any of it, but Rachel just took a deep dive and updated me on all of it.
Mistake.
And I was like, just stop. Just stop. If you want to do an award show and commit to it. Let everybody be involved, and don't try to erase people from the internet. I don't think any of us like Hitler, but he was somebody and he's in the history books. I mean, it's just,
it's weird.
This is all meant to be a lot of fun and drama free. And let's try to keep it that way.
Good times. We're all here for good times. You're not here for very long. You should enjoy the time you have.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Well, but to be fair, it's hard to enjoy the time when it's shit. So I don't know. That's just me. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm weird like that when everything's horrible. I'm like, not a huge fan. But yeah, I guess a lot of you listening probably are aware of that drama, and they're all like, God, They're feeding into it. They're making articles about it. Like, oh, fuck, it's just so dumb.
The whole thing was a giant, ended up, and Chris is so fucking smart. The whole thing ended up being a giant advertisement for him.
Yeah.
I mean, boom. You know, if you don't like the guy, don't talk about him.
Yeah. He's entertaining. He knows what he's doing. Whatever. Pinball drama. Nonsense. What do you want for Christmas this year, Rachel?
Books.
Nice. Just a stack?
Specific ones, but I mean, it's a long list. So,
can you give me 3?
Art books, occult books. I can give you just like general categories.
Oh, occult books. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, science books. Classical British literature.
Jesus.
Things in that vein.
Just in that vein, the occult, the British literature, the everything. Yeah, art is a little bit of that. All very similar.
I like reading books. I'm easy to shop for.
So that's what that library is all about in your video. I'm on, dear. Cale, what do you want for Christmas? Aside from, you can't say everyone to get together and be friends and do all that, the cult shit.
Yeah, that'd be no good. For Christmas, I think I want Jaws.
It's not. It's supposed to be announced today.
It's today.
From what they say, according to the internet.
From all my sources are telling me it's going to be announced today, released January.
Yeah, probably January. That would make sense.
But there are probably people out there who have played it, who have told other people that's the most amazing pinball machine they have ever played in their lives, and I want to see it.
Yeah, I can't wait.
You're saying probably that happened. Yeah, probably.
I mean, hypothetically, the aliens.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to get... I surmised on a previous episode, and please correct me, I feel like in my crystal ball, Electric Bat is going to get a pro and a premium of Jaws because it'll be so popular. Or are those days long gone?
I haven't seen it. I don't know what we're going to get.
We're going to get the pro. We always get the pro since the pro is the first off the line.
Yep.
Then our wonderful distributor, Game Room Goodies, they allow us to turn the pro in for a premium once the premium comes in. And then sometimes we keep both. The only one we've ever kept both of is Godzilla.
Mm-hmm.
So we took the Godzilla Pro to our arcade in Flagstaff, kept the premium in Tempe, our flagship store.
Yeah.
And that has been the biggest money earner we have ever had.
We also kept Cornerstone Bond, both versions, for a while.
Oh,
and then we needed room, and so we just hung on to the premium.
Yeah. But it was very cool for a little while because at one point in Tempe, we had the Godzilla Pro and the Premium right next to each other for 2 weeks.
Yeah, a few weeks.
And this is a kind of cool site, and people would play both of them. They're both great games, and and a little bit different. I don't know. We're running out of room, so I don't even think keeping the Pro and Premium Jaws is even an option these days.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Wow.
We'll probably do
That's a
the
good
thing
problem.
where we
We'll
start
pick
with
one.
Yeah, we start with the Pro and then we keep the Premium.
That probably is what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
This may be a similar answer, but try to make it different if you can, please. Looking forward to the most you're looking forward to in 2024 in the world of pinball.
I mean, I'm really excited about Jaws, but I'm very excited about our league nights and our tournaments. They've been growing so much, and we've been getting so many new and different people that those are just a blast. We look forward to huge parties every Tuesday, and that is what I'm looking forward to this year.
How about you,
Even
Cale?
bigger parties.
My turn?
Sure.
I am looking forward to Looney Tunes.
Same, yeah.
And I am looking for and I want it to be amazing. I'm hoping these guys have learned a lot from the times of Halloween, Because for us, and I know this isn't for everybody, for us, Scooby-Doo was a massive jump in quality, just build quality. I'm not talking about rules and what have you. Just the machine actually functioning on the floor for 20 hours a day. It was a massive jump, and it really seemed like they learned something. And I want to see that, even 2, 4, 8-fold with Looney Tunes, and of course Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But we're getting Looney Tunes.
With Scooby, there were it took a couple of months of us really working hard to get it to where it's stable. But now that it's stable, it's great. This one, we're hoping out of the box, maybe it works and we don't have those months of heartache. But it's, I'm actually, it's weird that we're not getting Texas Chainsaw. Everyone assumes that that's what we get. Number one, it's our buddy Mark who buys all of the spookies. He let me know the other day he was their second or the third customer ever.
Wow.
So when America's Most Haunted came out, he was the second or third person to send them a check.
Right.
So we always get them very, very quickly, which of course means that they're early production and all of the fun that comes along with that. But his choice was Looney Tunes. That's a dream theme for him. And I think people assume that Cale and I would be kind of disappointed and hoped that he would have gotten Texas Chainsaw, but both Cale and I prefer Looney Tunes too. I mean, I remember going to the video store on the weekend and getting the compilation of, you get 3 or 4 Looney Tunes episodes. And
Sure.
God,
good memories.
I think Looney Tunes looks great too. That's that might even be surpassing Labyrinth for me of looking forward to in 2024, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Merry Christmas. Thanks for joining. I hope you guys both have a wonderful holiday. I hope everyone goes and listens to the Electric Bat cast. Checks you out in person in Tempe, Arizona at the Electric Bat Arcade. Go check out Rachel's art, rachelbest.com. And if you see Cale, watch out because he's trying to get you into a cult. So, all right. Merry Christmas, guys. Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas. Thank you, Jason. Merry Christmas, everybody.
On the 6th day of balls, pinball gave to me Shitbag David, Dennis, Cale, and Rachel Best. Nudge Pinball Podcast Show got Triple Drain, 1/2 of Meth, and the Shoe Zach Meny.
On the chin for good luck.
Thank you. Teabag on the chin for good luck. Welcome to the show, David Dennis, on our 12 Days of Balls, the Pinball Party podcast. Welcome.
Boy, if I had a nickel for every time I've heard that.
Right? God, just today.
I would have a car so fast.
Yeah. Man, last time we were talking on Discord, I think we were talking cars. Right?
Oh, yeah, we were, totally.
What were you showing me a pic of?
I think it was a BMW MT competition.
God. And was that yours?
No. God
damn. What are you driving these days? Should we compare car boners? What are we doing?
Yeah, okay. So I drive a VW GTI.
Oh, okay.
2021 Autobahn.
Yeah.
And my wife has an ID4.
I owned a Golf R, a 2023 Golf R for 3 days about a month ago.
Wow.
Until it started to just totally glitch out and on the highway going 75, the heat started to crank, the audio started to go up, and you couldn't do anything about it. So I'm on the highway in a brand new car, audio up, heat up. At this point, it's still kind of summer in Wisconsin, and I couldn't do anything about it. And since it's all in the touch bar,
that is absolute insanity.
Yeah, it was insanity. So I couldn't turn it down. I had to pull over and be like, "Yo, so I'm gonna return this," because they have a 5-day whatever.
Yeah,
like, well, yeah, well, it'll fix it in the warranty. I'm like, yeah, I'm just not gonna bank on that because this was dangerous and weird. So anyway, I've been car shopping.
You've literally had 48 hours to prove yourself, and you failed.
Yes, $50,000 doesn't quite work. Pass.
Yeah.
Well, hey, you haven't been on the show, but for those who are fans of yours, and if not, here, let me point you in the right direction. David Dennis hosts Silverball Chronicles, or sub-host, co-host, if you will.
Yes.
Also on the TPN, the Pinball Network, as I was a part of in the past. And you're on the board. Am I making this up?
Yeah. So I'm one of the board folk who looks after sort of like some of the social media stuff. What we do, it sounds a lot like a bigger deal than it actually is. But like people will ask like, oh, I'd like to be a streamer or a podcaster. And we're like, does this person meet our goals or not? Or has this person been like really mean in the community or really great? What do you think? Somebody would come to us and be like, what about Jason? And I'd be like, fuck that guy.
Yeah, right.
And then everybody else is like, no, we want Jason. I'm like, all right, damn it.
Yeah. And then in the end you prevailed, because then it was like, get the fuck off this network. Oh my God.
This guy.
Meth is just... It was, a lot of it was bittersweet, and I know when we still stay in contact.
No, you're dead to me.
Yep, same. That's why I had you on the show. To just
it's all about keeping up appearances.
Yeah. Hello, we're friends. We're but hey, don't fucking talk to me.
This guy. Oh
in
my
real
God.
life. Yeah, I don't want to hear your voice.
Yeah.
I mean, the people do, but I don't. So I have you on mute, and I'm assuming what you're saying. I'm doing a pretty good job, I think.
Well, I threatened that if you didn't let me on this podcast, I would give out your home phone number.
That's original. Do people? No one would ever do that. But no, I think that would be Satan's work. And this is the time for Jesus the Christ, because it's Christmas, and we are, 12 Days of Balls. Really, the goal is to bring people on here, and then I'm gonna make fun of you for 15 minutes straight. You're gonna take it, and at the end you say thank you. May I have another if you wish, and then we'll move on.
Do I get like a tear break or?
No, because the harder you cry, the harder I get, etc.
Okay.
But you know how that goes.
That's great.
You're very familiar. Yep.
Camera's waist up. Perfect.
Yeah, that's what. But really, thanks for coming on. I know we tried to schedule this in the past, I believe, but this is a whole new kind of thing. Where it's 12 days, 12 guests. This is wacky, and thanks for accommodating so soon. And let's get to it, man. Do you believe in aliens?
Absolutely. It'd be a very lonely place here without some sort of company.
And what is the very lonely? I'm thinking of the movie Contact. Is that what they say in Contact? Very similar. I'm thinking of sci-fi movies. Yeah, fucking phenomenal movie.
Is that like Jodie Foster?
Yeah.
Contact?
So good.
What was that one with Charlie Sheen? You remember that one?
No.
God, it was terrible.
Yeah.
The Arrival.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. He had a goatee in that film.
Oh, yeah. Nah, I won't watch it. Do you believe in ghosts?
No.
Oh, no. Hardcore no, huh? Nothing.
That's a flat out no. That's just silly. Aliens, no problem. Ghosts, silly. Nothing at least on our plane in which we can see.
All right, that's getting too smart for me, so let's dumb it down and talk about pinball. What is your favorite pinball thing of this year, of the Lord's year 2023? Aside from me leaving TPN, what is your favorite pinball thing? Could be a game, could be a person. You could say yourself, which would be egotistical.
It's pretty simple. So I bought my first new in-box pinball machine this year. I bought an actual pinball machine. And any of the other ones I've always sort of like picked up and fixed, or have been in a decent shape, or been like a collector pin like my Tron. But this was the first year I actually bought a very expensive pin. It was James Bond 007 Premium.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When I buy my pinball shit, I buy from FlipNOut. From Toppers Art Blade Premiums, I've got it figured out. FlipNOut. Yeah. Figured out. Oh, yeah. When I think of pinball, I think FlipNOut. Oh, yeah. FlipNOut. Yeah. Figured out. Oh, yeah. When I buy, I buy from FlipNOut. Oh, yeah.
And it's taken me 12 months to get some code where I'm not absolutely frustrated. And it's come a long way. Some of it could be a little better, but man, I am a massive James Bond fan. So this year, 2023, having this James Bond Premium is awesome.
I remember the build-up in the TPN Discord of it got announced, and we were like almost going to open up a GoFundMe to get you this game, and right?
That's true. Yeah. And then somebody actually needed a GoFundMe, and then they took that money.
No. Yeah. Ugh, sickness, and all that. So you bought a Bond. Man, you dodged a bullet on the LE though, because that,
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the LE, but the thing is, one of my favorite James Bond films. So like Thunderball and Goldfinger get all the love when it comes to Connery. My favorite Connery Bond films are From Russia with Love, which is one of the best films like actually ever.
Okay.
And then the other one with that is not necessarily one that people really like, but I really love You Only Live Twice. That's the one with the secret volcano lair.
Okay.
And the ninjas and stuff in it. And that is the one that the premium is based on. So I am super pleased with that.
I wish I could, also something you've never heard before. Super pleased with that from a woman, I should say. Has anyone ever said? Okay. Bond, I wish I could hang in the discussion because I have only seen Pierce Brosnan on. That's it.
Okay. So you're enjoying some good films there. But dude, Connery's got this like 1960s swagger. The world was very different back then, like patting women on the butt and men only talking in the room kind of stuff. Totally
Isn't like
awesome.
an interview where he's like, oh yeah, he hits women or whatever.
Oh yeah, it's terrible. It's absolutely vomit-inducing. But when you think about it in the context of the time, you're like, man, that's crazy. And then when you get into Roger Moore, who's like the 70s, 80s Bond, it's like comedy Bond. There's a lot more ha-ha.
Kind of like Austin Powers.
It's an acquired taste. Yeah, it's like an acquired taste.
Okay. I may or may not acquire it. I wish I could. I don't know if I'll acquire it. I can barely acquire this podcast.
Watch Goldfinger. Just watch that and be like, I get it.
What is your favorite? I'm quoting here. Maybe real monster. Sasquatch, Loch Ness Monster, Yeti, Chupacabra.
Man, bear, pig.
Okay. Man.
Yeah, probably man, bear, pig.
This seems right up your alley. What is your favorite? And please enunciate. What is your favorite curse word?
I'm a fuck kind of guy.
I
like, and the reason I hesitated was because I knew everybody is going to pick that one.
It's like Godzilla and pinball. It's still great.
Yeah.
Everyone's got it.
It's a classic go-to. You're happy. You're sad. You stubbed your toe. You saw somebody else stub their toe. It's universally available in any type of situation. I'm a big user of the F word, particularly in the office amongst my staff. And they think that's funny. But no, Canadians tend to actually swear quite a bit.
A.
Yeah.
Fuck A.
Yeah.
A. Hockey A.
And we've got weird sayings up this way too, right? Like I live in the Maritimes, which is sort of like on the East Coast, just above Maine.
Okay.
Over that way. So we have all these kind of odd sayings as well that we get into instead of swearing. Like you guys have those weird sayings, I'm sure. And
like please and thank you. Yeah, we say that stuff. We say horse apiece. Do you know what that means? You got that?
Horse apiece.
Uh-huh.
I've heard it, but I don't know what it is. I have heard that.
It's kind of like come see, come saw, either or. Like same thing. Horse apiece. Makes no fucking sense to me, but I say it often. Tell me something, please. Would you mind providing me with something that you're proud of about yourself?
Something that I'm proud of. We're getting.
It's nasty. It's
a
nasty
we're getting in
one.
like a leather couch kind of situation here. Well, not that leather couch, but like a shrink.
Yeah.
Something that I'm proud of. Jeez, I'm really proud of my kids, but that's a cop out.
It is a cop out. Well, I mean, you did something. You gave the seed. You raised them. So great.
Well,
but
allegedly, I did.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Okay, for me particularly.
Yes,
so this
please.
year, I've been really working on getting my weight down, I guess.
You look good to me.
So I've been on this diet. Have you heard of this diet? It's called starving yourself.
No.
It's all
please
the rage.
Tell me. Yeah.
It's all the rage.
How does it work?
Yeah. So what you do is it's primarily fork put downs. So what you do is you take that fork
Right.
and you put it down.
So help me in this scenario. I'm in front of a pepperoni pizza. There's 8 slices. I grab one.
We're talking
It's in
12
my-
inches, 10 inches.
What? Oh, well, me or the pizza? 16-inch extra large pizza.
Okay.
I got one of the pieces in my hand.
Yeah.
It's about to go in my mouth.
Yeah.
What do I do in your diet?
Think about heart disease.
Okay.
Think about the other things that you could eat instead of that pizza.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to delay it for like 12 months.
Wow. Okay. I don't.
Yeah, it's terrible. So what I do is I log everything that I eat, literally everything.
Yep.
I weigh everything. I
Dude.
try to stay within a certain range of protein, fat, and carb,
Yes, sir.
and overall calories. And I've been doing that. So I'm down 30 pounds since May.
Fuck me.
Yeah, and I'm not a big guy, but I'm chubby. But now I'm like, look at this. Look at this.
Not anymore. You're not chubby anymore,
Look,
huh,
look
man?
at this chin. Look at this. I'm jiggling it on the camera. People can't see that.
No, we're each doing it. I'm pinching. You gotta, yeah.
See you, but you go to the gym. You do those things, right? What I do is I'm not an active person. I can go to the gym. I get a lot of anxiety in the gym. I don't drink my my what do they
Urine?
call that?
Urine. You don't drink
What's
your
that
urine?
green? What's that green shit you and Cale drink?
AG1, sponsored by AG1. Is this
Yeah, what a
Yeah.
bunch of shit that. Here's a
Yeah.
bunch of green shit that's going to
Yeah.
make you pretend to be healthy. No,
Put it
what
in
makes
your
you
mouth.
healthy is because you're going to the fucking gym. That's what's
Right.
making you healthy.
Yeah, and drinking urine. So it's totally true though. I mean, you're gonna burn more calories by just eating less. I do the same though. I track like 5-6 years ago when I started getting into like severe gym health mode was really from I smoked cigarettes for 20 years and all that and lived that life, which is great. Oh, I want to go back to it. It's
So
the
much
best.
cooler than me. So much cooler than me.
The smoke.
You're
yeah,
dressed in like a black button down. You got guitars
Yeah.
in your background. I'm in my office. I'm wearing a stupid Christmas shirt.
Yeah. Well, hey,
'Cause I haven't
you know.
gone home yet.
I started going to the gym, and then same thing when I finally was like, fuck it, I got to do exactly what you did. Like when I wanted to. I didn't have to lose a bunch, but I just wanted to lose some and do all that. It's like, yeah, you got to get the scale. Just fucking watch what you eat. The diet is just eat what you should eat. You don't have to eat chicken and broccoli and rice every day. I choose
people
to.
are surprised. Like literally this morning for breakfast, I had some of this what they call oh geez. So on the East Coast we have this thing called donair.
What?
Do you know what donair? Yeah, you don't. Do you know what shawarma is?
Just from the Avengers at the end, it's like, oh, shawarma, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's like a Lebanese kind of Middle Eastern thing where there's like a spit or a stick, and then there's meat around it that's flavored, and then it kind of spins on the thing, and then they shave it off, and then they put it in like a pita thing.
Yeah, like a gyro or a gyro.
It's
or
exactly like
yeah.
a gyro.
Yeah.
So basically, here on the East Coast, when those folk came from away, and they arrived when those people came from their country to the Maritimes, we decided we didn't like tzatziki sauce as a society. We all had meetings. We're like too much Greeky, whatever is going on there. Don't like that. So they're like, okay, well, we'll just add some more sugar, and it created a donair sauce, which is much more sweet and condensy milk, and it is heaven.
Okay.
And anyway, long story short, that's what I had for breakfast because I can. And then for lunch, I had a bunch of corn chips from Fritos. I just track it. I'm like,
Shit.
that's a bunch of carbs and whatever. I got it now. Now when I go home for supper, I have to have like a dozen eggs.
Yeah.
That's
And
all I
taking
can
out-
eat because I've blown up the rest of my day from the beginning. But you know what? I've lost 30 pounds eating basically what I want.
Dude, it's the key is finding whatever works for you and sticking with it long term. Because losing weight, as you've seen, it's just math. It's really not. It's not hard conceptually. It's hard. The discipline can be difficult.
Yeah,
But
it's really tough sometimes because you're like, I kind of don't want to have 50 grams of this. I want to have 100 grams of that. So I drink a
Yes.
lot of tea. The tea helps.
I do decaf coffee when I'm really like I need it. I'll do, honestly, for me, it's something weird. I chew gum and have coffee. It's like a taste plus whatever. But my thing is, I've made sure like over time what I need to fit into my calories, diet, or whatever is every night I have a giant bowl of air pop popcorn. I'm talking huge. It's about 437 calories, give or take the grams I'm weighing. And every night, but that's me. It's something I can eat while I'm watching TV, but I'm just spraying it with salt, like Crisco and then salt. And it's relatively low calorie for how I can eat for an hour straight, like a glutton.
And the volume is huge.
Yes. Oh, that's what I need. Some people are more like, and you're probably jealous of them. I am, who are like, oh, I just don't like to eat that much. So like what are you fucking talking about?
What the hell is wrong with you? You stupid piece of shit.
Yeah, fuck you. Right.
Eat it.
Eat the food. Okay, so you mentioned you don't go to the gym. This follow-up question should be right up your alley. How much do you bench?
Oh, that I do know. I want to say 180. Does that seem right?
Sure, man. Oh, wait. Kilograms, pounds? What are we talking here?
That'd be pounds.
Okay, yeah.
I got to dumb it down for you Americans.
Yeah, we are stupid.
I don't like things divisible by 10. That's just too complicated for us Americans.
12, please. Let me convert it.
Sometimes it's 12, but sometimes it's actually 7.
Yeah, don't ask us about it and don't talk about it. You can either answer this now or wait a couple questions. We got 3 more. Hang in there. I know you're trying to leave. Sit down. Air a pinball grievance this was initially going to be a Festivus thing over these 12 days, but I changed it because
legal reasons,
and I thought, do people want a 3-hour podcast of people just talking shit about pinball, airing grievances? Like, that's dumb. So let's change it. But I want a little bit of Festivus still in here. Feats of strength we could do, but let's do this. So I would like you to air a pinball grievance. If you have one at top of mind, feel free. Otherwise, we can get back to it in a little bit. You got one? Or we're coming back to it?
God, we're whiny. We're whiny folk.
We are.
Yes. I don't know. Some of my other hobbies are whiny, but they're like classy whiny.
Yeah.
Like they're less whiny and more like positive criticism.
Yeah, you don't get that here.
There's no positive criticism. It's like it is something about pinball. I don't know if it's and like I have my podcast and I see a lot of, I don't know if it's because it's mom and pop and it's like informal and it's not corporate and it's small and it's catty. I don't know. It's very, very strange. And I don't get like, and I'm not that kind of guy. I'm a pretty easygoing kind of guy and I just sort of just roll. I don't know if that's a Canadian thing or what, but it's like sometimes you're just like, man, you're whiny. What are you whining for? I'm whining because I want change. It's like, no, you're just trying to justify something.
Yeah. And I assume you're referring to the pinball party as a whole is kind of what you're discussing about the whining. And
specifically, yes.
Yeah. No,
more Cale.
Yeah.
Oh, God, he's the worst.
God. Rachel too. I mean, no offense, but they're 2 of the worst.
Anybody who draws a bunch of dicks can't be that bad.
What do you want for Christmas this year? Aside from food.
Yeah. I don't, like realistically, what would I want?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. I would really, for some reason, I really want a PlayStation 5, but I don't think I'm going to use it as much because it's so hard to find time now to game stuff.
True.
Like it legitimately is.
How much? How much do you play? Tell me about the Christmas thing when you get it. How much are you playing pinball these days? Like nightly, once a week?
Yeah, every other day usually. So they just did the James Bond 7 days of 007 or whatever. So you had to have like quests.
Okay.
To play 7 games within 7 days and have 2 people play a score of 77 million plus. There was another badge for it play after 7 p.m. So I did a few of those, which I thought was kind of fun. And this is where Stern's getting in. They know what's up. They're
doing
figuring
good.
It out.
They are. Oh man. So what do you want for Christmas?
World peace.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
You look serious too. I don't like.
No,
that.
I really like a griddle. You know what? A griddle would be pretty great. So I have a smoker, a pellet smoker. I got a regular smoker. I got a grill, or as we call them here, barbecues.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love a griddle.
Yeah.
So I could do like the breakfast eggs and so good. And the breakfast eggs and the bacon, and you got the thing, and you got the big spatulas, and you're fucking swinging shit around.
Uh-huh.
You're like,
But what's this,
takoyaki.
the white sauce you're going to get in there too? What was that called? Donut sauce?
Semen.
Yep.
Donair sauce.
Donair sauce. That's what they call it. So you want a PS5 and a griddle.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you looking forward to most in 2024 in the world of pinball?
Oh, geez. I'm the most in the world of pinball. I'm most looking forward to the next release from American Pinball, so I can watch everybody just fucking just explode with whining and anger. And why aren't they doing Goonies? What is wrong with them? Why are they doing this original theme? And it's gonna be so much fun. It's gonna be so much fun because I know I'll join in on that. But it's just gonna be so much.
And people will say
So
things
great.
like, "Why doesn't the game work?" or "Why isn't it fun?" You know, things
Yes,
like that.
or where's my Legends of Valhalla? I'm still waiting for that awesome.
I bought it in 1976 and still hasn't arrived.
God.
Well, I get it. All right. Merry Christmas. Thanks for joining. This is a long time coming, man. Having you on here. If nothing else, it was worth just seeing the sweater you got on.
Oh, it's great. So it's funny because there's reindeer on the front here, but if you look carefully.
Are you For all the listeners out there, what I'm looking at is a classic, ugly sweater, I would say,
It's like,
Christmas sweater.
It's got the red on the top.
Reindeer.
And the snowflakes.
Yeah, and then there's another a white line below it with some reindeer in it. And before he lifted his shirt up, and you just see the tops of reindeer. Like, oh, okay. Pulls it up. The reindeer are banging each other inside the rectum. It looks like. That is hilarious.
Yeah, but the thing is, I wear it. I'm wearing it at the office. They don't notice, which makes it so funny. Because everybody's like, "Oh, I love your ugly sweater. It's so cute." And I'm like,
take another look, and like, oh, are they making intercourse with each other's holes?
Yeah. Did that reindeer buy dinner for that other reindeer?
All right. Thanks, man. Thanks for joining. Have a Merry Christmas. Everyone go check out the Silverball Chronicles. You guys sending one? You releasing one soon? What are you doing?
Yeah, so there should be one coming out within the next week or two, somewhere around the holidays, and then part 2 should release very shortly thereafter. I'm just putting the final touches on that one.
I can't
So
wait.
it should be 2 in December.
That's
But
too many.
if you've joined us at patreon.com/Silverball Chronicles, you already have heard that episode.
Go check out Silverball on the Pinball Network. Go check out their Patreon, and don't check out your shirt. No, don't look at David's.
Don't do it.
And stop talking to me. We'll see you later.
Great, thanks.
Yep.
Never talk to me again.
On the 7th day of balls, pinball gave to me Buffalo Pinball, Kevin Shippick, David Dennis, Cale, and Rachel Best. Nudge Pinball Podcast show from Triple Drain, 1/2 of Matt, and the Shoeman, Zach Manne.
Merry Christmas to Kevin from the Brody Even Talk Pinball, Buffalo. You've been on the show before. Hey man, how you doing?
What's going on? Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Thank you. Not a lot going on other than doing these 12 days of balls, and thank you for being so accommodating. I know I reached out, I was like, hey, can you record like now or like very soon and do this? Because this is chaotic and dumb that I'm doing this. So thank you very much for joining.
Sure, what the heck? Let's talk.
Some of this is pinball related, some of it not, but I have some questions. And to kick it off with, very specific pinball question. Do you believe in aliens?
Yes. Yeah, you want yes or no answers? Do you want
you can keep going. Either, man. If you got more to it.
Yeah, I just feel like the universe is so big. There's got to be something out there.
Yeah. Do you believe in ghosts?
No.
Yeah.
It's not.
The closest.
We're done. It's over. That's it.
Yeah. Thanks for the show. See you later. The closest we had is like I don't really either per se, but I like hearing the stories of people like, oh yeah, I walked in the kitchen and I saw this dead man floating. Like, and I like to kind of get freaked out, even though it's not whatever. But Cale had this really interesting story. For anyone listening, you got to listen. Go back and listen to. Or wait, are you after or before? Scheduling wise, you
whatever.
Figure it out. Yeah, it's in there. He has a funny story about a hotel and some water. But on pinball, and for those who don't know, you guys do the Buffalo, the whole, I mean, it's under the moniker of Buffalo Pinball, but Bro Do Even Talk Pinball, one of my favorite pinball podcasts. In fact, I just like paused it. I'm like halfway through your last one to record this with you. You were just talking about the GTF Signature Edition.
Oh my goodness, dude.
What a joke.
I saw that video and I was like, they're trying to like sell this as an investment. I can't even handle this. I can't handle it. So I was like, we have to do a breakdown of this on the show. So
what? All right. So I got to the point where they're just talking about the powder coated armor and the Titan flipper bands, and then the kid was saying something about some toy that light reflects off the field, and I was just
yeah. So they're launching the Signature Edition pinball machine, and like. All of the perks that they're giving are like things that you could just buy on their store for like $20. So like you get this glass for $20, or you can buy a banner that's $100. You can get powder coated armor. Okay, that's cool. If you really like that color, just get your armor powder coated that color. I was like, but the signature's on the apron. I guess that's a thing you can't get somewhere else. But where's the value? And there's like a hologram sticker that they put on there. Like I don't see it. Man.
What's the price? Do they say in there?
It's a call for pricing price.
Oh,
so
$5.
Exactly. I will give you $5 for this.
Actually, that'd be a funny. I wonder if you'd have to get permission, but like record it and call them and just lowball them big time. I'll give you $2,000.
How many of these you got sitting in your warehouse?
Yeah, I'll take them all. $50. I'll take them off your hand. But. In the opposite of that, what was your favorite pinball thing this year in 2023? Could be game, rules.
Personally, I got to go and hang with Scott Denisi at the Multimorphic headquarters and play Final Resistance, and that was pretty amazing.
I saw one of your streams, and then that was like, I think that was lead up to TPF. Is that right? Is that early in the year?
Yeah, it was right before TPF. Yeah.
Yeah, and I haven't played the game. You have a P3, right? Do you have the game? I don't even remember. Did they make it? Yeah.
They're building them, shipping them. Yeah, lots of people have gotten them already. I got mine a couple months ago. I was one of the first off the line. So yeah, it's awesome. Like it's everything I want in a Scott Denisi game, and it's built by Multimorphic, which I appreciate.
Right.
As opposed to his other pinball machines.
Spooky, man. And you guys were talking about that as well. Like the themes they're doing pretty good with the themes, but like it's fool me once, spooky.
It's like I hate to I understand there's a lot of effort and people put a lot of time and money and passion into these pinball machines. So it's hard to like crap on somebody's hard work. Like I don't want to yuck your yum, you know what I mean? But it's also like if there's a repeating pattern and there's an issue, I think it's fair to call that out too. You know what I mean? Right. So
right.
Like, they're doing something similar that they did with Ultraman and Halloween, right? Where they're doing two pinball machines at the same time. Last time they did that, the code it took a lot of time for the code to get where it needed to be. I'll give them credit. Like it looks like they're doing two separate development teams on these games. And it sounds like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre has been in development for a long time. So, but it's with the market the way it is right now, and used machines, you don't have to rush out and buy these games right away. Like play the game. If it's great and you love it, buy it. But just we can take a wait and see approach, which I'm glad about. I'm glad the kind of like insanity of COVID is over, where everybody was just buying everything that comes out before they had a chance to play it. And then the used games were more expensive than the new games. And that kind of like was just driving this insane cycle that was not sustainable. So things have chilled out a little bit. We get a chance to enjoy the machines, see if it's for you and buy it. And then even if you miss out on a brand new in box, chances are you're going to be able to get a used one less than new in box, which is awesome.
Yeah. And for those who hopped in during COVID, that's the norm of like, you should be able to get a used game cheaper than new. I mean,
yes.
And fear missing out was like a stranglehold for at least a year on everyone. Of like people were spending $3,000 over MSRP on like Stern premiums just to be able to play Deadpool.
And I remember Ghostbusters prices went like through the roof. It was insane.
Yes.
And when I had mine, people couldn't wait to get rid of that game. Everybody hated that game, and then everybody decided they loved it. So it was crazy.
Or like one of your games in the background, Tron. Like during COVID, that was going for like 11, 12 grand for a Tron Pro. And those new were what, 5, 4.5?
5-ish. Yeah. I bought mine was home use only. So I bought it secondhand. It was like $5,500.
As someone who's owned it that long, does it hold up?
It does. Well, it's like my dream theme. Like I'm a super nerd for Tron, so I'm never going to sell it. But it's also it's one of those games that's in the vein of Iron Man. I think you were a past Iron Man owner, right?
Yeah.
So it's in that same kind of like that sort of rule set. So it's one of those things where it doesn't take a long time to get to the end. But it's always kind of like it's got the carrot like right out there, and every once in a while you can grab it. Yeah, and otherwise it's just kicking your butt, which I appreciate.
How often do you think you play Tron these days? Like once a week, once a month?
Yeah, a couple times a month, probably.
Yeah.
I've got I think 9 games, so yeah, it varies.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your favorite thing this year was the whole Final Resistance thing with Scott, which was awesome. I gotta play that game. I wish. Yeah. That's the thing about P3, at least in Wisconsin, where there's not a lot around, and that's not something that I could like easily find on the used market, especially because it's like a bundle thing. You gotta get the P3 and then plus the game, and then it seems like most people on Pinside are trying to sell like the whole kit and caboodle at once for like $20,000. And like, I just want Final Resistance and maybe Cosmic Cart. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a lot to shell out up front, but that's awesome. Like once you have it, and then Final Resistance comes out, you could get it for a couple grand, which is awesome, right? Yeah, it's like that initial investment you got to jump in on.
What's that one? I forget what it's called. It's kind of a more arcadey one, like a roguelike, where I think you were streaming it. Where like
Dungeon Door Defender.
Yeah. What is the playfield for that one? What is it? Because
it works on Heist.
Heist. Okay. And
because you're defending the dungeon door, and Heist has the prison door.
Sure.
Yeah.
And do you have Heist, the module?
Yeah. I have them all except for Cannon Lagoon.
Out of all the games I've seen from them, that has been the game that, to me, I don't know why that game specifically, it's like, that's exactly up my alley.
That was the game that got me to buy in. I was like, I had a loaner. They sent me, what was it, like 2017, 2016, something like that. They sent me a loaner game to stream for a while, and then I sent it back. And then during COVID, they released Heist, and I was like, man, I should just buy one of these because I want them. I knew, like, from borrowing it, I was like, this is really awesome. I need to just own one of these. And then Heist was the game where I was like, all right, I'm going to jump in because it looked really cool. And I'm glad I did, because I've been all in since then. It's been great.
I have a few more questions, but I gotta just ask one more thing about the P3. When you're gonna, because you're like one of the most, you just have a lot of experience with it, and I'm talking to people like, when you are gonna change a module, how long does it take? You think roughly?
So there's a video of me doing this on our YouTube channel. So if you go to the Buffalo Pinball YouTube channel, and the video is like a minute and a half. And that includes me messing around with streaming gear because I was doing it during a stream. So
a minute and a half?
Yeah. And most of that time is taking the glass off and getting the game into service position. Once you have it in the service position, there's 3 connectors you disconnect, pull the module out. Yeah. Well, 3 connectors and 2 little latches on the side. Pull it out, dump the balls into the trough, put the new thing in, lock it down, slide it back in, and you're done.
Okay. I have so many questions, but all right, so move on. What is your favorite quote unquote real world monster? Like Sasquatch, Loch Ness Monster, Yeti,
good one,
Chupacabra.
No, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about monsters, but
yeah, me neither.
I guess the Yeti. Give me a good old Yeti.
A good Yeti. Okay.
Yeah.
What is your favorite curse word, and could you please enunciate it clearly?
There's so many to choose from.
I know. A lot of good ones. I think if Nick were here, he would say fuck.
He definitely would. I mean, you can't go wrong with that. It's context dependent for me. Like if I'm playing pinball and I get really mad, a big old fuck's going to come out. But if it's, if I'm less passionate and not feeling it as much, there's a good shit in there too.
Yeah.
So I like a good shit. For more reasons than one.
Yeah, right. Man,
and definitely everybody clip that part.
Yes. There's a little pause for you too, a little air on each side. Thank you. The amount of terrible things I say when draining a ball, I'm thinking of like Walking Dead, getting to the horde mode, something where like just one shot away, it's all blinking. You got all the weapons except for one. It's like loaded and you miss it. Like the things I say I should be arrested for. Right, when you drain, it just comes out.
Walking Dead, like they should just like if you want all the curse words to come out, just play Walking Dead.
Yeah,
that'll make them all come out.
Yep. If you wouldn't mind, could you tell me something about yourself that you're proud of? I know it's a rough question, but
I don't know. I'm a dad. I
Nice.
think my kid's pretty cool, so proud of my son. How about that?
hell yeah, man. How much you bench?
Oh, geez, I don't.
Okay, so 450 is the default answer. So we'll say 450 pounds. That's
8,000 pounds.
That's impressive. So initially, this 12 Days of Balls was going to be a Pinball Party Festivus thing, and I was going to have do this, with you and everyone else, and then make one large 2.5 hour episode and do grievance airs, feats of strength, all that. And I was like, well, that'll just be 3 hours of people bitching about Galactic Tank Force, Scooby Doo. It'll just be negative. I don't think I want to listen to
bad
it.
vibes at the end of the year.
Yeah, but I need to have a little sprinkle of it. So can you please, either we can go to a couple questions and come back to this, air a pinball grievance of 2023. If you have one at the top of your mind, feel free to shoot it out.
All the awards nonsense that's going on right now. The awards are pinball awards are dumb to begin with. We've intentionally we're not going to waste our time on the podcast talking about this stuff, so I'll talk about it on yours.
Yeah, please.
So it's annual awards for an industry that produces a handful of things every year, and one company has far greater reach than everybody else. So chances are, if it's a popularity contest, that's going to get the most votes because Stern's probably going to get the most votes because most people have played Stern's for out of sheer numbers. And then you've got one or two other games that are probably not going to make the cut. And that's it. So it's dumb to begin with. And then you all have all this dumb drama going on, and people are, it's let's just let's just be done with those. That would be my answer to that. No more awards. Everybody did great. High fives all around. We don't need to have an award show.
Yeah, here's my pinball awards. Probably Foo Fighters the best. Favorite podcast, actually, no offense to everyone else, probably Buffalo, or Brody even talks, sorry, the branding. And there we go. Awards over. So what do you want for Christmas this year?
The travel. Travel's good. I've been thinking more less about buying stuff and more about experience things. So let's put less stuff in landfills and just spend more time with our friends and family, traveling, doing cool stuff, having experiences versus buying stuff for each other.
It's hard. I agree. And especially in pinball, when you think one machine is a vacation for your whole family, price wise.
Exactly. It's crazy.
So if you had, if I just gave you 20 grand, which I won't because I don't have it, where would you just suddenly, you and your family go? Or maybe just you?
Probably Hawaii, because my son has been I don't know, for whatever reason, he was always wanted to go to Hawaii. I don't think it costs 20 grand to go to Hawaii, but it would be great. We could live it up and just, stay in the best hotels and everything. So we'll do it someday. But yeah, not this year. He's a junior in high school right now. So we got college in our future and all that stuff. So
if I remember, I think when we were getting to know your balls, the last episode, his favorite game was Pirates. Who was that your favorite game?
It's probably it's hard to pick a favorite single pinball machine for me. I have different games I like for different reasons. Like Tron and Pirates are probably up there. But then it's hard to deny Godzilla is an amazing game. And I really like Final Resistance. Dialed In is great. Addams Family is my nostalgic favorite. So I have many favorites for different reasons.
This year, I guess, of releases. Well, I mean, we had the beginning of the year, crazy, explosion of releases. What's your favorite game, of this year?
Of this year, probably Final Resistance. It's Godfather's really good too, but I think Final Resistance wins out on the overall experience. Because I tend to gravitate towards sci-fi themes, and I really like the cyberpunk theme. And I've always liked Total Nuclear Annihilation, but I felt like it was a little too linear for a home play keeper game. I love playing it competitively. I don't necessarily want to own it. And Final Resistance kind of hits that vibe, but brings more stuff to do, different ways to approach it while you're playing. So I think that's going to be my pick for the year.
Okay. Yeah, and TNA, I owned it twice. for the same reason, like you get bored with it fast, and it's like I moved it on, and then was like, well, I want to play it again, but whatever. But that was that's been the hardest game for me to sell ever, surprisingly, because even
like because people don't want to buy it.
Yeah, or like because I think the second time I had it was the newer version. But I mean, when it came out, they were asking like something ridiculous, like 9,000 or something. But I think I bought it on the used market or traded with a buddy for like $8,000, and even selling it like 1,500 below was, I think I ended up selling it for 7.5. But it took like 2 months to sell a perfect condition, like under 100 plays TNA. So. It's a tough one
I think they pushed the price up too much on that. That was like 5,500 when they launched the first one, right?
Yeah, and that's what that game fits there. Like it's a
right. That feels like the right price,
right? And not from a design or anything. Like I mean, it's or I should say, not from a big build quality or what Scott put into it. It's phenomenal, but it is a very simple, fast Iron Man type of game.
Right.
Even more linear.
And they put extras into it for the CE version, but not like double the price.
No.
Bonus. It's like GTF version of the signature edition. It's like, yeah, those things are nice. I'm not going to pay that much extra for it. Sorry.
No. Powder coat and some plastics. Not to discount it, but I mean, yeah, when you're asking $4,000 extra, nah, bruh.
Yeah.
Last question. In 2024, what are you looking forward to the most in the world of pinball?
I would say like less drama, but that's never going to happen. So,
right. No.
Hopefully this is the year that Mark Seiden's pinball machine comes out from JJP. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he's been working on. So brand new designer, with the bill of materials that JJP allows their designers. Really curious to see what comes out of that. So
is there a rumor?
Hopefully this is the year.
Is there any rumors on the theme for him?
I have no idea. Everybody wants it to be Metroid because that was his homebrew that he used to build it on Twitch. I used to watch him make this game on Twitch. Like if there was nothing else going on, I was like, oh, let's see what's going on. Mark is building this game again, and it was really cool and innovative. So looking forward to what's coming out of them.
If American Pinball is thinking that Cuphead somehow is a good enough theme, then I think Metroid, if it comes to video game themes, would smash that. But I mean, Mario.
Nintendo is notoriously difficult to work with license-wise, so I doubt it's going to be that.
Well, I think I'm going to have Ken Cromwell on tomorrow. Well, whenever you're listening.
Just ask Ken what the theme is. He'll tell you.
I'm going to.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask him on the air. And then
ask him how Mark Seiden's Metroid game is coming along.
All right, Ken, get ready.
Listen for the answer. All right.
Yep. If he's listening, I'm talking to him tomorrow. That might air before this or after. Whatever. Time doesn't really matter. It's a good call. I really want JJP to... I mean, they put their heart and soul into games, and the last two, like theme-wise, I mean, just for the masses, I don't think was the right call.
I want JJP to do the Matrix. They need to do the Matrix.
Fucking A. Hell yeah. Please. If they do the Matrix or Harry Potter or Star Wars...
They're going to be making those for years.
Printing money. Yeah, they'll turn it around. But they have so much money to work with anyways. It's probably...
Yeah. I think they're doing all right. But I just want them to have a runaway hit again like they had with Guns N' Roses,
Yep. That, and I mean, even like Wizard of Oz back then that game is still one of their most impressive. If not most. Could be.
It was packed. Other people came around on the other games too. I feel like, Dialed In obviously got slammed when it came out because people were hung up on the quote unquote mom jeans or the phone theme or whatever.
Right.
It's like, dude, this is a Pat Lawler disaster theme game. It's amazing. And
it's a great game.
I stand by that. I love that game. And so it's funny now, and like on Facebook when people are like, what JJP should I get? Like 9 out of the 10 comments are like, you should get Dialed In. That's their best game. I was like, what have I been telling you people?
Yeah. Dialed In is probably the correct answer for sure.
Yeah. It's great.
Well, hey, Kevin, Merry Christmas. Thanks for joining. I hope you have happy holidays with the family. Hopefully you get to travel more. What do you guys got coming up soon on Buffalo or Brody Even Talk?
So you'll get to this since you're about halfway through the episode. Towards the end, I talk about how we're shifting the channel a little bit. So I had been, for like the past 9 years, I've been doing Monday nights on Buffalo streaming. I'm scaling that back a little bit between, life and new job. Like I got a promotion this year. Like I said, my son's going to college soon, and we're looking at colleges. So like time wise, things don't work out as much. And plus, it's like, after you do something for long enough, it's like let's try something else.
Yeah.
So I won't be on every Monday night anymore, but if I get a new game or whatever, I'll still stream it. And we're still going to do the podcast where we all get or the stream where we all get together and play different games. We're still going to do the podcast every month. We're also not doing the stream team thing anymore. So we had been doing, for years we've had other, non-local Buffalo folks on the stream sharing their gameplay with everybody. So we're scaling that back too. So, but we do have a vision for the future of the channel. So if you're not subscribed to Buffalo Pinball on Twitch, do that. And if you are, leave your notifications on. And when the new stuff happens, you'll be there.
That's awesome. Yeah, and go check out Brody Even Talk Pinball on your podcast thingy. It's phenomenal. All right. Happy New Year's.
Thanks, Jason. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
On the 8th day of balls, pinball gave to me. I'm Craig, Bobbie, Buffalo Pinball, Kevin, Shipping, David, Dennis, Cale, and Rachel Best. Nudge Pinball Podcast, show from Triple Drain, one half of Meth, and the Shoeman, Zach Meny.
I'm Craig Bobbie.
Oh, good to know. Good to meet you, man. Well, I guess I've met you, but virtually. Good to see you in person. Well, camera. You know what I mean. Merry Christmas.
Exactly. Merry Christmas to you, Jason. This is awesome to be here. Awesome to be here. Really, really appreciate you having me on.
Thanks for coming on. I mean, this is short notice. This is ridiculous, and you are one of the 12 balls this year. How's that feel?
I'm so honored, and I actually, I decided to put some pants on today for this recording. Normally, I don't do that, but
right, yeah.
Today, I thought, let's go the extra mile here for Jason.
It's
kind of like our first podcast date. It's like our first date in a lot of ways,
Yeah. So next time, no pants, though.
Got it.
Right. I mean, I don't have pants, so, but hey, I'm the host. Why would I wear pants?
That's right.
What's new with you, man? I mean, the Pinball Show, you're for those who recognize your voice, you're on the Pinball Show a lot, doing the production updates, or no, what do they even call the segment anymore? We
call it our top stories news segment.
Right.
And basically, yeah, I sum up sort of the main hot topics of the week in the pinball industry, and then Zach and Dennis elaborate on those. And it's a continuation of what we started with Ken Cromwell and Bill Webb back in the Special Win Lit days. If any of the viewers remember that was all the way back in 2019. Boy, it seems like a long time ago, but before COVID, and then. That was sort of the show was kind of wrapping up as Ken was moving on to Jersey Jack and didn't have the time anymore to do that. And then Zach and Dennis kind of took that idea, and we sort of ported it over, changed the name up a little bit, and then we did have a number of correspondents as well back in Special Win. There was about 4 or 5 of us.
I remember.
Covering each of the manufacturers. And then over time, it was just getting harder and harder, as COVID ended, with everybody to get their pieces in on time. And it was just starting to get a lot. So we just whittled it down, and I ended up being the last man standing.
Well, no offense to the others, but it's not a slight, but you do a fantastic job, man.
Oh, thanks. Well, it's taken a while. I mean, when I first did this with Ken and Bill, I was, if you go back and listen, and of course who would, but when I go back and listen, there was a shakiness there, and certainly after you've done them, for 3 or 4 years, you do start to get a little more proficient, and you start to, if you play and listen to yourself, I find, I learn a lot about how I sound, how I want to sound, how I project, just all that stuff. So over time, if you do things long enough, shockingly, you do start to get better at it. So, but I appreciate it.
I don't do that. I should listen to myself, because I've gotten comments that like, oh, you sound like an ass. Like, oh, okay. Maybe if I listen to myself, I'd pick that up, but I don't, and I won't. So deal with it. When you are giving away this gold on the Pinball Show, it's one of my favorite parts of the show. Of course, pinball, mega chains, all that. But you are so concise with your words, and this is what I picture. Please correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe don't, because this is what I like to picture. That you are like hidden at stern. I mean, JJP, or pick one. You're like a little monkey in the corner. You're covered up by like a pinball box, something like in like Metal Gear Solid, and you're just peeking out. You're just spying on everyone. How do you get all this info? Is that what's happening?
Well, you just have to keep your ears to the ground, and you're right. You have to be in the right place at the right time. Certainly, showing up. I wish I could show up to more of the in-person, expos and pinball conventions, because a lot of stuff, as people get together, gets sort of bantered about, and not even through the employees, but just through word of mouth.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious talking to people and interacting with people, and that, as much as anything, has been the biggest bright spot, I think, in this hobby, is just interacting with so many of the listeners and so many of the people out there, and people that build the games, and the designers and the owners and all that stuff. It's a fantastic community.
One of my favorite parts of when you're giving the top stories of the week is when you're saying a rumor about something that I know is not a rumor and it's totally true. And you'll say like, oh, maybe, and I'm like, and it's like, oh, you put that second or third, did you? Or sometimes you put it first, and that's my favorite part. But hey, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you get good too at weeding out what the bullshit is, and I've gotten good just because I've been listening for so long about when I hear something and getting to know these companies and getting to know what's could be real or is real versus people just making shit up.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm about to make shit up for the next 15-20 minutes. Feel free to do the same.
I'm good at that too, trust me.
All right. Since you haven't been on here before, there's a question I haven't been asking people, but I kind of want to know. What's your favorite pinball machine? Do you have one?
Well, you're looking at it right behind me there, Jason. It's Godzilla. I do think, and I've said this before on Joel's Flipping Out with Friends YouTube stream, which I'm on periodically as well with him and other guests. And I do believe in being in this hobby in earnest for almost 5 years. I don't have my 5-year badge yet, Jason, but
Sorry.
Obviously I've liked pinball since I was a kid, but only really been in the hobby for a solid, I'd say, 4 years. But I do believe, courtesy of Keith Elwin and the folks at Stern, that Godzilla, overall is the greatest game that has ever been made in pinball form. I know people will argue that all day long, and theme is a big part for everybody. But in my opinion, everything they've done with this game, from the layout to the code to the artwork, the whole kit and caboodle, when you put that up against all the other games that have come before it, and that have come since, I still think this is the greatest game that's been made so far. But not that there's not other fantastic games out there, and not that other people, don't have a strong opinion about that. But you can see it's right at the top of the Pinside Top 100 for what it's worth, and it's why they've just continued to make the hell out of these, and probably will till the end of time.
I think we'll see what happens with the multi-toothed sea creature soon.
Elwin can do no wrong, So
What if it comes out and it's just dog shit? It's just like one of the worst, and we're all wrong, and he just like, as a meme, he just releases a dog shit game.
Well, even Bowie made some bad albums. I mean, shit,
It's true. Yeah. Well, that was made a couple years ago, but what in 2023 was your favorite pinball thing? Could be a game, could be Dennis Kreisel, could be a flipper mech.
There's two things, and they're kind of both the same, but I thought 2023 was a fantastic year for new releases. I was so two things happened. One, I was super skeptical about Barrels of Fun, which is a brand new company, for those that don't know, and with their new game Labyrinth. I was super skeptical about this game when they were first announcing it, and the marketing leading up to it I thought was horrific. So when I went to Expo, I was so shocked at how great this game was. It completely blew me away for a first effort from this company. So that was one thing that I was, extremely excited about, that this company's come from nowhere and they've produced a game that I think is on par with any of the big hitters out there these days, including Stern. I mean, I think it's a fantastic effort from them. But the game of Expo, in my humble opinion, and again, I know theme wise people aren't gonna be excited about this, but I do think Elton John is a fantastic shooting game, and overall, to me that was the game of that Expo and of 2023. I just think it's a fantastic game.
I think I haven't played it. I want to. It's always the price thing with JJP. I think if that was in line with the others, I think it would be much more in the contender to a lot of people but it's, well, yeah. I mean, it's like beating a dead horse.
They're horrifically expensive, and I would agree with that. And pinball in general is horrifically expensive, frankly. If I might say, if I must say, but. Price aside, and we could argue that all day long about, I paid, $3,000 for my Lord of the Rings back in 1987. And, like, those aren't the days we live in. Trying buying a new car. I know you have recently too. It's a horror show of how much money they want you to spend. It is redonkulous. But anyway, all that being aside, I think it was a fantastic effort by Steve Ritchie. I think he put a lot of concerns to bed with this effort. I think theme-wise, there's a lot to ask, for it. It wouldn't have been my first choice with Elton John. I'm sure it wasn't Steve's first choice, but he really made lemonade out of a lemon there. I mean, it is. I think it's a fantastic game. It was super fun to play. I wish I could have played it more in Expo. Everyone that played it had a great time on it. There's probably like we've talked about, or like some other podcasts have talked about, there's like one bad shot in the game. Oh well, but
what is the bad shot? Do you have a shot?
There's like a dead end. There's like a dead end shot up near the top, which I didn't really even notice. But now that we've it's been revealed, I kind of do notice it now. But that aside, it's just it's such a fun, well shooting, high flow game. I think it's fantastic with the sound effects and the lights and the artwork. Christopher Franchi did a bang up job, as he always does. Yep. So no, I thought it was a home run. If price wasn't an issue, I would be buying that game all day long.
Do you believe in aliens?
I absolutely do. Jason, I'm like, they've got to be fucking out there. They're fucking out there.
They are.
Yeah, no, I do. Like some of your other guests have said, the odds are that they're there. Now, what the intelligence level, that remains to be seen. And I'm not suggesting either that some of the things that we're witnessing, people are witnessing on Earth about aliens are necessarily true, because I do think there's a lot going on that we don't know about in terms of other government things going on that people don't want you to know about. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
So it's a real. I try not to go down those rabbit holes too much, but it would not shock me in less than 5 years if there's a press conference and it's the government saying, "Yep, aliens are here." And
here's Steve. This is his wife. They're both addicted to crack. They're
Exactly.
aliens. And going down further that rabbit hole, are you a ghost believer?
I love fucking ghosts too. Bring them on. Yeah, I'm a believer in all that shit. Again, I haven't really seen that much that would make me think, that there are ghosts but I'm a believer in the supernatural and all that shit. I'm a sucker for all that stuff.
That's awesome.
Without trying to get too, again, go down too many rabbit holes and get too obsessive about it. But yeah, I can believe it. But I do believe in all that stuff, and in spirituality and all that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a favorite monster of yours aside from Godzilla, like a Sasquatch or a Yeti or a Chupacabra, Loch Ness monster?
I like the name Sasquatch the best. I don't know if you remember, there was a show back in the late 70s or early 80s. It was called the Croft Super Show, and they had it was kind of like around the time of Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man, where Bigfoot was on that. Well, in the Croft Super Show, they had Bigfoot and Wild Boy, they called it, right? And as a kid, I fucking love that. These were like 10 or 15-minute episodes in an hour and a half kind of show where they had all these wacky characters and kind of mini episodes of these of the series, and you can find them all on YouTube, and they're hilarious to watch. They're so badly acted, but they're so like typical 70s kind of like it was a total play on the $6 Million Man with the slow motion stuff,
Okay,
and the bad suit, guy running around. So,
what's your favorite curse word? And please pronounce it clearly for the folk.
I'm a big fan of motherfucker, but I like putting curse words together with one another. Like, can you believe this motherfucking shit? And like, you got to raise your voice. I'm a big believer in like enunciation, or like if you have to say it, you can't just say, "Oh, motherfucker." Like,
right.
Like I really believe in kind of punching it up. My mom, God rest her soul, was the queen of the swear shock. So she would never swear at all, and then all of a sudden she'd throw out an F-bomb and just shock the shit out of everybody, like no one thought she could swear. And then sometimes she'd like just to like get attention, or just to see if you were awake, she'd throw in the F-bombs at you,
and it meant something more when she did it.
Yeah, I love swearing, I think, and that's one of the reasons why I love listening to your show too, because I think it's real. I think it's a great stress reliever, and I think it's hilarious. Like, I love using it in humor. Whenever my dad got mad, he would be swearing like a truck driver, and it was the funniest fucking thing because he was so emphatic about it, and it was the more emphatic he got, the funnier it became. Mm-hmm. And so I've learned from all that and try and keep it funny and amusing, I think. So if you're going to swear, just make it amusing. And all of a sudden, people who don't like swearing all of a sudden might.
It brings us together. Would you mind sharing something about yourself that you're proud of, please?
Well, I'm proud of all the shows that we do, over on the Pinball Show. Not to toot our own horn over there, but what the fuck, we're the shilliest of shills at the Pinball Show. But I also believe that we do a great job over there, and so I'm very proud of the work that gets done. I wouldn't continue to do it if I wasn't. And certainly working with guys like Dennis and Zach, who are at the top of their game right now, are just fantastic and super supportive. They let me do whatever I want. It doesn't matter. Like, I'll send them stuff and I'm like, I don't know. They're like, it's fantastic. I'm like, well, let's do it. And so they're very open to, ideas, and what we're doing. So stay tuned is all I can say to the listeners, because we're going to try change. I like changing it up every year. And I think 2024 is kind of the year of change for me. So stay tuned. I don't know. I have no fucking clue what that means, by the way. But
I'm excited. All right. How much you bench?
Well, before COVID, I was benching probably about 180. That's my weight.
Nice.
I'm 5'11". So my goal when I was working out for a bunch of years before COVID was to be able to bench my weight, and so I was able to do that. And then COVID hit, and I literally have not been back to the gym since, Jason. I mean, and 500 pounds later,
yeah, you're taking up the whole screen. Can you, this timing is so good or bad, however you look at it, airing a pinball grievance in the spirit of Seinfeld's Festivus, we're airing a grievance. Do you have a pinball grievance?
I love this. I actually love this question. And my grievance, I'm not, beyond some of the other stuff that people have already said, I'm going to take my aim, though, at some of the pinball manufacturers. And my big grievance is with folks like American Pinball and Chicago Pinball. God damn it, guys. Step it the fuck up. And I love David Fix. I actually really like him. I met him at Expo this year again. I really like it. But the company itself frustrates the shit out of me, because these companies should be like I know they have slightly different feels from people like Stern, but I want them to be like kind of what Barrels of Fun did with us this year. I want them to produce a game where it's like, holy shit, this is amazing. And I still feel like American Pinball, for all that they've produced, still hasn't done that. We still haven't seen, I don't think, the best that company has to offer yet. I thought Galactic Tank Force could have been something, although again, this obsession with original themes fucking drives me insane as well. Like I just can't. So that's one of my grievances is like the people that are original themes can be great, but not in comparison to an established license that's done well. So why go down that path in my mind?
Sure. What's on your Christmas list this year? What are you hoping to get from Santa Claus?
Well, I'm gonna really excite everybody with this one.
Okay.
I really want a high-powered flashlight, Jason.
No shit. Like it's just your standard flashlight, or you got something special?
So I've been doing like a handheld, but like that's super bright. So either for security or just like one of my big things as I get a little older here is I can't stand being in the fucking dark, especially when I'm trying to work or find shit, and I'm forever going to my phone but I want something big. Like I want to light up the side of a house, but I want to also be able to hold on to it or be able to put it in my pocket. So.
Okay.
God damn it, Amazon is so good that way. And so there are some, with LED technology, there are some super bright lights that are like a couple $100, but you can like, literally they'll blast, 600 yards or more. And it looks like, speaking of aliens, like there's a fucking flying saucer coming down on you. So anyway, that's what I'm getting for Christmas is a fucking.
So we'll see you coming from a mile away. There comes Craig Bobbie.
And the other thing I'm going to tell you what I want to before I get a heated vest. So I'm so tired of the cold now. I'm going to a heated vest, dude, and it is going to be life-changing for me. It is going to be I'm so fucking excited for those two things, light and heat.
When you get the vest, send me a Discord on how you like it.
Yes.
I want to know how that works out. What are you looking forward to the most in 2024 in the world of pinball?
Well, two things. The first thing is Keith Elwin's next thing, and it's been a while since we've seen anything from him because we got a little held up there with James Bond, and not everybody could get access or has had access to that game. But everything he touches is friggin', coming up gold for him. So I have no doubt. It doesn't even matter to me what the fucking theme is. It could be the Brady Bunch. It is going to be spectacular, whatever it is, and it's always an event when the greatest designer in the hobby today, and that's no offense to the other designers that are out there because there are some fantastic new games that are coming out, but Keith, much like his pinball playing, has taken the design of these games to a whole new level. So when he puts his mind to something, like he's just on a different level. He's on a different level. So I'm super excited to see what he's going to come out with this year. I am fearful for my bank account for that reason as well, because it's almost a take my money or buy without even seeing it deal with him. But and of course the Pinball Expo, which is such a fun thing. Jason, you gotta come, dude, to the Pinball Expo. It's so fucking fun. You'll love it.
I'll try. I was going to last year, and then stuff came up and life happens. But yeah, I want to this year. Well, aside from doing the top stories on the Pinball Show and flipping out with friends with Joel a lot, what else you got going on in your world of pinball coming up soon?
That is it. That's okay. No, it's like that's enough. And I wish I could do more. Like before the pandemic, I had a pinball show, what I called the midweek edition. So the idea behind that was there was so much stuff going on, and we all had so much time on our hands in retrospect that we thought, why not have another show in the same week as the pinball show, just to keep on talking and get into more detail or go down different paths that Zach and Dennis couldn't go down. But it just got to be too much in terms of the amount of time that it takes. Even the 3 to 5 minute show I do right now takes me hours literally to write it. Like when you're talking about the words and stuff, because I fucking sit there and write the fucking shit out of this thing. So I'm thinking about every sentence. What am I going to say? What am I not going to say? How can I make this better? How can I make this funny? Like, so, it takes a way more time than you think it does to have it look. And I'm a perfectionist a little bit too. So it's like,
sure,
I have a hard time releasing something where it sounds like shit. And when I was doing my own show too, I was spending so much fucking time editing because I can't stand something going out in the world that sounds like shit. You know what I mean? Or doesn't come across the way I hear it in my head.
Right.
And that just means a lot of editing, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, hey, man, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for finally joining the pinball party and letting us get to know you a little more.
Jason, this is so fun. Thank you so much for having me on. This is so cool. And hey, let's do it again. Let's not stop here. Let's just...
All right, man. You asked for it. And until then, Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. I hope you get your flashlight and your vest. And we'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Jason. Talk to you soon. Merry Christmas.
On the 9th day of balls, pinball gave to me Erika's pinball journey on Craig, Bobbie, Buffalo, pinball cabin, shipping, David, Dennis, Cale, and Rachel Best. Nudge Pinball Podcast, show got triple drain, one half of math, and the shoe Zach Meny.
Merry Christmas, Erika, from Erika's Pinball Journeys. How are you doing?
Doing good. Thanks so much. And Merry Christmas to you too.
I was on YouTube or Facebook or Instagram. I don't know. I started seeing your logo pop up, and I was very impressed by the art. And I recently watched the interview you did with the kind of the making of the Aliens pinball machine, and that was off the charts. How long have you been doing this? Well, as you call it, the pinball journey.
Well, my pinball journey kind of started in February of 2022. I had a friend that bought a Jurassic Park Data East, and he's like, yo, Erika, you need to get a pinball machine. And I had started a new corporate job and not traveling as much. And then I was like, yeah, I think I want a pinball machine, and bought a Lord of the Rings, and I haven't looked back since.
I saw your we were like-minded souls, your top 5 video, the Kineticist had us do, and Lord of the Rings is your number 1, right?
Yeah, it is. I love that game and movie, like all of it.
And as a filmmaker, right, the way you described it in your video, I watched it like 3 times because you were getting into, the Fellowship and the Two Towers and Return of the King. Yeah. I could see the enthusiasm. And honestly, that video is one of the reasons, like, you should totally come on here. We haven't talked before. Spoiler alert to all the listeners. We've never talked. So thank you very much for joining and just going through the circus with us.
Yeah, definitely. I enjoy the show.
From what I've seen, your stuff is just top notch. So please keep doing what you're doing. Were you at Expo this year, I think?
I did go to Expo. I have a recap video I'm working on. Yeah, it's just tough, like life. Like I have like a job and that takes a lot of my time. And I sit on a computer working at my job. So it's just been hard to keep going. And video editing takes a lot. And I don't know, I'm put like a standard for myself and felt a lot of pressure. Honestly, people really liked my videos, and I just want to make sure that I continue with that. I really enjoy doing it. I'm not an editor by any means. I used to edit back in the day a bit when I was working freelance on film stuff, but now I'm mostly like a supervisor, coordinator. I've done AD work and was a PA for many years, or production assistant for those of you that don't know the film terms and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been in the film industry since like 2015, I think.
Wow.
And been in corporate now for almost 2 years. But before this, I was working on movies and TV shows, and I was on sets and working on movies, and yeah, I was like a blast. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite one of those that you can talk about? I don't know what I don't know. I've never talked to anyone who's worked in film or any of that stuff. Any like awesome memories from that you want to share?
Yeah, I mean, I've worked on some pretty cool stuff. I am on IMDb, so you can find me on the International Movie Database, or IMDb, usually. Yeah. I'd say like my coolest project, I mean, I worked on Matrix 4.
Fuck off. Are you serious?
Yeah.
What?
So, yeah, I worked on that.
Okay, I got to show you something. I'm not taking my clothes off. I'm just taking my arm out of the sleeve. Okay. So this tattoo.
Oh, yo, let's go.
You see it?
I know, White Rabbit.
Yeah, so I got that in anticipation for Matrix 4, because growing up, well, so I'm 41, but when, the first Matrix came out, I was like, what the hell was that? And then like a week later, I'm like, that's the best thing I've ever seen. And then got really into it enough to where when it got announced that they're making Matrix 4, I was like, I've always thought of getting the White Rabbit tattoo with the red and blue pill. And then that one, I just got in the hype, and I was like, yeah, exactly what you said. Let's go. So I got it, and I love it. I mean, I think there's some naysayers out there about the movie, but you worked. What?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Let's just talk about Matrix instead of pinball. But wow. Yeah. I honestly don't think you could have said a better movie. Truly.
Yeah, it's probably the coolest one. I did a really fun one called Black Bear. It's a movie with Aubrey Plaza, Christopher Abbott, and and whatnot. So that one was really fun, and I like lived at the house we filmed at. So crazy times.
Fuck?
Yeah.
So would you like a rumored Matrix pinball machine?
Oh,
would that be up here?
Hell yeah! I heard like somebody was telling me. I don't tell a lot of people that I like. I tell people I've worked on movies and TV shows, but I don't really say what. Like my last name, I don't really like put it out there.
Same.
A lot. Like people ask it, but like, you know, it's not something I'm like, oh yeah, my last name is blah blah blah. You know.
So your pinball stuff. I mean, it's called Erika's Pinball Journey. Is kind of the overall thing. I mean, that is that the YouTube, right? It's called Erika's Pinball Journey.
YouTube, Instagram. I post more on Instagram at the moment. It's a bit easier, right? Like just photos and some small silly videos I have every once in a while. I plan to ramp up a lot more in the coming year. It's just been, is, you know, like life. It's been hard, but my job, either kind of maybe lucky for me, just went part-time. So, I now only work 3 days a week, so I'm now really wanting to dedicate to those 2 extra days now to actually like work on my content, work with local arcades, and just really share with people what I'm learning. Because I just have all these questions my like non-pinball friends ask, and I'm like, I just want to like go to my YouTube channel. Like that was mainly the reason why I wanted to start my channel, was because I got into pinball and like everyone's like, what are you doing? Like, what is this pinball that you're like super into?
Right.
And I'm like, oh, it's this and it's this. And then like, it would just take so long. Like but they would just keep asking me these questions. I'm like, I can't keep spending my day repeating the same story. So I'm just going to make a YouTube channel to direct my friends to, oh, you want to know about tournaments? Oh, go check out my YouTube channel. You want to know what it's like to join a league? Go check out my YouTube channel, you know?
Well, so you get bit by the pinball bug, you start using your talents to make these videos and share with. And I love that it comes out of a place of necessity of your friends asking, because very similar why I started the pinball party. Well, not the very similar reason, but a reason of like, I kept getting grief for people on Pinside. I'd buy a game, play it, sell it. And people were like, what is wrong with you? What do you mean what's wrong with me? Like, what's wrong with you? I don't know. And then to a point, I'm like, I guess I'll just tell you all what's going on because you won't stop asking it. So yeah, same thing. Similar.
Yeah.
Out of a
need.
need.
So many questions. You just got to fill up the gap, you know, like, and it's just so cool. I'm like, I've met so many amazing people and they just want to share like, oh, do you know about this? I'm like, no, tell me more. And I feel like I definitely I want to ramp up what I've been doing and sharing my journey more, because I'm learning a lot and I'm not sharing all of it yet. So I need to start sharing more of it. So give the people what they want.
I get what you're saying though, like when life gets in the way and it becomes like, it's a lot to do this. And then the quality you're putting into your videos, I respect it big time. And I can empathize with like, I'm the same way. And I made the mistake recently of like putting out a couple podcasts when I was just like in a bad mood and didn't care. Didn't do any editing, didn't do anything. Like, and like, I got to stop doing that. Anyway, speaking of pinball, what is Erika's favorite pinball thing of 2023?
Well, I got to go to Expo this year, and that was really awesome. I had heard about it last year when I got into it, and getting to go and meet people and see people. I listened to their podcasts, watched their YouTube channels. Like it was really just like really inspiring and really pushed me to like want to keep making more. And the fact that some people recognize me too, I was like, wow, I don't even have that many people right now. Like on Instagram, I'd say I have more. But I think that once I start ramping up more content, more people will be interested.
Did you meet Rachel Best there? Rachel from Electric Bat?
Yeah. I briefly saw them. They were doing like a live stream and I was like interviewing someone and they're like, oh, and there's Erika from Erika's Pinball Journey. And I was like, oh, hey. And then they like kept going. It's just like a fun little thing. But yeah, I saw them for a little bit, said hi.
Well, she's a fan of yours as well. I was talking with her when we were just doing this and how I brought it up. I was like, I should bring on Erika. What do you think? And she's like, yes. I'm like, all right, sold. So that was it.
Yeah, I really want to go to their arcades so bad. Like I'm putting it on my list of arcades to see in 2024.
Bring a video camera and make a video, please, so I can watch it.
Yes. Oh, definitely. I don't go anywhere without it. I mean, yeah, I don't have my expo video up yet, and that was back in October. But I have some break now during the holidays, and I'm just gonna really hash through it.
Do you believe in aliens?
Yeah, I do. I feel like watching all the science videos and things I have, I'm like, there's no way, man. We're so small. This universe is huge. So I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
How about ghosts?
Yeah, sure. Supernatural. Feel like things happen to people and there's just like a weird sixth sense sometimes. And I don't know. I'm not gonna. Yeah. Sure. Ghosts are real.
Yeah. Yes, they are. Confirmed. Do you have a favorite made up monster? Oh, maybe not made up. Loch Ness Monster, Sasquatch, Yeti, Chupacabra.
Favorite made up monster. I like a unicorn or a mermaid. Those sound pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah. I got a Fathom, so mermaids.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah.
One of the new ones?
Fix it. No, I have a classic Fathom. Somebody had it in their storage for like 20 years, and me and my dad were like, that's a pretty fun game. So I'm actually fixing it this Christmas. I'm really excited. Me and him are going to work on it.
Your friend got you into it, but your dad is also now into pinball? Or did you get him into it, or was he kind of into it as well? Or how'd that?
He played pinball before, like as a kid. He talked about it. And then it's funny, I got my dad back into pinball. Like he played when he was younger, but not a lot. He told me stories like, oh yeah, I remember I'd spend all my quarters over at this one place and we'd play at... He grew up in Sweden, so they'd have them at the ski lodges or something like that, and he would play. And then I was like, Dad, I want to buy a pinball machine. And he's like, what are you talking about? Pinball? I played that as a kid. You want to play that now? And I'm like, yeah, Dad, this is what I want to do. And now he's an engineer, so it's been really fun for me and him to work on this, and it's got his creativeness sparked back. And he just retired, so it's kind of nice because it's something me and my dad get to do together, and I get to spend time with him. So,
yeah. Do you have, and would you please enunciate your favorite curse word?
Oh, yeah. I like saying...
Jesus, that might even be too bad for this show. Can you tell me something aside from the Matrix 4 set, that can also be the answer, but can you tell me something about yourself that you're proud of?
Something I'm proud of for myself? I think putting myself out there and finally making this channel. I shot a episode back in September of 2022 and I hated it.
Did you?
And I decided, I could probably share with you my awful takes.
It's not out there?
It's definitely not out there, but maybe I make a Patreon and people can watch me struggle.
Yes.
See the Erika's pinball struggles journey.
Yeah.
Yeah, because my first episode I did 3 takes of that. It's 3 hours of footage of me trying to talk on camera, and I really sympathize for the actors I've worked with over the years. I'm like, holy moly, this is hard. And figuring out my style, I like to think I'm a very funny, positive, happy person. And sometimes when I'm recording, though, I feel like it's pretty late at night, and I have roommates, so I wonder. I'm just almost feel embarrassed, with I'm like, hey everybody, today
right.
I'm this, and you're just talking really loud and. But no, they're like gamers too, so they probably have their headphones on and don't even know. So
or they're streaming on Twitch and
yeah, they don't.
It is hard though, right? Hey everybody, what's up? And I when I'm doing a podcast or it's much easier talking with someone like you to actually be excited. But when you're by yourself and you're just like, what's up everybody? I'm so pumped, and you're just it's hard.
Yeah, and then for me. I'm starting to have to get used to recording myself in public, facing the camera towards me and being like, hey, everybody, I'm here at Expo and I want to share with you. That feels it's so hard for me. I'm not that person. I feel like I've faked it before. I've played around with friends, went to the Santa Monica Pier with some friends and we took our phones and we're pretending that we were YouTubers. What's up, my 2 million subscribers? Me and my friends just joking around, being all silly.
Yeah.
But when I actually have to do it, for this channel, I'm like, oh wow, this is hard. So I'm proud that I'm building up to being more confident of like just being on camera in person and like going out there and just like allowing myself to be silly and making this content, because pinball's fun. I want to have fun, and I don't want my videos to be like, and so pinball is great. You get a ball and
Well, from what I've seen, I'd say keep going, keep doing what you're doing. It comes across, the enthusiasm, the joy, even the like the outtakes on the I think it was your favorite 5. Is that where you had some outtakes on? I watched them. Yeah, it was good. I like that stuff.
People have told me they really like the outtakes, so I think I'm just gonna keep them. And I have so many.
Yeah. So. Sign up for your Patreon. You'll get to see 3 hours of them.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
How much you bench?
How much do I bench? Oh man, I haven't been hitting the gym much lately because I have a torn tendon in my foot. But when I was benching, I think I was at 85 pounds. But
nice.
My max before, oh man, I used to be able to do 135. I think that was what I did before, 135.
Hell
but
yeah.
At the moment, maybe like 85 was, maybe right now, you give me some weights, probably I'm going to do like 70.
Well, I thought when you were walking down the stairs, peek behind the scenes, everyone listening, she had to switch rooms because of the internet. I didn't want to say, I was like, are you hobbling a little bit? But is that
I am. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, your tendon.
Here's my foot.
Whoa! It's in a bag.
It's in a bag because we don't wear shoes in our house, and I only have one boot. So I'm wearing one of those like medical slipper things to keep my boot clean.
I'm just going to ask this question. You can answer it now, or if you want to wait a little bit. Do you have in the spirit of Seinfeld's Festivus, where you air grievances of each other, do you have a pinball grievance of 2023 that you could share? Something that you were disappointed with, a game you didn't like, a something, aside from obviously your tendon is probably not a joyful part.
My foot has been a hindrance on my life for like 2 months now. Actually a bit longer. But I didn't know it was torn for a long time. But
really?
Yeah, I've been walking around with it like for like 6 months and didn't know it. Yeah, but that's a whole story. But now I'm on the way to recovery, and I think that's really great. But like a grievance, I'd say like I really wish that I put out more content. Like I have so many videos, and I just need to put in the time, and I need to stop being in my head so much, I think, and just like put it out there. I think, people are going to love it or hate it. And I'm just want to just share this newfound love I have and just like educate people about things. And sure, tell me my top 5 are wrong. I think that was pretty funny. Some people messaging me telling me, you have the wrong top 5 games. And I'm like, what? Like you have, yeah, sure.
From my experience, I mean, from what I've seen, you're good at it. No matter, I would say put it out, because you're going to get people who naysay anyways, no matter what. The bigger, the better you do, you're going to get more. I've gotten plenty of just hurtful, like a couple that are just like, wow, you took your time out of your life to message someone that just to make them feel bad. Luckily, I have my wife, and when we just, we rip them a new asshole on our side. Just like, wow, fuck you, what a piece of shit. And friends and Cale and Rachel, we all sympathize. And I mean, it happens, but I get it. Like there's stuff I don't want to put out because I'm afraid of the backlash, but it's going to come. Even the better you do, the more you're going to get.
I think that's a new like mindset. I didn't think of it. Like I'm just like sharing some things I think that are interesting. And if you don't like it, like some people have told me that I've taught the wrong thing on like how to get into pinball. Like I'm like, okay, like thank you for your feedback. Like I do, I'm happy to take it, like constructive criticism. And, I know I'm not going to please everybody. Like, I'm doing it how, like, in my mindset, like, from what I've seen and how I've experienced. It's, like, literally Erika's pinball journey. If you don't like Erika's pinball journey, then, like, But I want it to be, like, everyone's journey in a way, too. It's, like, I want to bring other people in and whatnot and share with my friends and collaborate with others. And, it's, like, a whole journey for everybody. Like you're on your pinball journey. Like you've,
Kinda, yeah. Well, keep doing yours though. I mean, it's working. I mean, I saw it. I liked it. I'm like, hell yeah. Let's talk. Just keep going. What do you want for Christmas this year? Anything specific?
Ooh, I would love an Elton John pinball
Yeah.
machine. If I could afford that for Christmas this year, that would have been amazing. My dad and I would have, he would have absolutely loved going to Expo to play it. I just kept thinking of him and how he'd work on the games and Elton John.
You want to bring him next year? Bring him next year.
Yeah, I'm going to try. He's got a thing with his back right now, so the flight was going to be too hard on him. Like, I was trying to bring him. I was going to be like, Dad, come on. You're going to be a part of the show now, and everyone wants to see you. People that know me in person see him, so.
I have a good back and flights hurt, so I can't imagine. Yeah, no thanks.
No, from California, it's a little bit of it's about 5 hours, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's for me, it's a 5-hour drive, 4.5, but flight about 30 minutes. What are you looking forward to the most in 2024 in the world of pinball?
Yeah, I'm always excited for new games. I'm excited to play what's come out, and somewhere nearby me got a Elton John, so I'm excited to go to their place a lot and play. And then I saw Spooky's new release. I'm excited to play. I'm not a big horror fan, so probably I'll play Texas Chainsaw, but it's I'm such a baby when it comes to scary movies, so I've never seen it. But yeah, I'm definitely excited for Looney Tunes when it comes up at some local location, and whatever new games. Insider Connected has been really great. I want to do a little bit better at that and get my badges. I think that's pretty fun and interactive, and just make more content and be more consistent. So,
speaking of, what's next on your docket for Erika's Pinball Journey on YouTube? Is it the Expo video, or you got something else coming up?
I have a video for an arcade that I love, Lynn's Arcade down in Seaside. I absolutely adore those people there, and I have an interview I did with them a few months ago, so it's actually I'm like re-editing it now, and I'm like, oh man, this came out before Venom, so like they're talking about all this stuff here, like we talked about the future of pinball and stuff. But yeah, I have Lynn's Arcade episode is next, and then I do have an Expo recap, and then I have a Gottlieb prototype video that I'm really excited about.
So for the people that want to see your stuff and follow Erika's Pinball Journey, where can they find you?
They can find me on YouTube and Instagram at Erika's Pinball Journey. I'm on every social media platform, wherever you get your stuff. I'm more active, I'd say, on Instagram, but I'm working on my Facebook and my TikTok and, all the social type things. But yeah, it's Erika's Pinball Journey across the board on everything.
Okay.
Luckily, it wasn't taken.
Yeah. Well, hey, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Thanks for joining. I know it was short notice, and I really appreciate you hopping on out of nowhere and doing this with me.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. I really enjoy listening to your podcast. It's one of my favorites. It's always a party. And it's really enjoyable. So thanks for even reaching out. It was really cool.
Of course. Well, keep doing what you're doing. And everyone go check out Erika's Pinball Journey on everything she mentioned. Go specifically, the untold story behind Pinball Brothers' new Ripley version on YouTube is awesome. It's worth the channel in and of itself. So thanks again. We'll talk to you later. Have a good night.
On the 10th day of balls, pinball gave to me. Jason Arcade, Erika's Pinball Journey on Craig, Bobbie, Buffalo, Pinball, Kevin, Shipping, David, Dennis, Cale, and Rachel Best. Nudge Pinball Podcast, Yoga, Triple Drain, one half of Math, Feather Shoe, Math, Zach, Meny.
Merry Christmas. Well, Merry Christmas, Jason Knapp from Knapp Arcade. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Peek behind the scenes before we started recording. I was just saying, I'm reading your most recent news article on knapparcade.org. Announcement of new pinball manufacturer for Bally Williams remakes to come before end of 2023 with an update that basically is saying Planetary Pinball may still be working with CGC on this. I know you can't say more, but that's something.
Yeah, Planetary chimed in. And, when I mentioned that there was a new manufacturer coming, and they kind of reiterated that they were still working with CGC, I guess that was the update to it.
I guess the most recent rumors that I've heard around that kind of remix stuff was Twilight Zone, and I've heard some stuff behind the scenes, some stuff I will and won't say, but yeah, it's I hope they keep remaking some of these games.
I love it. I say the more the merrier out there, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I can't buy everything, but I like to go play them on location for sure. 100%.
Well, for those, we kind of went right into it. For those who don't know who you are, Jason Knapp runs the website Knapp Arcade. In my opinion, a lot of people's opinion, the best site for pinball news out there. I get email notifications. So, like, I will get your email notification. This is usually what happens. I'll get an email notification of some news thing, and then I read it, and while that's happening, I'll get a text from someone else in the know, who's not referencing your site, telling me the same thing. Like, the timing on this stuff is just odd.
That's
it's a
good.
small
I
hobby.
win, then.
Yeah, you do win. And what do you, so you have up to date pinball news, and you do arcade stuff as well. When did that start? Was it always a pinball thing, or is that new to the arcade? Because it's called Knapp Arcade. What's the
Right. Yeah, no, I started the Facebook. It was actually just a Facebook page for a long time, and I started it. It was 2015, I think. I forget. It's buried in my logo as an Easter egg. Exactly. If you look at the logo and you look on the pinball machines, there's like a score. Like that was the exact date of the Facebook page that it started. My Fiverr artist in Transylvania suggested I put it in there. I was like, "Oh,
is that what it was?"
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's funny. I got that made. I felt so bad. Fiverr was so cheap. I got the ultra deluxe package and tipped him 100%. It was still cheap. I was like, "What the?"
Wow.
Oh, but anyways, so yeah, it started out as a Facebook page, and it wasn't really intended, to be a news site or anything like that. What I did was I had bought one of those Arachnid, industrial dart machines, the commercial dart machines that you see in a bar, and you can go and it's got a video screen on it, and you can play darts against your friends with the soft tip darts.
Okay.
So I bought one of those, and my kids and I were going to do a charity tournament with all their friends and all the people in town to benefit St. Jude's Children's Hospital. So I wanted to put up something just so, we could invite people to it and they could say whether they're coming or not and when it is and everything. So that was, the Facebook page was originally the Knapp Arcade Charity Dart Tournament. And then about, I don't know how much longer after that, 6 months or a year after that, I was sharing a bunch of good Craigslist deals with people on the New Jersey Arcade Collectors Facebook page. And all the people that had been hoarding all the games were getting pissed off at me for sharing all the good deals with everyone else. That was back when Craigslist actually had deals. Now it's so they were all giving me a hard time and they're like, "Oh, what are you doing?" So I was like, "Well, screw you. I'll just go post it on my own page." So I changed the name to Knapp Arcade. And it was good anyways, because I was starting to share a lot of arcade and pinball news just on my regular site. And all the people I know in regular life are like, "I don't care about this." They give me, all people in town or from work or whatever. They're like, "Why do I care that this is happening?"
Yeah.
So it gave me a good place to talk about all the stuff I wanted to talk about anyways. And it kind of just grew. It was there. And then I started really getting into taking pictures. So I started sharing the pictures on Instagram in there. I share a lot of pinball machine pictures, and then it kind of expanded to the website because I was taking a lot of arcade road trips and stuff with my kids and sharing pictures and details of locations there. And they were just kind of disappearing on Facebook after a while. I mean, stuff just gets buried and kind of just disappears into the ether. So I was like, well, I'll put it up on a website. That way I always have it. I always have the memories of going to these places with my family and the pictures and just stuff. So stuff doesn't generally disappear into the Facebook quagmire or whatever you want to call it.
Sure.
So it still existed. And that's kind of how it all came about. Kind of by accident, I guess.
I use it especially in my droughts when I'm out of pinball for a while and I don't, you get access to Discord or Pinside or Facebook or all these things. And when I just want the cobwebs gone or the negativity, I just wait for my email notifications. I don't read. I'm like, I'll wait for the stuff from Knapp Arcade. And for those who don't go to it, it is actually KNAPP, not NAP. And I don't know. It's for me. It's the only place to go for news. And I'm wondering, how are you getting all this stuff? I know you can't share all these secrets, but are you like, do you have a magnifying glass and a microscope and you're just scouring, or do you got trolls that are feeding you this info? Or I assume it's like a mix of all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't go out like pumping people for information and like trying to develop moles and all this stuff. I mean, it all really, the backbone of the whole thing is that I've always been in competitive intelligence as a career in the auto industry. So manufacturers want to know what one manufacturer wants to know what the other one's doing, and one wants to know what sort of deals the other's offering. So I guess from doing that for a couple of decades, I've gotten the ability to sift through a lot of garbage really fast.
And are you still doing that?
Yeah.
Man, I am. Oh, that's dangerous. When I took a break from pinball, I still kind of am. I don't own any machines right now, so kind of monetarily took a break. I started getting into cars for the first time in my life. I have a couple of friends who are just gearheads. I don't know what the term is for people who are obsessed with cars.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun I wouldn't call it a hobby necessarily, area to be involved in.
It's close. Yeah, I realized that quickly. Like, for it to be a hobby, it's, even though pinball is expensive, talk about cars.
Yeah, pinball, at least a car is, at least, especially nowadays after COVID.
God.
After COVID, everything shot up like a rocket. I think incentives are going to continue to increase so the prices will normalize somewhat in 24, but still.
Yeah. And when I got, I'm still in the process of like possibly buying a Subaru STI, and I almost bought a launch edition just because of that they, discontinued them in 2021, and because of like the couldn't pass the emissions or whatever it was for the new WRXs. I'm just, for my like personal fun, I keep Googling like Subaru STI 2025 or 2020 is going to be a hybrid. So I'm waiting for that. So please, if you ever find anything out, shoot me a note on the side, because I want whatever next version of STI they make, if they make one.
Yeah, I can look into that. I mean, it's so many things. It's funny. I mean, not to go off on an auto tangent on a pinball podcast. But
hey, do it.
But I mean, the future product plans for every manufacturer have been slowly turning into almost all electric vehicles. And when I was looking at the market, I was like, man, they should be paying me for my opinion on this part, because I was like, there's such a massive disconnect between consumer demand for EVs and what the future product plans were. I knew it was not going to end well. And, we're starting to see them starting to pull back on the EV, the future EV plans a little bit now, because they're realizing it's just a huge disconnect between what consumers are willing to purchase at this point, whether it's because of the range anxiety or the cost. I mean, it's both.
Sure.
Because EVs are cost prohibitive compared to conventional gasoline vehicles at this point. So there was a major disconnect between product plans and the market, I thought.
The most recent, I almost bought a Tesla Model 3 Performance because I'm, pinball money, like whatever. I'll do something stupid with it for a while. And now I'm kind of waiting for whatever they do in 2024 with the Highland refresh of the Performance. But I test drove a couple Mach E's. And it's funny that, I mean, I liked it, but same thing. Like if I was currently going to do a electric, it would probably be Tesla just for the infrastructure and the whatever. Even though it's not perfect, it's just, well. So I drive it, realize the price of a Mach E. I get home a couple weeks later. They're like, hey, they send me a follow up like, oh, we're doing like incentives now, or this and that, 0% financing. At the same time, I see the news that like Mach E is just not selling well at all, and Ford is saying, go ahead, discount the shit out of it. We cannot move these things, and that's probably to your point.
Yeah, that's what's coming. I think especially on electric vehicles, if you look at the incentives on electric vehicles versus ICE, conventional internal combustion vehicles, the incentives on EVs are just skyrocketing.
Okay. Well, a conversation for some other time or offline.
You can edit that part out.
I think I'm going to leave it, man. All right. Yeah. So speaking of pinball, I have some questions I've been asking people on this 12 Days of Balls. Thanks again for joining and doing it at such short notice. You were one of the people I thought of immediately, so I really appreciate it.
That. Yeah, we've been talking about doing something for a while.
Yeah, it's a good excuse to do it. So you have all this pinball knowledge all the time. What was your favorite pinball thing of 2023? Could be a game, could be news, could be relationship, anything.
Yeah, I think it was actually just 2 time periods, really. And that's kind of a strange answer, but I'll explain. Like, back in March, we had like 6 launches within like a month.
Yeah,
if you remember, and I love it when something new comes out that we can talk about. I mean, I love it. There's not a lot of pinball machines I hate anyways, but it just when there's so much that we can talk about, like happened in March, and then also happened again in the fall. I mean, there was two like big spikes, and you could see the site traffic really spiked too. I mean, I think I hit 50,000 monthly views for the first time in March, and then
wow,
over 100,000 during this second really uptick in the fall. So, I mean, so I think we've established 50, 60 as like the baseline now, and we're kind of spiking to over 100 if a lot of stuff's going on, So just the fact that there's that many people that want to talk, and I try to keep it to be a very positive place and kind of nip anything bad in the bud if possible. So, it's just exciting for me to be able to talk about new launches and new games with that many people, because there's some comments on the site, and then on the Facebook page, we talk a lot. It's just, that's kind of why I started it, was just to meet and talk with people in the hobby. So whenever there's a lot going on, that makes me happy.
Yeah. Do you believe in aliens?
Yeah. That's a nuanced question. Yes, but I don't necessarily know that they're here. It's almost impossible, I would think, statistically, for there not to be something. But
sure,
given an infinite number of stars and an infinite number of galaxies and everything else, but I have not met one yet, personally.
How about ghosts? Do you believe in ghosts? Have you met any ghosts?
I have not met any ghosts. I would say I am highly skeptical of ghosts. I think aliens are more likely than ghosts.
Sure. Yeah. I would personally be more afraid if I saw a ghost than an alien. An alien, I'd be like, all right, because I could kind of understand that. I could wrap my head around it. Seeing a ghost, I'd be like, well, okay.
You can wrap. You're cool with an alien.
Yeah.
I would think a ghost would be less dangerous than an alien.
Oh yeah. To each their own. If I saw a ghost and I'm a giant child, I would freak the fuck out. I would immediately piss my pants.
It's definitely creepy. I definitely would let that creep me out, but I'm very skeptical of it.
Yeah.
Having said that, I still watch all those shows like Expedition Unknown and
of course.
Expedition X and all that
it's
stuff.
so good.
I love that stuff. I have like a Bigfoot on my shirt right now. He's carrying a case of beer, but he is a Bigfoot.
I shit you not. The next question I was going to ask you is, what is your favorite maybe real monster? Sasquatch,
my favorite
Loch Ness
cryptid
monster. Yeah, well, you're wearing a shirt.
Sure, I'll go with Bigfoot because this one was from a brewery I stumbled upon. I was driving to my cabin in Wyoming, and we found this like random brewery in this small town. So I went in. I was like, I got to get a shirt and some beer. And this is a Yeti carrying a fly rod in one hand and a 6-pack of craft beer in the other hand.
I bet it would take a lot more than a 6-pack for a Yeti to get a buzz, because they're pretty big, right?
He is big, but he doesn't drink a lot, I would assume.
You're not wrong.
Like an alcoholic Yeti could finish everything, but like a Yeti having beer for the first time, I think would probably take less than you'd think.
Yeah, good point. What is, and would you mind enunciating your favorite curse word?
Probably shit, just because it's so much more mainstream. If you drop an F-bomb, people are like, oh,
Tell me about it. I get emails all the time.
So shit is not quite mainstream, but almost overlooked by people who don't like cursing in general, I would say.
Yeah, it's like the new ass, where ass is just like not even a swear word anymore.
I would say shit is the new crap.
Yep, shit is shit is the new crap. If I wasn't labeling all of these like 12 Days of Balls, that would be the episode title. But alas,
shit is the new crap.
Would you mind telling me telling me and the audience something about yourself that you're proud of?
I mean, I'm definitely. I mean, for me, the number one priority is always my family, and my sons are doing well, knock on wood. So I would say raising, healthy, happy sons would be something I'm most proud of. But like in real life, but to relate it more to this, I think I'm pretty proud that the website and the Facebook page have taken off like they have. I mean, I'm not deriving anything from it monetarily, but I mean, anyone who's somewhat competitive in life wants to succeed at what they're doing. And I think I think it's gone pretty well. So that would be something. I'm definitely proud of how it's turned out.
I'm equally impressed. Well, I don't know your sons. Or did you say, but your website? Yeah, I'm equally proud of your website. How much you bench?
Well, given the fact I've had 3 heart bypasses, not as much as I used to.
Fuck, man. Well, I'm glad you're still ticking.
Yeah, still kicking. They frown
3.
upon that. Yeah.
I bet they frown upon that. We'll just say a lot. It's probably a lot though.
I'm guessing easily like 250.
Nice.
300.
Nice. Would you mind? We were initially going to do a Festivus thing, Seinfeld Festivus special. I was, so a lot of it was going to be.
Was I to air my grievances?
Exactly. So we have one grievance, if you mind, in the world of pinball for 2023. Is there a pinball grievance you mind airing?
Oh man, I try to stay out of the negativity if at all possible. So yeah. I don't know. I think I'm going to pass. Enough of it comes my way without any solicitation that I can kind of sidestep that one probably.
You have the best answer so far. Thank you for passing. What do you want for Christmas this year?
It just came in the mail today, actually. The new Atari 2600 Plus.
Oh yeah. So that is it emulating or is it?
I assume it's an emulator. It uses the OG cartridges.
Okay.
I went to visit my parents, and my parents moved to Memphis like decades ago. And I went to go visit them for Christmas. I don't know how many years ago it was, probably 5-6 years ago at least, maybe more. And I went through their attic and I found my OG Atari 2600 and all the cartridges. So I've had them for a while and I haven't been able to really play the cartridges. And a lot of the cartridges, some of my favorite Atari games were like Activision. So they're not on the new Atari 50 Steam game, which is came out from a Digital Eclipse. It's phenomenal, but it doesn't have any of the Activision stuff in it. So like Pitfall, River Raid, stuff like that. Some of my favorite Atari cartridges have been sitting in my basement with nothing to plug them into because I don't have a coaxial TV anymore. I probably should have kept them all now in retrospect, but we got rid of them. So I ordered the 2600 Plus the other day. I was just like, screw it. I'm just going to get that and plug. So I'm going to try to open it up later tonight and see if I can play some of like Pitfall and see if they even work after sitting in a Memphis attic for a couple of decades.
Do you have ET? I mean, everyone has
I actually
it, right?
do have ET in that pile.
Yeah.
I think it's a pile of like 20 cartridges maybe, and one of them is ET. The rest of them are in a garbage dump somewhere, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. I still have one Atari 2600 game, Superman, just because I'm a Superman fan, so I have it somewhere. And like, actually, I think it's in my Christmas ornament box for some reason.
Oh, you can hang it on the tree.
I know it doesn't hang well, but I like the art on the and the Spider-Man art on the old Atari.
The Atari art is so fantastic. I mean, I've been really on a big Atari kick lately. There's a book called The Art of Atari. If you haven't seen it, you should look it up. It's super thick, like coffee table book, but it's got all the details of like all the art from the boxes and how like, you know, people would look at the art on the boxes and be like, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And then plug in the cartridge and be like, what the F is this?
Yeah, what is this? They fooled me.
What is this shit? Yeah.
Was that your like most nostalgic growing up console? The Atari 2600?
2600 for sure was, I remember my dad wasn't like super into video games or like super like you guys should play video games. He wanted us outside more. So when he brought home the 2600, I was like, holy shit. And I still remember one day there was some sort of clearance sale at Sears and my dad brought home a bunch of like $1 and $2 Atari cartridges. And I was just like blown away by like, you know, that we had so many games to play. I think even originally one of the TVs we played it on was still black and white.
Oh yeah.
It's just, yeah. I'm not that old, but we just had a lot of freaking old TVs, you know?
The first Atari game, actually the first video game memory I have, you know, as you get older, you lose some of them, but I still think this is my earliest memory of video games, was at my cousin's house in Neenah, Wisconsin. I guess there's a lot actually Wisconsin people here. And it was, I think it's called either Power Battles or Jedi Power Battles. I don't know if that's, it's like a lightsaber on top and bottom, and it's almost like a, not a kind of Pong where like you shoot a thing and you have to deflect. I mean, there's a
I don't think I've ever heard of that. That's
Atari games, but that's the one I remember, and that's the one that got me into all games forever. Was that was the first thing. I was just blown away, and then
I remember all those. I remember like Adventure and Combat. I used to play with my little brother at Combat, and we would play Surround and Outlaw and all those games.
Yeah, that's
good stuff. I have a lot of nostalgia for Atari.
Well, I'm glad you got it
the
for
OG Nintendo too, for sure.
Oh, that's my baby. Yeah, when I was the most selfish, shitty 6-year-old, or maybe that's just the average 6-year-old boy. I remember Christmas that year when I wanted the Nintendo, the Power Pack or whatever it was. It comes with the light gun and Mario and Duck Hunt and everything. I told my parents, like, all right, I knew about returning things to like Target or Best Buy or whatever exists back then. I'm like, I'm just gonna add up whatever I get, and I'll return everything I get from my grandparents and my parents because I don't give a shit. I just want a Nintendo. And so, like, while I was opening up presents, I was like writing down what I thought the value was. So then
it's like the Price is Right for Christmas returns.
And then at the very I was such a garbage person. And then at the very end, they pulled out the Nintendo, and I still got it. And it was
that's a good memory.
Yeah,
you need to have a picture of you holding it over your head or something.
I do have one. Like it's me and my sister. I'll try to find it and post it on Facebook, but yeah.
That should definitely be the cover for this episode.
God. All right, if I can find it. Yep. The shit is the new crap with that picture. Last question, 2024. From what you can say publicly, what are you looking forward to the most in pinball in 2024?
I think it's one that's pretty widely known at this point already. I want to see Jaws, man. I don't think we're going to see it until the Consumer Electronic Expo in January. Every Tuesday and Wednesday at like 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, I'm sweating it because I said I didn't think we were going to see it this year. So I'm going to Stern's page looking to make sure I wasn't wrong. But I want to see, every Elwyn game is amazing. And, it's such an interesting theme. It's so different than what a lot of the themes that Stern has done really lately. So I'm just really curious to see what they do with it. That would be one that's super high on my list. It's a pretty obvious one. It's not like I'm breaking any news with it, but I'm just really curious to see, what it's like.
Yep. Aside from like the rumors of whatever and what you've shared and all that kind of stuff, the only scuttlebutt I've heard is that, it's legit awesome. So
yeah. I've heard good things. Well, you had the one time you played that game, the 2 Lies and a Truth, you had the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in there.
Yeah, and then when we were, we had it planned out for a few of them, and we still might.
You got to bring that back. I like it when you have Cale and Rachel on. Those are good shows too.
Yeah, me too. We'll probably still keep doing it here and there.
Do 2 Lies and a Truth, then you give me more stuff to write about.
Yeah, well, sometimes I might need a truth, and I might have to hit you up and be like, "Hey, I need something, man. I need like crap."
Oh yeah.
Well, hey, man, thanks. You got anything coming up? Anything you want to point people to, or just go to the website?
Yeah, napparcade.org, because some rando stole napparcade.com, so I have to. I don't know who took it. I'm still hunting for them. If you know, send me an email. So napparcade.org is out there, and then Facebook and Instagram are the pages. I talk about this stuff pretty much every day, and I share pictures of the rare games that I've seen, and I like to talk about everything. So, stop by.
Okay. Well, man, keep it up. I love the site. I'll still be checking it daily.
Thanks, man.
And have a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays, and I hope everything goes well for you in the near future.
Yeah, thanks. You too.
All right. Talk to you later.
On the 11th day of falls, pinball gave to me. Ken from JJP, Jason F. Arcade, Erika's pinball journey. I'm Craig, Bobbie, Buffalo Pinball, Kevin, Big David, Turner, Cale, and Rachel Best. Times Pinball Podcast, show from Triple Drain, 1/2 of Matt, and the Shoeman, Zach Meny.
Well, Merry Christmas to one of my favorites, Ken Cromwell from Jersey Jack Pinball. How you doing?
Jason, good to be back. Thanks for having me back on the Pinball Party.
Yeah, you were one of the first on the Pinball Party. I'll say back in the day, but it was really like a year ago.
It doesn't seem like a long time ago. I remember I wrote you an email and you hit me up and got back to me and then invited me on. So it was fun. It might have been the last time I went on a podcast, actually. So I'm 2 for 2 with you this year. Yeah, I can't recall being on another show. So.
Well, you were doing Special and Lit still for a while, and is that kind of on a hiatus? Where's that at?
Yeah, so Special One Lit, I mean, we still jump on from time to time. I think we maybe have 7 or 8 episodes this year that we kind of just put out, but there's not anything that's on a regular cadence or schedule, which is kind of nice. So, but other than Special One Lit, I think the only other podcast that I've been on this year is the Pinball Party. And this would be part 2.
Yes. And for those who don't know your name or what you do, Ken Cromwell, what is your title at Jersey Jack Pinball?
My official title at JJP is Marketing and Communications Specialist.
Yeah, specialized.
That's right.
Shit.
That's right. It sounds important over there. So doing what I can.
Honestly, you've been one of the most supportive of this show since I started, or I should just say of even me, which sounds weird to say, but it's true. Like, you reached out early on. You've always been a friend. We've kept in contact via text and all this stuff. I've been meaning to come down to JJP to get a tour and all that, but just like you, like driving over 2 hours these days, I'm like, oh, kill me.
Yeah, I get it.
But I want to come down there, man. We used to have flights out of Eau Claire into Chicago that was 25 minutes, but they stopped doing that.
How long is your drive in from Eau Claire? Like, is it like 2-3 hours?
4.5.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's pretty significant. That's about right at the threshold of where I don't want to drive. 4.5, 5 hours is about as far as I'll go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've been doing these 12 Days of Balls. Thank you you were one of the first people I texted. Thank you for being so accommodating, just jumping on right away and doing this.
No, thanks for having me on, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. And I've been asking people basically the same questions, but there was one special question for you that came out of Kevin Mann from Buffalo Pinball. I was doing this. I don't remember when this is going to air, so if his hasn't aired yet, he's going to be on one of these.
All right.
He mentioned what he was saying for, spoiler, one of the last questions is like, what are you looking forward to in 2024 in pinball? But his was, whatever Mark Seiden's next pinball game is, and can you ask Ken what game that is?
Yeah, you could certainly ask me. So Mark Seiden is he's next in the queue, so we're excited to kind of debut that game in 2024. So unfortunately, I can't confirm or deny what the theme is, but it's something that I think people will find popular and fun to play. And I don't want to get too far into the weeds on it. I mean, there's a lot of things I'd love to tease.
If you did.
I know, but I think especially I think that's something that the designer and his team or her team, depending on who's building, that's for them to kind of share that kind of information with. And when it comes time for me to market, I'm ready to go. But I'm anxiously awaiting that title because it's going to be fun. We've got Elton John that's out right now, and those games are shipping. When people get a chance to play it, I think they're going to have a real positive experience. And I'm looking forward to that too. Everything's kind of trending up at Jersey Jack Pinball from pinball standpoint, from a positive team standpoint, and of course. I'm towing the company line here, but I definitely believe it.
Yeah, I unfortunately have not played Elton John yet, and I have wanted. There has not been a JJP release recently that I've wanted to play more than Elton John. The 4.5 hour drive is the only sticking point. If it was local, like I a music fan, probably not a surprise to some people listening to this, but I love Steve Ritchie's layouts. My first, cherry poppin' game was Star Trek, which this looks similar, and I think a lot of these designers, when they have something that like works, do it. Keep doing, make variations. Like I do the same thing when I make a song. I'm not like, well, now let me try rap. Now let me try country. You find something that works and just do it. And man, that thing looks fun. How much have you played it? Probably a little bit.
I played it a ton, and the thing is, I played it for so long that. It's a fun game. It's what pinball should be. It just makes you feel good when you're playing it. Like you want to step up and the game presents so well. Elton John is a powerhouse in the music industry as a recording artist. And so everything that you're familiar with Elton John is there. Jack Winery says that the game is kind of like it's a love letter to Elton John, but it really just kind of celebrates his career. But it's got all the familiarities of like a Steve Ritchie kind of design that you would expect. It's very flowy. It's very fast. I from all of the feedback that I've received, for the most part, and I would say 99%, just going from pinball shows, everybody that plays it really, really likes it. I mean, we had super long lines at Expo, and people would get back in after waiting 40, 45 minutes and play it again. We had people that played it 4 or 5 times. I wish we had more games that we had brought out, but the feedback is positive. And when you think about Jersey Jack, and I don't, edit this out if you want to, but I mean, 90% of our buyers, they are people that are homeowners. They're owning games within the home, right? So we don't really have, when a game comes out, it's not out at 500 locations. So for us, a lot of, being able to kind of drive, interest in a game after the initial launch is getting the game in front of people and letting people play it and then having that positive experience. So, right now we're in a transition of we've launched the game and it's been out and now it's starting to ship and we get that second wave of, momentum and it's exciting. It's going to be fun.
What I like about that, again, the problem of driving 4.5 hours to go to, I don't have one at home. I wish I did. I see some other manufacturers kind of trying to be everything to everyone, and it sounds like, again, correct me if I'm wrong, that you are concentrating on some of that home market, or at least it's a major point you're thinking of while designing and doing it. Because I see others where like kind of like you gotta pick something or lean into some things. Is Jersey Jack machines being a home game like one of the main points you're making, or is it?
I don't know that we're making the point. It's just kind of a matter of circumstance. Right now where we're coming in at, more people are buying in the homes than on location. And that's not to say that we're not trying to pay attention to locations. In fact, we've got a couple things in the works that we think may make it more appealing for additional locations to kind of get more of our games, at their locations, so to speak. And, I'll have more news about that, I think, a little bit later. But, obviously it's advantageous to have your games in bars and restaurants and arcades. And we do have some of that, but it's something that I would like to focus on, increasing the amount of games that we have out in those locations. And I think the company does too. Are we going to change like our the whole way that we approach things? Absolutely not. But, there are some things that we can do to kind of switch that into another direction, I think.
Sure. All right. Well, since this is the 12 Days of Balls, is very much a Christmas and getting to know you a little more thing. Let's get to that. But I think we should do this again sometime. Maybe when you're closer to a release or doing a marketing campaign, or let's talk more about what's coming up in JJP.
Yeah, you got it, man.
All right. What is your favorite pinball thing from 2023? Could be a game, could be a person, could be a thing, could be an event.
I think we kind of touched on it. And that was just Steve Ritchie being able to launch a game with Jersey Jack Pinball for the first time. That first reveal. I've known Steve for a long time, for years prior to him coming over to Jersey Jack Pinball. So I didn't really know what to expect when he had come in, and to kind of see all of his hard work with his team kind of come to fruition. And now he's got this game that he's bringing to Pinball Expo in Chicago. Was a important thing for Steve, but it was fun for me to watch, and it was a thrilling experience to kind of see the reaction people that had on the game, to see Steve's reaction. And I some of it was personal for Steve. I think that he had some things that he wanted to prove to some people, and including himself. And I think that he had done that. And I know that he's proud of what he accomplished, and I'm proud to have, been working in a small capacity with getting that game out. But that was the most exciting thing pinball wise that happened for me personally in 2023, just kind of experiencing that and being along for the ride.
And I don't know if this is something you can share or not. So, again, I can edit this out, but Steve's not done at Jersey Jack? Was that a one-off, or is he,
no, Steve's not done at Jersey Jack. Nope.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Do you believe in aliens?
What's your definition of an alien? Like, what are we talking about?
Anything that's not from planet Earth that's alive.
Sure. Yeah. Without a doubt. I think that there are aliens. There may be aliens here. When I look at, and it's interesting that you said that. I was having this conversation with somebody a couple of weeks ago. The amount of kind of disclosure that's going on with the U.S. government right now, where they're kind of dropping these bombs with UFOs and UAPs and alien technology. If you would have dropped this information maybe 30 years ago, 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, I think it would have been a huge topic of public conversation. People would be buzzing about it. There'd be concerns, but it's like we've been so desensitized as a nation to shocking things that it's like you could literally say, hey, by the way, there are aliens here, and we're kind of under their control, and we're part of like this little zoo exhibit. And I don't think that it would shock and awe too many people, honestly. I think it'd be like, oh, okay, whatever. We'll go with the flow. The other way to look at it is, is disclosing this stuff a distraction for something else that's coming down the pipeline? I wouldn't rule anything out. But if I had to guess, I would say that mathematically speaking, there has to be intelligent life somewhere else. And I wouldn't be shocked if it's here or it has been here in the past. So I guess the answer to aliens would be absolutely yes. 100%.
Does Jersey Jack employ any aliens, or is that something you can't discuss?
Yeah, no, I could not because of confidentiality.
Right. Okay. do you believe in ghosts?
Oh wow. Okay, so we're way out in the weeds here.
Oh yeah, this is nothing.
This is not pinball stuff. Do I believe in ghosts?
Yeah.
My first inclination is to say, yeah, I do believe in ghosts. I think some of like paranormal activity is stuff that's kind of like memories that are on the ether, that are running at a different wavelength that might interdimensionally slip in and slip out, and you're kind of seeing some of that in real time. And I think that's why sometimes when you hear about hauntings, it's like a repeat, it's a loop. And I think sometimes there are just things that are caught in that instance. But I also believe I believe in angels, I believe in demons, and I think there are demonic things that can take the form of like an apparition, like a typical ghost, and I think could probably scare the hell out of you if it wanted to or whatever. I did grow up for a few years in a house that we lived in Elk Grove Village, Illinois, that I was pretty convinced as somebody that was in like fourth grade that there was some paranormal activity going on there. It wasn't I never saw like a headless person or a bent neck lady or anything like that. But I mean, there were some strange, unsettling happenings where you would hear, clear as day, hear somebody humming, in a corner or whistling, or you would see, out of the corner of your eye, something that definitely moved and you couldn't figure out why. And then, when I was younger, I didn't realize it, but there was a tragic incident at that house where somebody had taken their own life in the garage. So again, are these memories on the ether just somebody that's living their life somehow that's just kind of ingrained and burned, and I'm just kind of hearing residuals of that? Or I don't know. It's a fascinating question, but again, I would probably say that I do absolutely believe in ghosts. I'm not scared of ghosts, but I do believe in them.
The things that freak me out about it, I don't know. And I'm more like you. If I'm going to, believe, it's more of that kind of like the in-between, whatever. But for me, it's that like sometimes I feel like I'm playing tricks on myself. Like if I think of something and like I start to think of fear, the thinking of it possibly being like a demonic ghost or something like that, it's like, I don't know, maybe it's my maybe I should be talking to a therapist about this, but it's that stuff is what freaks me out.
Welcome to my couch here, Jason. We can talk this out. But you make a lot of sense. I think there's very few things that are more powerful than the feeling of fear. And when you start thinking something, and you probably are a lot like me, you can be very over analytical on things. The mind is such a powerful thing that it can create sense of fear or even make you believe that you're seeing something or experiencing something. But sometimes there's another sense that we have. We as humans, we have that fight or flight kind of mentality that's ingrained. And if something's off, I think that we can tell. And obviously, if there's a ghost, or do you have something going on in your house, or do you have something that happened where you're kind of like it's on your mind?
But I don't even
the
like
question
thinking
coming
about
up is interesting to me.
It's just something that honestly I've been. So these questions on here, maybe this is a good time to talk about it. I put these questions on here not for some like big reason of like deep thinking, but when I look back at the questions I have, which only like 6 or 7, it's things that I just am either into subconsciously or whatever. Aliens. Pinball, obviously, talked about that. But the ghosts, like I've always had this slight fear of just that, the kind of the dark, the unknown, even as a 41-year-old. Like I'm not always super comfortable by myself, alone, in the woods, in the dark, like something like that.
Well, the woods are a creepy place to be in general, because I mean, you're off the grid. And if something's going to happen to you, it's probably going to be in the woods. It's just like, it's horrific out there. I remember when Blair Witch hit and you're like, oh my gosh, what if I walk off into the woods and I just keep circling and I can't get out? And yeah, you're doomed. It's a bad place.
And then I run into a witch in the basement.
Yeah.
It's more the psychological horror of it that really just, I don't know. It's something, I think I'm just maybe working on.
Could you imagine like you're going to bed at nighttime and you pull the covers up and you're kind of sleeping, 3 o'clock in the morning, wakes up and the covers just get whipped off you and they land on the floor. Like, how do you react to something like that? Because if something's out the window, probably. If something's there, you're not getting away. You're not gonna fight or shoot a ghost. It's there. It's gonna get you. It's creepy.
And the more real it is, the more creepy it is to me. The worst thing to ever happen for me, not in real life, like I didn't see a thing, but the most creeped I ever got was what was the movie called? Paranormal Activity, right? It's just that came out the same time the game Borderlands came out. I remember that because my wife and daughter were out of town. I was playing Borderlands on Xbox Live with one of my friends who was in a different city, and we were Halo friends, so we were playing Borderlands. I had watched that movie and it freaked me out so much because it's just a very much like you're in your house is haunted, and it's like a demonic, who knows what it is, and it's like the fear
Sets the
itself
tone
is the
for
fear.
anybody at any time in their life, in their house.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
So I'm playing Borderlands with him, and I'm probably like 25 at this age or something. And I remember playing, and I just asked him, like, dude, can we just keep playing? Like, I made something up, but I ended up playing the game with him online all the way until the sunrise because I just couldn't even like.
That's right,
I couldn't.
for the protection.
It was straight fear, and I made shit up because I wanted to be like, hey, I'm a guy, I'm not scared, like whatever. But it terrified me to the bone some of that stuff still does.
You know, it's the worst. Like you see something that kind of creeps you out right before you go to sleep, and then you wake up in the middle of the night, got to go to the bathroom, and you're like, do I really want to go across the hall and try to use the restroom? And what could possibly happen to me at this time? It's again, your mind plays tricks on you, but yeah.
I'm glad I'm not alone, man. Well, hopefully the listeners out there, yes, a 41-year-old male still somewhat afraid of some of the unknown spiritual stuff. Hey, maybe you can relate.
You're better off being a little bit concerned. I mean, I would rather think the worst and hope for the best than be unprepared. So I think you're okay. Yeah.
I got a proton pack as well. I got Ghostbusters and I.
That's right. You're ready to go.
Would you mind telling me something that you're proud of about yourself?
Oh, something I'm proud of about myself.
Mm-hmm. It's tough for us humble Midwesterners sometimes, but
I guess what I would say, and some people, I would consider this a strength and something that I'm proud about. Maybe some people think it's a weakness, but when I consider myself as a person, I consider myself to be very, very genuine. And I'm trying to think how to put this into words. Like, for instance, if I'll never assume something about somebody when I meet them, I kind of let them go through the beginning of a relationship, or whether it's business or professional, and kind of show me who they are as a person before I cast judgment. And I think I'm a very good judgment of character, but I also, I'll treat somebody very genuine. I try not to be fake to people. And, there's a quote that's kind of a favorite of mine, and it plays well for me, and I'll kind of paraphrase it. And it's something along the lines of, you might meet somebody who's met me, and they'll say that I'm a great person. And you'll meet somebody else that says, like, I'm a big jerk. And I would encourage you to believe them both, because I don't treat people poorly. I just treat them accordingly. So I feel like if we're clicking because we are respectful to one another, I'm good with it. But if I find that we're not clicking because there are things that I don't agree with you about, and it's not like petty things, it would be like more like moral issues and things like that.
Sure.
Then, don't be surprised if I'm not, as willing to engage or to act fake, so to speak, with quotes.
Yeah.
I at this point in my life, in my 40s also, I'm looking to kind of surround myself with people that do practice, that have good morals and good hearts, and really challenge to make me a better person, both professionally and personally. And those are the people I tend to keep close knit. I've got a lot of acquaintances, but for the people that are close to me, that's something that's important.
How much do you bench?
Like weightlifting?
Yeah.
Did you know I used to work at Bally?
No.
Yeah. Bally Total Fitness.
Oh.
Yeah. Back in the day, I was hired at Bally Total Fitness as just membership sales. And then eventually I ended up running health clubs. So yeah, I mean, working out and living a healthy lifestyle is huge for me. It waxes and wanes based on what's going on a lot with personal life.
Yeah.
And, just like any, workout routine. But I would say, like, back in the day when I was lifting, I never really went for like the huge 1 rep max, but I was probably like right around, I would say 315.
Fuck.
I think for like a 1 rep max. And then nowadays, with my age and just general condition, I go more for repetitions than I do for heavier weights. So
sure,
I'll probably go anywhere between like 135 to maybe 225 if I'm on like a heavy day. Like,
yeah. Man,
Yeah.
that's awesome. I had no idea you worked at. I thought you would say Bally Williams for a second.
Yeah,
Probably a lot of people thought that.
Right? Bally Williams.
Yeah.
Health club days. Those were crazy days, but for sure. I know you're a big health guy, because I remember listening to you and Cale. You guys were talking about athletic greens all the time, and there were times I'm driving into work eating my sausage egg McMuffin, and I was like, I should just put this down and eat a protein bar.
Yeah, no, that's become my life now since quitting smoking after 20 years, and just it was the easiest way for me to just change it. It's
when did you quit smoking?
6 years ago. nicotine. I mean,
Okay.
it was a slow
Yeah.
burn to like go to nicotine gum and vaping and all that, and finally, so I have to get my dopamine the healthy way, which takes more work, but it's more sustainable and
It's
feels
more
much
fulfilling
better.
too, man. Honestly,
So much more.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Instead of killing yourself and feeling like these highs, you get to build yourself up and feel these like more steady highs and be proud of yourself. And
good for you, man.
yeah. You're probably one of the worst people to ask this question because you're in marketing for a pinball machine company, but maybe this initially was going to be a play on Festivus, this show. It was going to be a Festivus special. I was going to do what I'm doing now, but tie it all together. But then it turns out, well, if we do Seinfeld's Festivus, it's airing grievances, the battle of strengths, and it's a bunch of negativity. But I still do have one kind of slightly negative question in here. Feel free to pass since you're in marketing, but do you have a pinball grievance you could air for 2023? Is there anything in the world of pinball that you're just like, oh,
all right, hold my beer, Jason.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you would consider it a pinball grievance. I mean, industry wise, there's not anything that like sticks out where I would be negative or encouraged to talk poorly about. It's really not. But being in marketing and kind of overseeing social media and having to be online a lot, I would say like my biggest pinball grievance is the Mr. Pinball Negative Nancy, the guy that, pinball machines are made to create enjoyment for people. These are fun things, supposed to give you an escape, supposed to make you, smile, have fun. But I think there's a very select few that will get up on any particular morning, make themselves a cup of coffee, jump on the computer and see how they can make everybody's, life miserable when they're trying to have a good time. And that's unfortunate because that has a tendency to, catch on in a certain extent or a certain way. And it's like, pinball's not perfect and the people that are working in pinball aren't perfect. But when you're just kind of like never really looking at concepts or looking at the positives and you're just kind of always concentrating on calling out failures or perceived failures, that tends to get a little disappointing. And that would be kind of my grievance, I guess, for pinball.
What do you want for Christmas this year?
I like to give gifts, and I for whatever reason, maybe because I'm bad, I don't really get a lot of gifts in return. From family, we exchange gifts and whatnot, but it's like,
sure,
I guess just because it's on the tip of my tongue. Lately, we've been talking at work about different ways to make smash burgers, right? Where you kind of roll up the meat, you get the presser, you smash them but you can't do that on the grill because you smash them in between the grill grates. And you can't really use an electric skillet inside. It doesn't get hot enough to kind of put the sear on the burger. So
okay, yeah.
I think. Do you know what the Blackstone grill is? The outside kind of griddle where you can make burgers or you can throw 40 eggs on there, and it's kind of like it's an outdoor grilling experience. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, if anyone's looking for some last minute Christmas ideas, Ken Cromwell, Jersey Jack Pinball with like a Blackstone grill.
Last question. What are you looking forward to most in the world of pinball in 2024?
What I'm looking forward to most, and I hope this doesn't come across as controversial. Obviously, I'm a Jersey Jack Pinball guy, and I believe that we make the best machines in the industry. I do look forward to healthy competition in 2024 because the way that I look at it, there are more pinball companies now that are making games than any time I can remember being part of the hobby. And when I look back in the past, I don't know that there have ever been this many. There's like 9, 10, 11 companies that are, that have either teased a game or shown a game or shown some type of a concept of a game. And to me, like, to have that competition, it's good for the entire industry. You don't want to become complacent. You don't want to feel like you've done all that you can do. You want to constantly be pushing. And I mean that's super exciting to me. Every game that I've played over this past year, and they've been from several different manufacturers, like I've found redeeming qualities and things that I enjoyed in every single one of them.
Sure.
Again, I think ours are the best, but I do enjoy legitimately playing all these companies' games. So 2024, if it's shaping up like I think it will be, it'll be interesting, and I'm looking forward to some competitive rivalry for sure.
Similar to last time you and I were chatting on the podcast, you don't have to respond. I just need to tell Jersey Jack, please make Matrix, please make Harry Potter, please make a Lord of the Rings. Could be anything. Could be another Hobbit. Could be anything in that universe. please make a Star Wars. Take my favorite themes and just do what you do, which is make incredible games.
Well, you know, Jack Orneri, he's the guy that gets the themes over at Jersey Jack Pinball. And if I had to guess, I think people will be pleased on what we have coming next year.
God, that's a tease. God damn, that's a good tease. I like that tease.
I'm not trying to be, it's legit.
I know.
I'm
that's why.
to it.
Because I can see your face and I know it's not BS. That's why I'm like, that's a good tease. It's not like you're loading that up. That seems genuine.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, God damn it. What is it? Well, man, I really appreciate you joining last minute. Honestly, let's do this again. And when you get closer to a game release, or when I get a chance to play Elton John, which I'm trying to, I really am. Let's talk more about that. I want to hear more about the world of Jersey Jack.
Yeah, I mean, get through the holidays, and if you get a chance, you want to make that 4.5-hour trek, come on up and get you through the factory, play a bunch of games. We'll get out and, I don't know, spend the night and go back home the next day. It'll be a good time.
Get a smash burger and, okay.
Yeah. If that Blackstone grill comes in, I'll make them from home and I'll bring them in. You can just come over here and party. It's fine.
Okay. Appreciate it, man. Well, good to see you. Happy holidays to you and your family.
Yeah, brother. Merry Christmas. I appreciate it, man.
Merry Christmas.
On the 12th day of balls, pinball came to me.
Got Mondays and Nudge.
Kendra, JJP, Jason, Knapp Arcade, Erika's pinball journey. I'm Craig, Bobbie, Buffalo Pinball, Kevin, Schmidt, Big David, Turner, Cale, and Rachel Best. Nudge Pinball Podcast, show got Triple Drain, one half of Matt, and the Shoeman, Zach, Manny, and the 12 days of balls with me, and a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas, Matt.
Merry Christmas.
I can tell, dude, you lost weight.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah,
Fuck.
I'm down like 40 pounds right now. I just want to keep going. So,
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
No homo, you know?
I'm taking thank you. I'm taking a page out of your and Cale's book for sure, dude. It's like, you really realize, like, especially for me, I'm 39 now and I'm just about to head into my 40s. It's like shit gets real, and it's not just like sort of, like, it's not like vanity or anything, right? You just want to be able to like grow old and like have all your shit kind of work. And so
like your arms.
Exactly. Like, so it's like, you got to work out, you got to not eat junk all the time. So
it's a bummer because I loved, I mean, let's see, 16, let's be fair, 16 to 34. I loved just waking up first thing, lighting up our bread. I didn't eat breakfast because I had cigarettes. Then like a Diet Mountain Dew. And then what am I going to eat? It doesn't matter. Whatever. Taco Bell, probably pizza. Yeah. Why the fuck? Why wouldn't I? And then, or I wouldn't eat that day because I'm just doing so many other things like mushrooms or whatever. And then
totally.
And then, yeah, like one day, like, oh, whoa, I'm all fucked.
Yeah, you just realize the choices you make actually have repercussions, I guess.
So dumb.
Yeah, it's like it seems like holy shit, you went this long without realizing that. But yeah, I think just like, dude, I bet I was so lucky because I think when a lot of people get a diabetes diagnosis, they like have already done terrible things to their body, and it was like readily apparent for me. I was really lucky because I got super sick right away. And so once I basically got the sickness under control and started losing weight, my blood sugar went to like non-diabetic levels without insulin or anything. And I'm just like, thank God this was like a check engine light and not a like you've been driving on a flat tire for 5 miles and people are like honking behind you, you know? So
I've been recording. Should we just use this? I mean, I don't.
Sure. Yeah, you can. Yeah, we can talk about it for sure.
Okay. I mean, hello, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
This is the last day of balls. It is December 25th for all those listeners. You know, the magic of show business, as it were. It's not really the 25th, but it is. So Merry Christmas. I hope you got.
Wow, Merry Christmas.
Everything. Yeah. What did you get for Christmas? Do you remember?
I do know what I got for Christmas because I asked for it. I got a new air fryer. That's nice. Like when you're old, you ask for stuff like that, you know, like my mom was like, do you want anything? And I'm like trying to think what's like in their price range. That's not like, I don't know. Like sometimes I'll ask for comic books and as like a 39-year-old man, you're like, Jesus, like,
what have I done?
Like, I don't want to make eye contact with anyone while I'm opening the present because I feel shame. So an air fryer at least like felt like kind of dignified, even if it's not at all. But I was like, I just want a way to cook Brussels sprouts better. Yeah, goddamn,
Dude.
This is like the lamest Christmas of all time.
So I cooked Brussels sprouts last night. I'll cook them again. Oh wait, before I get to comic books, anyone, Doc Monday from Nudge Magazine. Hey, you've been on the show before. Hello. That's whose voice you're listening to. Yeah. But I remember Christmas. I think I was in high school. We both went to the same high school, but I was, I think, 17-ish. I can see the shame in my face of like, I love what I'm opening a box of Magic cards, Magic the Gathering. I don't remember what set, but you know, fucking A. And you can see the red on my cheeks. Like, please don't show any girls. I was wearing a Foo Fighters color in the shape shirt. So, you know, Monkey Wrench era. And why I thought of that, you mentioned the comics. My daughter's current boyfriend, who is, well, they're both the same age, 20-ish. She's like, or Dana was like, I don't know, I feel weird. I got him a box of Pokemon cards for Christmas. And like she wasn't making fun of him, but she's kind of like, well, I'm like, that's fucking awesome. Like, dude's probably legit.
No, I mean, you would rather have, I mean, thank God he has nerdy, like, I don't have a daughter, but if I did, I'd want her to be going out with someone who had like nerdy hobbies and wasn't like, yeah, all he wanted was, we talked about like a pack of Marbreds and like a 24 pack of Diet Mountain Dew. You're like, that guy's trouble. Like, he's putting fireworks in windows and probably going to get arrested for like tagging stuff. So
I've done all of that. Holy shit. Except for getting arrested. I tagged our middle school. Yeah. I put firecrackers inside of someone's car, and yeah, wow. So don't date me 20 years ago.
Well, yeah, maybe, you know, it's good. It's like that generational trauma isn't continuing to your daughter. So there you go. You've healed.
I have. Well, good to see you, man. We haven't talked in a while, and I've been reading your stuff, and Nudge, again, out there, go check out Nudge Magazine. But I did this 12 Days of Balls thing, and I was texting you earlier. Like, you were one of the first, if not first names I thought of. Yeah, without getting into it, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Of course. Yeah, it's been a while. It's good to see your face. We've been like, I think we've both been on journeys this year with like our relationship to pinball content specifically, where it can feel really, when you're in it too much and you're not like enjoying it, that's the time to like stop and reassess. And I think we both had that same feeling. I won't put words in your mouth, but I definitely felt that way. And yeah, I think like for a little while, especially, I mean, dude, I was so sick. So like for the listeners, we were kind of talking about this at the beginning. I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes in the fall, but I mean, I was so sick I had a headache for like 3 months, basically all of the summer time. And so like, it was that plus just, I felt like whenever we post something on Reddit, you know, Reddit's a cesspool. And so I was reading the comments, which you shouldn't do. And I think I was just feeling kind of like isolated and worn down, and that's definitely like not the case now, which is great. I was kind of like able to reassess, and we had a bunch of like Nudge people really help me out. Eric Frick, especially, is like Rick Brewster is his pen name.
Hey, Eric.
Yeah, and so I just feel like way more energized on the hobby, and like I'm coming back at it. Like kind of just starting last month in November with like, I feel like kind of we're doing content that we've never tried before. And I think it's kind of working. I will never be like a hard news source like Knapp Arcade or even Don's or the Pinball Show. But it was fun to like we interviewed Spooky last week, you know, and I went down there and took pictures with those guys, and that was super fun. And just as long as I think we're kind of covering the pinball element of like, or the human element of like pinball, that's kind of like our lane. So yeah, sorry, a long answer for a short question.
No, I literally haven't talked to you that much. I wanted all that. And same thing. Like, you didn't put words in my mouth. It was exactly like, I was just getting, I mean, yeah, personal stuff aside. I mean, I talked about on the show, like going off some medication for headaches and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, let me just keep recording while I'm angry. And just like, then I started just like, just talking shit about pinball. And like, I truly didn't like it though for a good few months. And it wasn't, and it was like figuring out why, you know, it was a combination of the market for what I was doing, as you know, buying and selling just to like be able to play, going so down. So I couldn't enjoy it without losing a fuckload of money, which like I'm an adult and I have to not do that. And then, yeah, I made the mistake of reading some comments, and then some stuff of like assumptions of like why I got off TPN, all this stuff. And you know, for those people out there who do leave negative comments for people, I get it. Like, have your opinion. Like, I think a lot of things suck in pinball or whatever. But just know, like, when you are trying to personally attack someone and you want them to know that, like, you're still a human and it's still like, it fucking hurts. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. And I think it's really good that you say that. Just to know, I think if there's one thing, like, I know everyone has different opinions on the Twippies. I don't want to bring it up for the 8 millionth time. I just listened to the Team Up podcast with Triple Drain and Loser Kids, and they were talking about it again. And like, no matter how you feel about it, it's like, dude, Colin and Will are people and they don't deserve to like have it like saying that you're gonna like stab them in the head. Like, it's just, whether it's legal or not, or whether it's whatever, it's just like, dude, like, let's all take a step back and assess where we're at with this hobby, that you're like, God, I'm gonna make a Al Qaeda video with Colin in it, you know? Like,
God. Well, yeah, either go full stupid like this show, go full retard on it, and
exactly,
just be insane. Yeah. But don't act like this matters. I mean, the pinball 100%. Does. But like, honestly, and again, the 12 Days of Balls was really just to reconnect with people I've talked to. And rarely is this about pinball. And yeah, like, if pinball is fun, and I was not having fun with it again. I even went to, Reboot. Again, Reboot is a Eau Claire place to play pinball, whatever. Yep. And I went there a few weeks ago while I was like not enjoying pinball. I'm like, I'm going to go there. And I played like 2 balls of, I don't know, Venom or something, and that's all I had. I just left. I was like, I don't care.
Man, and I don't blame you for that.
Well, that game specifically too. Well, I did, to be fair, I did play Jurassic Park. I was like, okay, my favorite game, and I still was like, I don't even want to play this game. And I don't know what has brought me back into it. I don't know. To your point and saying, like, finding that balance is hard, and I'm trying to, and I'll make mistakes again, and so will you, but totally. I have to kind of forgive myself and forgive others, and I don't forgive others. Here's the one I don't forget. So if anyone out there made this comment, eat my shit, but it's something on, I don't remember what video, either mine or Electric Bad or whatever, that said something like, I'm glad Jason is not on here playing his music, in quotes, if that's what you call it. It's like, oh, bro, Jesus like, I get Christ. It. Yeah, like, I was like, oh, man, right in the dick. You just kicked me in the sack. I have enough confidence.
Well, here's the thing. Like, you know, that person is like 50 years old and like still like listening to the one like best of Motley Crue in their car, like, and like, more power to you, but also
Motley Crue is pretty good.
I know, but what you see what I'm saying is like, like, you're not creating music for that person.
No.
So fuck them. But also, yes, I mean, that is about the rudest thing. Like, it would be like if someone for me was like, you know, photography, if that's what you call it. And we've had that before. I think my favorite one recently was someone was like, Nudge Magazine just reads like bad Chat GPT. And I was like, damn, bad Chat GPT. Yeah. I'm like, if I could just use I should do it. I mean, I have access to it. I'm like, that would make my life so much easier than like having to sit here and try to be like funny. That's
it's a pretty good burn, because that would sting.
Is. Like, to a writer, it's a very good, like, this is bad Chat GPT. And then they kind of would like give examples. You're like, damn, I guess it is kind of like bad Chat GPT.
Oh, you know? God. Yeah, but yeah, for real, like, that shit hurts. And like, if you want people to be really sad, like, good work.
Yeah. We're probably giving them now. It's like, this is actually the thing you absolutely shouldn't do, because they're like, oh, nice. This is how I get attention. Right. And this is how but yeah, whatever. Yeah. Fuck them. Dude, if they want to come at us, like, it's one thing to pick on Colin because he's such a nice guy and won't fight back. I always used to say this because I had a friend who would like heckle at shows, and he would heckle our mutual friends who were like Christian singer-songwriters. I'm like, that's lame. I'm like, you come for me, bro. I'm emptying the clip on you. Like, and I got the microphone. Like,
right.
You know, you come at me, you come correct. Like,
yep.
We're gonna. So I think like me and you, it's like I welcome the challenge. Like,
please,
So anyway,
say something. Yeah, for sure. So I've been doing these questions with a lot of people. You're a closer friend than a lot of these. No offense to the others. So like a couple of them, I'm not going to go through this like very hello, welcome to the show. Yeah,
no,
but whatever.
It's all good. Yeah.
What? It's been a while. What have you been up to pinball wise? What have you been playing?
Playing a lot of Jurassic Park. I know that's a favorite of yours. The one at Reboot is in great shape. They recently changed. My buddy Ben Granger was working on their games for a long time, but he's more based out of Starcade now, which is in St. Paul. And so they got our mutual friend John, who is the shit. I think you have his Lord of the Rings right now.
I do, and I just left his house. Yeah.
Right on. Yeah. And so he's become a local tech, and he's awesome. Like, dude, he's the only tech I've ever worked with where, when I say work with, I mean, I go down to Reboot stoned as hell, play all their games, and then like report back. But he's the only person who's ever asked me for letter grades of his work and then been like, yeah, thanks, man. I'm like, what the hell is going on? So, but he's got that Jurassic Park playing really good right now. I just think it's clean. The flippers are working, like everything is working on it, and the code is updated. Like it takes very little to make me happy, is what I've realized with pinball, but definitely a lot of Jurassic Park. And then honestly, this is like kind of embarrassing, but I really have not liked Deadpool for a while, and I'm trying to get back into it because I did like it for a while, but I'm just like having bad games, and it feels like kind of like a clunk fest to me right now. But I know that's like a lot of people's favorite, but those are the two that stand out.
I think Clunk is right. I've been playing the same Deadpool you've been playing, and it shoots well. And I agree. Like John has been, those games are much easier. I asked him literally like a half hour ago, like, hey, next time you're there, will you please just let me clean the Star Trek? I don't even have to play it. I just want to clean it. And he's like, oh, it's actually busted. He's fixing up. But yeah, we were talking about some of that stuff. And I've been meaning to, part of my 2024, again, subject to change, I do want to maybe get in contact with those people and try to help a little bit. Not be a tech, but, you know, help with the Reboot people.
That would be so awesome. I think like between you and John in the area is like and like my goal for you, and I know Cale and Rachel have asked you to do this too, but I think you would be such a good operator because you really care. I know you don't want to get into it. I know it's like a whole bunch of headaches, but
I do. Yeah. I want to, probably the same way you do. Like I want to be a part of it. I got to find the balance though of like,
totally.
So.
Well, you're smart. You're smarter than me when it comes to pinball, like solving pinball problems. And so that's like, and I just think like that would be I don't know. I would love that. Like, dude, we would run Nudge tournaments with any of your machines for sure. So,
yeah, Zach at FlipNOut Pinball. Let's talk about that.
When I buy my pinball shit, I buy from FlipNOut. From toppers, sharp blades, reels, I've got it figured out. FlipNOut, figured out. When I think of pinball, I think FlipNOut. FlipNOut, figured out. When I buy from FlipNOut. Buy.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so two things. Jurassic Park. I think I saw your score because I was looking at. That's probably the game there I can get the highest score on, aside from Rush. Well, Rush, whatever. That game is just like, do you want to do math for a while? But Jurassic Park, I think you had like up in the 700s or someone.
Yeah, 700 or 800. Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I scored a billion on it once, but yeah, that's I've had a couple good games on that one for sure.
Who has someone knocked me off of Mando, which you had like everything on Mando, all the high scores, and then I got the grand, and then I got the grand when I got stupid into it for like a few days. I was there like hours, and I got it, and it's like one of those games where suddenly like I played for an hour, and how did I fucking everything's lit. It's like I don't know, it just exponentially goes up. But then whoever is that MJT, who is that person?
Yeah, it wasn't Ben, right? There, or was it? I think it might have been Ben. Ben Granger, the guy who used to be the tech there, is an amazing competitive pinball player, and it's really annoying because he will just come in like I'll be kind of bragging to him. Like I used to have the high score on Star Wars that was like 6.5 billion, and then he just comes in and drops like a casual 8 billion on it in like 1 or 2 plays, and so he's got a lot of them, and now he doesn't even like. He doesn't come to Eau Claire anymore. So I'm like, damn you, man. Like, put him way up high on the shelf where none of us can reach him. And, but I guess
what a bitch.
Steel sharpens steel, right? We'll get up there again. But
yep.
Thank you for mentioning my good scores. That's very nice of you. That's
when
spirit.
When every score on there is Ian, it's like, well, fuck, I got to get up. I got to get on there. Do you believe in aliens?
I do believe in aliens. And I've been in on that train since we grew up in the same time, we had the same interests. X-Files was a huge show for me, both because I wanted to be David Duchovny, and I just had probably before I just he's so cool, dude, and he's like weird, he's like good looking, but in a way that it doesn't seem like he's good looking, and then obviously like wanted to date Dana Scully, so like that was like the thing. But yeah, absolutely. I believe in aliens. The UFO thing is like hard for me because I don't know. Like it's been really funny. I've listened to, I think all your 12 Days of Balls to this point. And
I'm sorry.
No, it's great. I love it. I told you, like, I think short form content like this is so fun. Like even if you do longer stuff moving forward, it'll be fun to mix in some like 25-minute, 20-minute interviews.
Sure.
But yeah, I think like listening to everyone kind of rationalize like we're like the universe is so big. It's like, yeah, but also like we're not talking about like all the government like basically we're having like 7 UFO sightings a week now.
Right.
Which is wild. And I don't know that those are aliens. They could be whatever, but obviously something's going on. So yes, I do believe in aliens.
Ghosts?
I worked at the University of San Francisco, and it was a very haunted campus. I had one mild experience that I would consider potentially paranormal, where one of my first nights working there, I would work overnights as the librarian. And so my shift was like midnight to 8 a.m. And I was it was me and a student employee, and there was a little room off to the right of us. And this alarm started going off. And so I called campus security because, the alarm went off and I could hear people talking on the other side. It sounded kind of echoey, like it was like a bathroom situation, but I didn't have a key for this room. The alarm was going off. So I called public security and they're like, we don't see an alarm going off here, like on our end, but we can hear it in the background. So we'll send a guy down. And sometime between when they said they were going to send them down and they're like, the alarm stopped, but I could still hear people talking. And then eventually that kind of faded away. And the guy showed up, a couple minutes later, and he opens this door. He had a key for it, and there was nothing inside. It was just a stack of phone books, which was really weird. And maybe that could have been like, dude, there could have been grates that were like pumping in noise. But I made the joke to him. I was like, oh man, I guess this place is haunted. And he's like, don't say that. And I was like, well, why? And like a lot of people, it's like a lot of Hispanic people who work at University of San Francisco. And so culturally, like Mexicans are very Catholic and they're very superstitious. And so like there were all kinds of stories with like the cleaning staff and like security people about like seeing little kids walking around the education building at night. And so long answer, I kind of do. I don't know like what that stuff means. I mean, I hate that wishy-washy stuff, but it was a real experience that I had that I legitimately can't really explain other than, like I said, saying maybe it was just noises or something that I was hearing, but man, it was very creepy in the moment. I will tell you that.
Since this is the last episode, I don't have a story nearly as good as that. Mine is about 4 seconds long. This was only like 6 months ago. I was standing doing dishes, and I heard, again, like when this happens, just like if you were in the room and said, hey, Jason, what's up? Or whatever. It was as clear as that. A woman behind me said, hey, Jason, what are you doing? And I thought it was like, Dana or her mom or something, but a slightly different voice. Like I know Dana. Of course I know my wife's voice, but I was doing dishes. So like the noise of like the water, and I was like, oh, I turned around and nothing. I was like, it was the first time in my life where I was just like, okay. So
yeah, like all the hair stands up. Dude, my hair is standing.
Yeah,
my
even
hair's
just
standing
saying
up just right now. Like
yeah,
that. Yeah, it's so weird.
And it was during the day, which I would think would make it better, but it almost made it worse because I was
100% makes it worse.
Like, this not like lights playing or sounds playing tricks on me. It's just like that just happened. I wasn't expecting it. Just like, okay.
You're not stoned at 1 a.m. like me, where I'm like, this is definitely real. There's someone in my house.
Right.
It was like a normal. You're just like washing dishes sober, and that happens. Yeah. It's pretty wild.
Fuck me. I don't like that. Could you share something with the listeners and myself, something about yourself that you're proud of?
Yeah. I've just, like I said, this year was about reassessing why I do Nudge in the first place. And what I've really come to realize is like, I'm proud of the fact that we're an outlet for so many cool writers and photographers. And I think that even if I have no ambition to be the biggest anything, but I think what I've been really proud of is that we've been able to grow our audience in a way that like stays true to the aesthetics and art of Nudge. And maybe that sounds so fucking pretentious. That's another thing that people say about us a lot on Reddit, is that I'm really pretentious, which is true. But I've been really proud of that. Like, I love Gina Coleccia's work. I love Ida Krutz's work. I love, like we talked about Eric. Like, I think that those people, I would read that shit. Like, if I didn't like pinball, I would think the pictures were cool. If I didn't like pinball, like, I'm proud of that part of what we do. So, yeah, I will say that.
This timing. Let's discount if we can. I know this is slightly unfair. Discount the Twippy shit. Sure. Is there a pinball grievance you can air for 2023?
Yeah, and like, to be honest, I didn't have a grievance with the Twippy stuff. I am fine with everyone's opinion of it. The people who are like, they want to cancel it because it's ridiculous, that is a very reasonable response. So a pinball grievance for me is, goddamn, are these prices too high? Still,
correct.
Yeah. And like, I know that that's like a cop out, but damn, it is. Like, I've never wanted some pinball machines more, and I've never felt less confident in my ability to generate the funds to get them. So that is a cop out for me, but I'm just like, dude, I would love for us to get back to the days where you could find a quality pin for like $4,000 or $5,000. That would be, amazing. But
I don't think that's a cop out, man. That's probably what, if I had one, that's the best answer.
Yeah,
that's
I know. I'm just like not throwing anyone under the bus, like people wise. I should be like,
oh, don't. No.
like Bug, I'm coming for you. You.
Yeah, get some more listens.
Shit.
Yeah. No, but yeah, prices. Hey, well, no. Speaking of, I mean, Spooky technically lowered prices a couple $100.
Right.
On
for their like lower tier stuff, right?
Yeah.
Or their higher tier.
Or the higher tier. Yeah.
Yep. And they. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
I mean, the used market prices are at least going down. They're still too expensive, but I mean,
totally.
Oh God, yeah.
Right now, the prices are only going down. That hurt you guys. Like, that hurt like secondary. Those are the only people getting kind of squeezed on this thing, unfortunately.
Which I think is a lot of the hobbyists. I mean, if you want, fuck. What do you want for Christmas this year aside from the air fryer? Yeah. Is there?
I want another. So the best Christmas present I've gotten in the last couple of years was my ex's dad for Christmas just handed me a Crown Royal bag full of like $50 in quarters and was like, go nuts. That is a great present. I think, like, if anyone's listening to this and it's Christmas Day and you're like, I'm fucked, just find a shitty Crown Royal bag and go get a bunch of quarters from somewhere. Just find them and give that to the pinball person in your life. Like, that they'll be cool with it. So I would love if someone would fill up my Crown Royal bag with quarters.
I would actually, to be more specific, if it was filled with $50 worth of reboot tokens, because if I got to take $50 of quarters and convert them, but I just don't like
a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I don't like driving anymore. Well, I mean, I love driving. Honestly, driving's one of my favorite things to do. But I don't want to drive 2 hours anymore just to play an hour of pinball. I think I burned myself out on it so much of where, again, why 2024, one of my little mini things, subject to change because I change all the time, is to help reboot out. Like, what would I want to do? You know, if when I'm going on location, the games that I want to play in the past, I was like, I got to find a way to buy them and do that. Now I kind of can't because of the market. Like, if there's a way to get more, high quality Stern premiums in there, keep them running perfect at reboot or stuff like that, then I don't have to go crazy and buy and sell and do all that stuff and, get a Stranger Things premium in there, get a Godzilla premium in there.
Dude, that is
Jaws,
music to my ears to hear you say that. Yeah, because I think that's your playground to or your sandbox to make what you want to see. Because what's cool about reboot is I think the owners are really great guys. They're willing to put money into it and they are totally open to, they're not hardened operators that have this is the way that we do things and this is how we make money. So I know that they're just very open to those ideas. And I think that would be, that's such a good, I hope that is a New Year's resolution for you because you are so literate in how to find the best deals for that stuff too. Is if you even just pass along stuff that you see on the secondary market that you're you guys should pull the trigger on this. I feel they listen to me on some of that stuff and I don't know anything. So that would be rad. I would love that. I mean, I want a Pulp Fiction in there for sure. Whatever those will
everyone
eventually
does.
I know.
Yeah.
I actually just messaged Mikey, who I think you maybe know. He co-runs Bad Penny with Ben Granger. And I was like,
Dreadlocks?
when are they? Yep. Dreadlocks. Yep.
Okay.
And I was like, when are they coming? Because he'll help out at the Marco booth and stuff like that. He's pretty connected. He's bought hundreds of thousands of dollars of pins the last couple of years. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't be outing what his, but just crazy. I was like, if anyone knows, he knows. And he just wrote soon. And I'm like, ugh, okay, fine. I guess if you don't know, then whatever. But yeah.
Speaking of soon, what are you looking forward to the most in 2024 for pinball?
I know it's cliche, but Jaws, I know it's funny to see now that we're getting closer to it. There's starting to be some backlash about the theme. It's dude, I love that movie. I think I know,
backlash where? Well, Reddit or Pinside or Garbage Can?
Mostly on Facebook, Pinball Degenerates Facebook. I'll see people being this theme was before I was born and I don't care. I'm it was before I was born too, but that's one of the best summer movies. I think it's that and Sandlot are my two that I watch every year, and I just dude, how do you not just say what the next Elwyn pin? I mean,
right.
They're pretty much always hits. So I'm excited for that.
If I may, I want to also air a grievance of just social media in general. That's another thing that got burnt out because doing this, it requires you to use social media. And before doing this podcast, I never had a Facebook account. I never had an Instagram account. I never had all that because I hate it. I really don't like it. I saw what it did to my daughter's mental health. And truly, I just fucking hate it. So now that I have to do it to even get listeners, it just feels
gross. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I get it, and no knock against anyone out there that uses it, but I mean, it's just a boys club on Facebook of what are we fooling ourselves? Vote this, do that. It's obvious.
Yeah. Having the kind of you're right. I think in general, Facebook especially leads to one person, everyone's trying to get likes, right? So you're going to say the thing that's either the most inflammatory, crazy thing, or you're going to say something that's so innocuous and hey, great, we're all feeling good. Either way, it feels false and lame. And I think you're a guy, it seems who really values truth and honesty with your opinions. You pretty much people know where you stand on stuff. And so I think Facebook is just not a good place for that. We've been able to find a good inroads with, I think we're just like in general built for like Instagram. Like we get a lot of follows on Instagram, and our shit, like especially, is very visual. So that's been a better place for us. But I agree with you. Like in general, like those kind of spaces are just usually pretty bad, no matter what your fandom is. If it's pinball, if it's Star Wars, if it's whatever. So.
Well, no matter how good I am at editing, nothing got us out of a tangent we went on here. So let's pick back up when we were talking about Cale and Rachel.
I saw them at Expo, and it was really fun to see him. And Cale looks like he can beat me up now, which is scary. He's like, yeah, I don't know if he's taken any testosterone or HGH, but man, he's like,
I don't think so. I think he's just jacked and tough.
Yeah, he's jacked. He can put on muscle like really well. So
I can't. I can lose muscle.
That's what I'm learning as I'm losing weight. I do push-ups, and I know one of your questions is going to be about benching stuff.
Oh shit! I didn't. How much you bench?
So historically, I did bench 240 in high school because I was playing on the line. And
Fucking
I was
A.
like one of those guys who hated the weight room, but I was just, my great grandpa was a lumberjack. And I always say I have lumberjack DNA because I'm just like tall and can put on muscle pretty easily. But what I'm realizing now is when you lose weight, the first thing you're losing is muscle. Cause now I'm trying to do like 60 push-ups a day is usually my goal. And like just like a 20 and then another 20 throughout the day and another 20, at some point. And damn, I'm like, okay, this is quite a challenge. So I don't think I could do 240 anymore, but God willing, in the next year I'll be back there. So I gotta hit the gym with you, like gym proper.
Yeah. Let's go. It's fun. Sometimes I lose motivation there too because it's a lonely thing, but at least that you're building yourself up, and over time, like it pays dividends.
And you feel good, dude. That's been the biggest thing for me is like losing weight. I have energy now. I have like desire, like for things in a way, like to accomplish things that I didn't have when I was like just sitting around. So
isn't it weird how
it's really weird,
and it takes a while to like get it, even though you know it, but like once it happens, it's like you want to tell other people like, no, it really is, it's hard, but it's that simple. Like you just have to do it. The doing it part is a bitch, and like you don't always have the motivation. You have to force yourself. But I've never once left the gym and been like, I feel worse than when I got here.
Totally. I wish I wouldn't have done that. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Zero times.
Zero. 100%. And it's like, it's funny because I see myself becoming the person that I fucking hated, which is like being like, food is medicine. Food is your medicine. But it's like, food is actually your medicine. Like, I hate the hippy dippy like culture of that, but also like those people are right. And when I could polish off like 2 frozen pizzas at some point and there's like 3 slices left of the second one, and I'm already just like in a world of hurt and just like, I'll just like finish them because I don't want them to sit there. This is the best they'll ever be. It's like, bro, no wonder your body is screaming like, stop. So like, no wonder you want to take 3 naps a day. Your body is just like tired from being alive and like putting sludge in it. So yeah,
I miss finishing a pizza and like feeling how full it is. Like, oh, I can't move, and then like I gotta wash it down with a cigarette, otherwise like I'll feel too sick. And then after that, like out of breath and like full and out of breath, and then like within 5 minutes, like, all right, how many of the things do I hate about myself currently? Well, I just did this, I just did that, I just did this, and I'm sitting here just.
We used to do buffet arm in Larks. I was in this band for a long time, and when we would tour, you're eating like one time we weren't even sponsored by Taco Bell, but our drummer's other band was sponsored by Taco Bell, and they had too much like self-respect to use like they got hundreds of dollars of like free Taco Bell gift cards, and they had too much self-respect to like use them because they were like, I don't know, real musicians. And so like we were just using them on our tour, and like we would do this thing called buffet arm where we would just like, you put your left arm over and then you just start burping and it'd like open up space for like more beef bean burritos. Just like the most I know, dude. It's like, how did you even make it to 39, to be honest? So
I'm surprised you had diabetes from that lifestyle. I mean, it doesn't seem like it would. I can't connect the dots.
Yeah, no, me neither.
But I miss eating.
Yeah. I think it's just like everything in moderation, man. Pinball in moderation. Even I don't know that social media lends itself to moderation, but I think, I'm looking forward to the day after I like cut all this weight that it's like I don't have to be in calorie deficit and I can just eat a whole grain bread sandwich. Like that's what I'm excited about. So
are you doing the weighing your food, counting your calories, doing all that?
Yeah, all the macros stuff. Kind of what David Dennis was talking about. Yeah, I mentioned that to you, that it was like that was very familiar to me. It's funny because he's like, he uses that as an excuse that he'll eat whatever he wants. For me, I usually eat things that aren't as tasty, but I can just eat more of them. Like
hell yeah, bro.
When you talk about the popcorn, that's my shit. Like that's what I want to be doing. So yeah.
Yep. Feed me. I'll take low calorie and just huge quantities. Give me a bucket of just some sort of seed that is no Yeah.
Totally.
That sounds. Don't give me a bucket of seed.
Just give me a bucket of seed and let me slurp it down.
Just let me eat that. It's gross. Yeah, again, it is
one bucket of seed.
For common benefit. Yeah, it is again that simple. This is not a fucking. It sucks when you say this. It's not a body shaming thing. It's not a thing. But like anyone out there, like losing weight or trying, like it sucks because it is that simple. It's just hard to do. Like
yeah.
It's fucking hard. But once you do it for a while, it like this engine that just keeps going and going, and you get to be proud of yourself every day for shit you're doing.
Dude, that is
every
exactly
day.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was going to say, is that the hardest part for me was starting it. The easiest part is keeping it going. I don't want to stop right now. Like everyone's like, oh, like maybe. And like, I hope some people are hearing this right now. Cause like famously there are a lot of out of shape people in pinball.
No.
Like, and I've been one of them. I'm still kind of one of them. Like I'm still on that journey, but like, I just don't want people to feel discouraged, especially around the holidays when you're just like, dude, like 80% of things at a grocery store are kind of like designed to kill you and get you addicted to sugar. Like I get that it's hard, but just like the things that you gain from doing it are so much better than the shit that you lose from not doing it. Like, don't be afraid to give up some stuff, because you're not just giving it up. You're like getting a whole bunch of your life back, so.
And it's hard in America where this country is just full of fucking wrong information, terrible habits. Of the hardest thing to give up over time of doing this is like you get comments all the time from people who are like, oh, that's all you're going to eat? Oh, you're doing that? Oh, Mr. Healthy. Like they start giving you like insults because they can't. They see it foreign and think it's incorrect, or like, oh, what, you're not going to stay out all night and drink? Oh, it's like I have to give up a lot of times by choice on like Thanksgiving or things like, where's your 5 plates of mashed potatoes and gravy? Like, well, I don't want to because I want to feel good all the time now. It's not just once in a while. And that will happen, and that's one of the hardest parts of like the social pressure to like, hey, it's America, eat more, come on, let's do this, fucking eat all this. Like, yeah,
totally. And there's just like all kinds of shame in that shit for people. Like, I think a lot of times people will say that stuff when they're feeling weird about themselves, like not just for eating, for anything. So yeah, it's just like, fuck that noise. Just like do your own thing, try to be as healthy as possible. And dude, it does. I'll say this. It actually, for me personally, it helped my pinball. Like this is going to sound really weird, but during diabetes, your eyes start to change shape because of all the fluid that you're retaining. So like I actually sometimes now don't need my glasses at all when I play pinball, because my like within 20 yards eyesight got way better.
Whoa,
really weird. So I'm just saying, if you're out there and you're struggling with your weight and you're struggling with pinball, that might be something you want to try. It might be easier to track the ball. So
I had no clue. And when you, I mean, you don't have to share if you don't want to, but when you found out, was it like, so you had the headache, you were feeling sick, and then they said that, and was it like how did it feel hearing that news? Was it like a shock? Was it like, oh, that makes sense?
Yeah, it was scary. I mean, my blood sugar level, and it's like goddamn, all these people are like, we did not sign up for a health podcast.
Oh, they stopped listening a long time ago.
Yeah. Okay, good. So we can just talk about it. Yeah, it was really scary. My blood sugar level is at 450. So like for reference, like normal is between like 50 and 100. Pre-diabetic is like under 130. So it's like I was 8 or 9 times higher than what you're supposed to be, which that was really scary. Yeah. And like to hear my brother, who's like an internal medicine doctor, be just like, should we get him in the hospital right now? That was
he with
freaky.
you or something? Or
I had been feeling so bad for so long and we couldn't figure it out that he was like, just do this panel of tests. And I did them and I like sent him the results. And it was funny because the blood sugar thing was circled like twice by the guy who did the test. Cause he was like, I reran this 3 or 4 times because I did not believe that it was this high. And I was like, damn, when you hear that from a medical professional, you're just like, okay. And I guess like, yeah, in the moment, it was really scary. It was like, I mean, great motivation, right? Like you're just like, well, because people ask me, because I'm a famous like stoner guy, like they're like, what about the munchies? I'm like, it's really easy to not have the munchies. Like if you think you're gonna lose a toe if you like eat stuff, like which can happen with diabetes. Like I'm good on that shit. Like I would rather be able to walk around and I don't eat Butterfinger BBs all day or something. Like I don't know, I picked that, but I just used to love those at the movie theater.
I like them. Fuck, man.
Yeah, I don't think they even make them anymore. But thank God for me. But yeah, so that was really scary. But then I think eventually you're just kind of like, well, what I was eating before was killing me with or without a formal diagnosis. So this is actually kind of a good thing because it forces you. I'm a very goal-oriented person, which I think you are as well. Yeah. And when I have goals to shoot for and like, okay, you want to get like, I track my blood sugar level every day. It's like, I want to get that shit as low as possible.
And you have to, I'm ignorant on this. Do you have to like prick your finger blood?
Yeah. Yep. So there are different, they have like 24-hour monitoring stuff now too, where it's just like a patch that you kind of put on, but those are usually expensive and it's kind of more for, what it turns out, even though my blood sugar was so high that day, I was really more close to like pre-diabetic than diabetic. I was diabetic because you can't get your blood sugar that high without your pancreas basically not working. Okay. But the fact that I can get it down into the 70s without like really, really major medication or anything, that I was just able to kind of reverse it through diet and exercise, leads me to believe that I actually had pretty high pancreas function. So yeah, So I mean, long answer long, like I prick my finger like every morning and then you do it kind of before you eat or right after you eat, because usually your blood sugar will spike like an hour or two after you get done eating. But yeah, it's just like it's like whatever. So
thanks for sharing. Honestly, I'm gonna leave all that in if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah. No, of course.
All right. Merry Christmas. I'm glad we're starting to connect more in pinball. And in the same vein, like, I'm not going to be as hardcore. I'm going to try not to. And honestly, keep me honest. Like, I'll do the same. Like, if I see it, I'll shoot you a text. Like, hey, watch it, man. Do the same. If I'm going fucking full stupid on this, check me. Because, like, if not, I'll burn out and I'll not do something stupid. But, like, it's hard for me to find balance. And sounds like maybe it is for you too. But, if we have some support locally, it helps both of us.
So much better. And like, dude, I think we have enough, like, I mean, you're a friend of mine. Like, I think we have enough trust built up in the bank, like enough equity like that, where you trust, like, I trust what you say, you know what I mean? And I think vice versa, like that it's not coming from a place of like, you want to, and this is something that like I've had to learn with people is like, just because someone has some criticism for you doesn't mean that it's personal, like for that stuff. Like, you don't always have to take it, personal. Yeah. And that's always like a work in progress for me. But yeah, man, I mean, it's been really good to see you, and I can't believe it's Christmas. It's here today.
It's Christmas. It is here.
Yeah.
So. It's Jesus's birthday, our Lord and Savior.
And he looks good, dude. That guy is like on hole 30 or something. Like he's cut. He's got that swimmer's body. So
I bet he can't bench much though. I mean, he probably can do like
definitely not
high rep shit.
High reps, yes.
Let me see. Let me go through this. What would Jesus' favorite pinball thing be this year? What do you think?
His favorite thing would be Elton John.
Okay.
Because it has sort of like immaculate flow on it.
Shit.
So that's his vibes. Just like silky smooth.
I don't think he would believe in aliens. He would definitely believe in ghosts. I mean,
yes.
He basically
pretty much
invented
is
them.
a ghost.
Right.
Holy ghost.
His favorite curse word is a combination. It's goddamn it. I know that's his favorite.
I was gonna say that my favorite curse word is goddamn. I use that a lot now in like a goddamn. You know, like okay. I'll say that. That's
like you're almost black. Almost like say
exactly.
it like that.
That's you picked up on what I wish I was.
If Jesus was going to tell us something he's proud of, I'd say taking it like a champ. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he took those nails and just like, this hurts, bro. But this is for all you, so fuck. How much we bench? We said he's high rep, low weight. Era pinball grievance. I bet it would either be Joel Engelberth or Dennis Creasel. Those pricks. He's like those fucking guys.
He didn't like to hear Joel do his one swear, his shit.
Yeah, shit.
He's like, this is my chosen one who never does anything bad, so I can't have him be sullied by
Sorry,
Pinball
Joey.
Party.
You're going to hell. What would he want for Christmas this year? Life,
peace on earth, goodwill towards men. I guess.
That's
his party line. That's the marketing slogan, at least.
And what would he look forward to in 2024? I bet he'd also like Jaws. Jesus?
100%.
For sure.
Jesus loves Keith Elwin. Like that is his true chosen one for sure.
Well, Stern, feel free to use that Jaws, Jesus Christ's favorite game of 2024. I'm sure that'll go over well in your marketing. All right, man. Dude, thanks for joining. Merry Christmas. It's good to catch up.
Merry Christmas, man.
Go check out Nudge Pinball. All that stuff. You know where to find me. All right. See you, dude.